will be in health services, deliver services to the public, both in the private sector and, of course, the public sector. Safaricom, our vision by 2025 is to be a purpose-led technology company. And I stress on the purpose because that's why we have been supporting the Ministry of Health for the last 5 years, intentionally. In the last 2 years, since COVID broke, there's many programs that we have deliberately engaged with MOH and done a lot of what we'll call CSI. No longer CSR, it's not a responsibility, it's a corporate social initiative. And we believe that these initiatives are very important because if we don't do such interventions, technological interventions, then as a corporate citizen, we're not doing what we should do. We are clear that in supporting the ministry, we are also supporting SDGs. And for us as a company, our aim is that we can help through our partnership through Zetova to use artificial intelligence, big data, and the power of our infrastructure to be able to give timely quality information to health providers such that we can be part of the national agenda of ensuring that healthcare is gets to the people on the ground. Let me put it that way. So today, mine was just simply to say thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this dialogue, for allowing us to be part of the solution provider, for allowing us to show the fact that we are ready, willing, and able to engage when it comes to health management, health systems, health data. And we want to assure you that this is not about being commercially engaged. This is actually about us putting together interventions intentionally because we care about the people of Kenya and we want to be in healthcare. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chris. We're going to be hearing and exploring some of the big ideas from Chris's perspective a little later on in the afternoon. A couple of housekeeping rules that I have been reminded that I need to give you. In the age of data, we'd be remiss to not give you the Wi-Fi password for the Wi-Fi network within the room. So the password is Conference 2017, Conference of the capital C, 2017 at the end of that as one word, Conference of the capital C and 2017 immediately thereafter. So that's your Wi-Fi password. Please tweet away, give us all the information and the feedback and your ideas online as we proceed. Zetova is one of the main reasons why we're here. You've brought us together to essentially have this conversation on healthcare supply chain dialogues within our little corner of the continent. Bramwell, you run this outfit. Please come up and have your say on what we should expect. Ladies and gentlemen, Bramwell.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see this happening. Sometimes when you have an idea and you share it with the first person, the second person, or the third person, and probably the first two people say, yeah, that's a brilliant idea. It reinforces, what you think. And then the third person adds and says, puts more context and says, if you could do this way, if you could address this issue, and then a day like this, having, see everyone here, it's humbling. And I would like to just say thank you. So, Bwana Waziri, karibu, asante sana kwa hapa. Anthony, it's a pleasure to have your support through and through. Chris has been behind a lot of what we have worked with through Safaricom they have supported in terms of our vision. And I'll spend some few minutes to talk through what Zetova is all about and why we are beginning this kind of conversations. Laird is our partner from just stand and wave. So he's a representative from the Corporate Council on Africa. He runs the Health Security Initiative. So welcome, thank you. He's arrived from the DC, and to all other partners who are supporting what we do, thank you so much. I would like to say thank you to Dr. Sitinei. Dr. Sitinei, yes, he's always been, we have been working with him for a while in the ministry. So that has been a pleasure to see all the faces here. So my name is Bramwell Mwalo. I'm the CEO and founder of Zetova. We're a technology company. And basically what we do for a living is to help Africa use data to transform lives, just simply what we do. Our work is to help African companies start using data. So we have a lot of data. You know, we have data on everything, but are we really using that data? That's the other question. So what we do Zetova is simply, we build technology, we run thought leadership programs. Yes, anything that we can do to actually get executives to use data, companies to be built on data, plans to be made on, you know, with data and perspectives generated and insights generated from data. So what Zetova does. So coming down to healthcare, why is healthcare important? So Zetova started a year before COVID happened. And our first project was actually in the healthcare space. And the first project in terms of, we started investigating supply chain data to just see how else can this supply chain data be used to actually create more value. Now, these are some of the statistics that I'll share. In terms of Africa sort of loses about 40% of the value for money, either through inefficiency, through lack of collaboration, or either through corruption. And that is a common, it's not just probably unique to Africa, but the cost of inefficiency in Africa is higher. Now, this inefficiency cost is actually mostly driven by lack of insight. Insight in the sense that I just didn't know. I didn't know Bramwell can do this. I didn't know, you know, John can do this better. So that lack of insight, that lack of collaboration in information costs us a lot. Now, the problem with the information we share, some of this information probably, it's one thing to have information because probably you got it through gossip, you know, in terms of, so-and-so is coming to town and you're like, oh, they're coming to town, let's go. You see, it's information, isn't it? But is it actionable? Isn't it? It's not really. But if there's data behind it, data that informs, you know, how we invest, data that informs how we hire, data that informs how we make policy, data that informs how we basically move, live, function, spend, do all that stuff. So if we have access to this data, imagine the amount of transformation that would happen. Now, coming down to healthcare. Healthcare is unique in the sense that decisions in healthcare affects lives. Decisions in healthcare equals to life and death in some cases. For instance, the absence of amoxicillin in a country is a problem. Just the sheer absence of amoxicillin in a country is a problem. The sheer absence of ARVs in a country is a problem. But you see, you might have all the money to buy ARV drugs, but if there is no enabling environment to allow these ARV drugs to be when and where they are needed, there is a problem, isn't it? Because you could have all the ARV drugs, but they came in 6 months late. That's a problem. Now, COVID did this to us. COVID reminded us that, you know, you can have all the power, all the knowledge, all the money, all the medicine, but if you don't have the mechanism to respond to certain needs on time, if you don't have a framework to get people or actors to work together seamlessly, then there's a challenge. That's what we actually learned from COVID. So we built Zetova at a time when these realities were happening. We built technology to provide forecasting for supply chain, in the sense that we'll be able to use machine intelligence to tell you, anticipate, you know, that you will need 10 cartons of malaria in Kisumu at this point. Your supply chain may not have the capacity to respond on it immediately. So It triggers you to buy on time so you can deliver on time. So just simplistic ways of using supply chain technology. So that's why we are here. And why we are here is we realize that technology alone does not transform. Technology alone doesn't have the power to actually make people or change things or create change. It is transformed people with the right tools who bring transformation. It is people who are aligned in the right mindset, who are exposed to the right strategies, who are aligned in terms of who they can work with, connected with those people, with the use of tools and technology that bring transformation. Technology alone, technology is like having a car without a driver, right? Technology is like having the coolest car, but no fuel. Technology can only give you the means to succeed, but it is people who actually drive this conversation forward. So the healthcare supply chain dialogue is simply a platform. And this platform has no interest whatsoever. This platform is about bringing the key stakeholders together to just talk about things that we know, but we need to start sharing information and knowing what is happening out there, who's willing to do what, who has tried to do what and failed, who has tried to do what and succeeded, who is planning to do what, and we can benefit and leverage with each other and we can grow together. This healthcare supply chain dialogue is about us creating a platform of everybody who's willing to put some information, some resources, some thoughts, some experience on the table so we can start transforming the healthcare supply chain. Now, when we talk about healthcare, normally it's a public sector driven conversation because 70% of technically the healthcare systems is sort of managed or driven by the public sector. But if you really look at it, it is a conversation that requires, as much as the government is writing policy, it is the private sector that is fulfilling the orders, right? As much as it is government that is paying, it is the public sector, it is the private sector that is manufacturing, right? So at the end of the day, there is some sort of cohesion that is required, sort of alignment that is required in the sense of direction, and every major, massive growth, revolution, transformation that has ever happened in this world started with a dialogue. It all started with a conversation. Whether people agreed on day one or whether people didn't agree on day one, at least there's a conversation happening. How can we do this? What can we do? Where can we help? What can we put on the table? And this conversation is all about that. So I'd like to welcome you today to the Africa Healthcare Supply Chain Dialogue. This is the first edition. As you can see, we are trying. This is the first edition of this. Our goal is to do about 3 of these around Africa. So there's one in East Africa. There will be another one in West Africa. There will be another one in South Africa. And we'll culminate these particular forums in around July, is it? Probably in Morocco in terms of a bigger picture. So it's a small start of a bigger conversation, and we will keep talking to both public and private sector. We'll keep bringing these actors together. We'll keep providing tools that are able to do that. Somebody had to do this, okay? So I think for us in terms of Zetova, and I'm glad we have the support of Africa Resource Center and many other partners who are going to join. We love the support that we're getting from the Corporate Council on Africa, and we will continue driving this conversation. And this conversation is about who can we bring on the table, what conversations can we start, who can we, get to support, what resources needs to be put on the table, and what technology can help enable, empower, and power this kind of transformation that we are talking about. So thank you so much, and I'm happy to see you all. Karibu, and have a fantastic day today. Perfect. So at this point, I would like to introduce the CIS, Honorable Dr. Rashid, to come to the stage and officially open the conversation.
Bramwell. Thank you, Bramwell. You know, in the corporate world, things are done differently than in government. And in government, we have something called protocol, which we try to observe most times. Since I'm not aware, I know that this is a hybrid meeting. There will be a number of people who will be logging in virtually, and we have people who are attending this physically. I also know that there are dignitaries who will be part of this, ministers from countries in the region. But since I don't know who's on and who's not, I'll just try to summarize my protocol citations. Ministers from the region who are present either physically or online. Principal secretaries, again from the region. The East African Secretariat. Conveners of this meeting, and I want to recognize Bramwell Mwalo of Zitova, Chris Senanu of Safaricom, Anthony Okot of African Resource Center, development partners and donor community representatives present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all. Shall I repeat it? Good morning. That's good decibels. It's my great pleasure and honor to be with you in the launch of this inaugural Healthcare Supply Chain Dialogue 2022 East Africa edition. Let me extend my warm welcome to those who have traveled far to be here and those who are following this dialogue online. Today's launch is a continuation, as we heard, of a series of dialogues that my ministry holds with stakeholders on how, as a nation, we can pull together so that we improve the lives of Kenyans. We're delighted to co-host this session with our partners Zitova and Safaricom. It is my hope that the dialogue and tone of this session will advance collaboration within and between ministries of health across Africa as we address emerging and re-emerging challenges. Further, it is my wish that this dialogue series will pull together from the point of view of information and data management, coordination, and effective use for decision-making, all the various regional and continental initiatives in health that are underway. Africa continues to lag behind in adoption and use of technologies to solve African health challenges. In particular, the mining and use of data, and big data at that, is quite wanting. This is a tragic situation since Africa does not lack talent. What we lack is a structured way of doing these things that fully and purposely engages especially young people with talent. Many partners come to Africa to collect data that eventually leads to innovations that are then sold at high prices to Africans. This intellectual property loss is not limited to data only, but is rife in other fields such as our natural heritage. The health supply chain in Africa is largely rudimentary and at an infant stage of development with poor technological support. Lack of technological support to the healthcare supply chain, unfortunately, leads to poor planning and wastage of commodities through misplacement and expiries. I heard Bramwell talk about 40% of commodities lost through inefficiencies. And we're talking about health supply commodities here. But if we look at other fields also, if we look at agriculture, for example, the value chain of agriculture, I think they say that 40% of the produce is lost before it gets to the market. So inefficiencies are everywhere, and we need to look at how to address that. We cannot continue losing resources, yet solutions to these challenges exist through technology. Africa must rise up and leverage information technology to enhance our healthcare supply and value chains, and to explore ways to strengthen their capacities and practices. The dialogue we're having today should lead to promotion and elevation of technology-based supply and value chain management conversations in every region of the continent. Additionally, this will precipitate additional conversations in all relevant offices that shape policy and response within the region, so that systems can be developed and integrated within and between countries. Kenya has taken steps in provision of universal health coverage to all citizens. The path towards UHC has been influenced heavily by the emergence of COVID-19. Lessons learned from the pandemic are very clear to us. Leveraging on technology will help us in addressing many of our challenges. And to achieve this, the Ministry of Health has moved into the space of adopting and developing relevant technologies. Presently, the Ministry of Health has developed a digital health platform that has several modules. One of these modules is dubbed the M-Chanjo, which all of you must be familiar with, because that is where you go to get your vaccination certificates. This module handles both COVID-19 vaccination and monitoring of vaccines at the same time. The ministry is also rolling out blood management information systems to provide vein-to-vein visibility of blood products. These systems have inherent supply chain systems to make work efficient and allow comprehensive planning. The collaboration between Zetova and Safaricom marks a new beginning for public-private partnership. The collaboration will enhance national planning for consumption of essential healthcare products and their timely delivery to various healthcare facilities across the country. I hope the collaboration opens up avenues where other players can be roped in to expand the supply chain space. By expanding this space, we continuously improve the quality of services provided in the spirit of provision of universal health coverage, while providing avenues for business collaborations. The significance of these initiatives is to enhance visibility and capacities of the Ministry of Health and its agencies in real-time planning, tracking, and reporting on the utilization of resources in the health sector. Let us join hands in commemorating and celebrating this momentous partnership that will take our capabilities to greater heights by leveraging technology and data to support proactive planning, sourcing, and deployment of essential healthcare products, including the uptake of COVID vaccines. Today's program was curated to address the most pressing concerns in enhancing healthcare supply chains, and to highlight the different ways the public sector, private sector, development partners, and other key stakeholders can work together to drive value for money and to boost efficiency of service delivery in healthcare. My hope is that today's conversation is the beginning of more conversations, and indeed subsequent dialogues between countries. It is my desire that we have regular and inclusive continental dialogues that will help us drive more preparedness, resilience, and efficiency across our intercontinental healthcare supply chains. The partnership that my ministry has forged with Zetova and Safaricom is a clear indication that when we develop strong partnerships with all stakeholders, including the private sector, we can achieve a lot. With that, it is now my singular pleasure to declare this dialogue officially open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your time. I'd like to bring up the Zetover CEO, Bramwell Malo. Please come to the stage, and Chris Sinanu from Safaricom for a brief photo op to commemorate the partnership that we're developing here in building, in infusing rather, our healthcare supply chain systems with a lot more data, a lot more analysis, and a lot more insight.
You want us here?
Right then, gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We're looking forward to seeing the fruits of this particular partnership as it continues to come to market. In the meantime, we've been talking about this partnership that's been coming through between Safaricom, Zetover, the government of Kenya, the African Resource Center, the Corporate Council on Africa. And you're probably wondering, what exactly does it involve? Well, this video should essentially summarize exactly what we're talking about.
With the rise of globalization, the role and importance of supply chain management has increased. Global supply chains commonly extend between industrialized and developing countries. Differences in economy, legislations, regulations, and standards pose difficulties in managing supply chains.
If the country doesn't have capacity from availability of products to respond to cholera, there is a problem. If a country doesn't have enough ARVs to respond to HIV patients within a country, there's a problem. So if you look at it in terms of the significance at the level of collaboration that is required, from policy level to product innovation, to manufacturing, to distribution, to administration of this particular product, there is some need of connection on data and information that seamlessly moves across the different actors, and they don't have to spend more than they need to spend to access this information.
Africa spends $200 billion each year on supply chains. COVID-19's impact on supply chains hit African trade hard, with the GDP shrinking for the first time in 25 years. The continent, usually playing the role of raw material suppliers or manufacturers, faces problems which affect the performance of supply chains, including unfavorable policies, communication gaps, strained infrastructure, and critically limited use of data and new technologies.
Our data collection, collation has become much better. The challenge becomes, with all this data, what do you do? And that is why and where people are beginning to put together artificial intelligence systems and platforms in order to mine the data, in order to get information, so the right decisions can be made.
Increased visibility and agility within the supply chain has never been as important as now. That is why Zetover teamed up with the Ministry of Health and Safaricom to reimagine health security management and preparedness by proactively forecasting vaccine needs geographically, accurate mapping and tracking of vaccinated population, as well as drawing insights to drive efficiencies and meet the country's COVID vaccine objectives. If there's one thing that is clear now, is that data can reveal all aspects of the running of the supply chain and also support the management of the process. It can be used to model solutions and implement them, providing valuable insights and better connectivity between those in the chain. In effect, we are able to reduce wastage, deliver what is needed on time, where it's needed, reduce emergency sourcing and costs, guaranteeing a seamless end-to-end process.
We are going to vaccinate everybody. Our target is to make sure at least 1 million people are vaccinated per day, at least for the next 2 weeks. Every day, 1 million people. If we do that, we know that we will protect our families.
Moving towards universal health coverage in Africa requires strengthening the supply chain. These include policy making based on real evidence, communication and outreach to empower African countries better manage their own health, information systems, data analysis, and surveillance.
All right, so that is essentially why we are here. This is the partnership that has brought us here, leveraging the data that we have online, offline, bringing it all together, analyzing it properly to essentially deliver much better healthcare outcomes for all our citizens. We're moving into our first session, the Ministerial Round Table. It's going to be an interesting conversation from a policymaker's perspective on what you should expect in trying to build out better healthcare systems across Africa. I'd like to invite to the stage the CAS from the Health Ministry, Dr. Rashid Aman, to please come up. He's going to be on the panel with us. We'll have, of course, this panel being moderated by Dr. Amit Thaka, is the Executive Chair of the Africa Health Business. Please come onto the stage. Joining us online, we'll have Honorable Christophe Bazivamo, as the Deputy Secretary General of the East African Community. We'll also have this panel as a sort of hybrid format, I should point that out. Her Excellency Veronique Kiluma, the Vice Minister in charge of the Ministry of Public Health in the Democratic Republic of Congo, will also be joining us online. And at the same time, just a quick correction on your program, you'll see that we are supposed to have Dr. Daniel Ngamije, the Minister of Health from Rwanda, but he will be represented instead by Dr. Theophile Dushime, Special Advisor to the Minister in Rwanda, also joining us online for this particular dialogue. The session will start, however, with opening remarks by Christophe Bazivamo, the Deputy Secretary General of the East Africa Community. He joins us online. Dr. Bazivamo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. Honorable ministers, dear participants or protocol observed, I first of all thank the organizers of this dialogue for having invited the East African Community, and here I stand in on behalf of East African Community Secretary General, Dr. Peter Matuki. And I wish to bring the dialogue in the context of East Africa. As you may know, our community, East Africa, is on an integration process for 6 partner states: Uganda, Kenya, United Republic of Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and the Republic of South Sudan. But you know that also the Democratic Republic of Congo is coming soon. In our vision 2050, to bring things we are discussing today in the context of East Africa, our vision 2050 calls partner states to work together towards having around 76.4 years life expectancy to reach less than 36% 36 per 1,000 infant mortality rate, 69 per 100,000 pupil maternal mortality rate, and 100% access to health services, among others. Discussions of today are contribution towards achieving this vision. Our heads of state, the summit, has put on the table, when it comes to health, 9 priorities, which actually you have to work on and to ensure they are achieved. And these 9 priorities were actually adopted during the summit of heads of state held in 2018 in February in Munyonyo, Kampala, Uganda. And they are actually acts on health infrastructure, systems and services development, and also on research and development. We wish to have specialized services for our people cross-border. We have to have high quality network of very high performing laboratories. We need to develop skills in the health area. And most especially, we have to ensure access to affordable medicines and medicine products for our East African community citizens. It's a process towards 2050. And we have to work together in an integrated way, mobilizing all stakeholders so that we can actually build synergies and achieve the best we can achieve in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, and you have highlighted, Honorable Minister from Kenya, COVID-19 has caused a lot of disruption in a number of sectors, including, of course, health, but also when you consider trade, when you consider agriculture, when you consider industry, we have got a lot of challenges and we have lost a lot, not only in terms of life, but also drops in our economies. At the East African community level, talking about digital transformation, we have embraced also the approach of working online, but we have also, during the COVID period, developed digital or electronic measures towards trade facilitation, because borders were closed here and there. We could have hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of trucks lining, not being able to cross borders with the cargo. And our ministers of health, ministers of East African Community Affairs, ministers in charge of trade, transport, gathered together and decides on actually putting in place some regional measures, like the regional electronic cargo and drivers tracking system, like the regional guidelines on COVID for trade facilitation, which actually has even adopted a regional COVID certificate for a validity of 14 days for truck drivers. And recently, we have developed also for East African Community Pass to help travelers move freely and easily throughout the East African community. So we are aware of the contribution of these electronic mechanisms which were put in place benefits because they have helped the region actually to get better than it was before them. And we have also been using this platform to keep on the businesses of the community working online. And we have found it is a very important actually to think digital. Back again on the health area, for the solution were very, very alarming, not only in East Africa, because we have seen that COVID has disrupted our system when it comes to routine immunization. This has actually caused in the whole world like 80 million children who could not be vaccinated. We have seen outbreaks of vaccine preventable diseases such as measles. And we have also seen in many areas countries who have suspended preventive immunization campaigns for many diseases. And we have also seen actually countries closing schools with a very serious impact on our future. Honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, in the East African community, a study which was conducted has shown that actually most of the problems have been caused by these lockdowns, directives, which sometimes were not harmonized throughout the region. And we have also seen losses of vaccines which were not actually used because of COVID. Here having healthcare workers who could not actually concentrate on the routine immunization, but who have been actually oriented to handle COVID problems. And you have also seen health facilities which were set up for COVID treatment and could no more be used as usual. And you have also, and this was a big challenge, our health workers who were not protected. And this is serious because most of them have been affected. And we have seen that we were not prepared as East African community partner state. And COVID has been like a wake-up call. We have now to strategize and to ensure we are ready for the future, to ensure we build resilience and ensure that whichever other pandemics or outbreaks which will happen, we will be able to handle it. And some of the lessons we have got, because we could not import equipment or products from outside, we have put more energy ever than before on developing local industries. We have seen you are able to produce what we used to import. And it is now a strong lesson when it comes to promoting local industries. This was previously even a decision from the Summit of Heads of State to promote local industries, but we are not putting enough emphasis on that. And I think the time is now. We have been late. Let us do the best we can to ensure we are promoting local industries. And especially when it comes to local pharmaceutical manufacturing industry, we have seen that our people in Vorizon can produce actually what we are used to import. We have pharmaceutical facilities which are manufacturing quality and high quality products, medicines. If you consider what is happening in Kenya, if we consider what is happening in Uganda and elsewhere, and now we are pushing to develop our own vaccines in Vorizon. But the challenge we have to address now is the issue of local procurement. We see partner state importing what is possible to produce locally. And the call here is to ensure that whichever public procurement should be done from outside the East African Community region, only if it is not possible to get the products locally meaning in East African Community region. And this is a decision which has been taken. What is needed is enforcement. Honorable ministers, we wish really to ensure that import of medical products should only be for products we cannot produce ourselves. Our pharmaceutical manufacturers are crying that we are not supporting them enough, and the capacity is there. Most of them are producing less than actually 50% of their capacity because of lack of a market. We are importing from outside. They are talking about the cost of energy, which we have to work on and to reduce the cost of energy, and also to prevent seriously import of fake products, because we have seen that sometimes for competition is about importing fake products, and then which are, yes, not expensive, but quality-wise not efficient for our East African community citizens. So our local product manufacturers have the capacity, let us support them. And we have also to promote in our partner state what we call local consumption, because we have this kind of mindset of appreciating what is coming from outside, even when it is for less quality compared with what you are able to produce locally. So VOCOR is here, moving forward, honorable ministers, dear participants. This platform is very important. It's an important tool which will help us actually to keep on exchanging experience, help us to keep on exchanging and talking about best practices, and trying to see what we can upscale in our region. But what is needed is a commitment. We are able to produce what we need, but our mindset have been disturbed by maybe the education we have got from outside. We are mobilized here and there to think about importing what we even are able to produce locally. If we keep on discussing this platform will be helping actually to keep on pushing so that we think right and do the right things for our East African community citizens. The East African Community Secretariat is committed in that direction, and we stand to be part of this process, to be part of this dialogue, to keep on actually bringing on the table the challenges which are being faced by our citizens, to also highlight what is moving well so that it is adopted in our partner states, and why not in Africa. And here I want to say that what we have done under COVID, like the trade facilitation guidelines, for 14 days validity certificate for truck drivers, we have discussed the matter together with our sisters, colleagues from SADC and COMESA, And this has been actually implemented in these two RECs. And I think we are on track when it comes to moving forward as East Africa Regional Economic Community. And we shall keep on in this framework of African Continental Free Trade Area, where you have already committed our offer of 90.2%. So we are together, we encourage you, and we wish actually to support this platform. And we are part of this, and we shall always be there together. And we are mobilizing all stakeholders actually to think right, promoting local industries, local consumption, and local and digitalization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christophe Bazivamo, for that elaborate outline at the EAC. Good morning, everyone. We're now moving into the panel, and we have an interesting engagement in a hybrid session. We have three panelists joining us online, and Dr. Rashid Aman, who is with me, have the advantage of being in person. But in order to make sure that we feel inclusive, let us welcome all the panelists who are online and ask them to switch on their cameras. And to begin with, greet us from Rwanda, from DRC, and also we have from the EAC. Let me ask Honorable Kevit Desai, who is also joining us online, to switch on the camera and give a greeting to all of us. Kevit, are you with us? Can we hear
Thank you. Yes, yes, indeed, I'm with you, but I'm unable to switch on my camera at this stage. But I do look forward to the conversation, and indeed, this is a very important event that promotes the necessary dialogue and decision. Thank you.
With us, Kevit, and we'll be coming back to you. I'm also delighted to let you know that Theophile Dushime, who is the advisor to the minister at Ministry of Health in Rwanda, is also with us. Dr. Dushime, are you with us, dialing in from Kigali? Are you able to switch on your camera? Lovely to hear your voice. I would like to see you. Could you please give us greetings from Kigali?
Yes, unfortunately, the camera is not. Still
no
trying
problem.
To, yes.
As long as we can hear you, we can have a dialogue, because remember, this is about supply chain dialogue. So
sure.
we will have a dialogue. We can hear you clearly. I hope you can hear us clearly from Nairobi. And we will be coming to you. I'm also delighted to let you know we've got Her Excellency Veronique Kilumba, who is the Vice Minister, the Ministry of Public Health from DRC. Veronique, are you able to hear us, and are you able to switch on your camera? From DRC, let's hear you if the connectivity is intact. I'm giving the chance for the panelists who are online to be fully involved, Dr. Aman, as we have this dialogue and they can be fully embraced. I don't think we have Veronique able to connect with us. I'm not able to hear her. Rama? No? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, Dr. Aman, I'd like to welcome him as our esteemed panelist on stage. As we've heard since morning, the Africa Healthcare Supply Chain Dialogue is pretty important. Let me congratulate the organizers, Bramwell, and all the team members who've been behind putting this together. I think the pandemic has been the largest wake-up call as far as the Africa Healthcare Supply Dialogue is concerned. I'm going to begin with Dr. Rashid Aman and literally have an open conversation before I move to Kevit Desai and Dr. Dushime. I think it revealed that Africa needs self-reliant. There hasn't been a wake-up call as loud as the pandemic. For many, many years, for the time that I've been in healthcare for 3 decades, we've been so reliant on importing everything into Africa to an extent that even the smallest items used in healthcare, we were finding it easy to import them and use them. When the supply chain started shutting down, it dawned on to us that we might be locked out of the entire health system. In fact, the costs of many items became so high that the cost of healthcare was going to spiral out of control. It may have taught us that this might be the beginning of improving health security. It may have also taught us that we need to be smarter about our supply chain. It may have taught us how to get engaged with wider partnership. I realized that during the first 6 months, there was a discussion around Africa, and Africa Medical Supplies Platform was created, AMSP. I remember speaking to organizations like Jumia, Django, and I remember speaking of Econet and Africa CDC. When you look at that website, I don't know how many of you have been to that. And if you look at the transactions on that website, it was phenomenal what really happened and how governments and private sector started placing orders on that platform. It was never existing. But what was shocking is that if you look at the vendors even today at the website, majority are outside Africa. The Chinese suppliers are there, the Asian suppliers are there. It came out very striking that even if we have technology and we create platform, it seems like we may not be able to post our products on these platforms to have supply chain items made in Africa to make Africa self-reliant. It's a roadmap, it's a journey. So Dr. Aman, this is just my observations, my conversation with you and the esteemed panelists is, in your opinion, what are the key take-home message and the lessons for the partners that are here today in Africa supply chain? What do you think would be your top 3 priorities that will strengthen the Africa healthcare supply chain moving into the future? Dr. Aman.
Thank you very much, Amit. I think there has been a great deal of discussion about what COVID-19 has taught us. And I would say that I wouldn't call it a rude awakening, but I think that jolt was necessary for us. That jolt that it provided, more than a jolt actually, an electrical shock maybe, was needed for us to get out of our position of complacency and to begin looking at issues very deeply and critically. If we look at the COVID-19, when COVID-19 pandemic hit us in early 2020, and I think we need also to be objective about these things, because COVID-19 has been one disease, specific disease, which also has particular requirements in its response. The commodities that it requires are specific to that particular disease and some other infectious diseases. The reason, I think part of the reason why we were caught a little bit off foot as far as some of these commodities are concerned is because in reality, actually, some of these commodities pre-COVID were not that important commodities that we used in our systems. I mean, think of the PPEs or the face masks or the nasopharyngeal swabs, oral swabs. Yes, we use them in some cases, but they were not prominent in our supply chain system. If you look at the COVID-19 high-tech testing systems, PCR, SARS-CoV, those were not part of our normal system because we really did not use them widely because there was no real demand for that. But we use them in certain areas in our research facilities and some of our institutions. Nonetheless, I think COVID-19 taught us that we need to look deeply beyond the COVID-19 issues. I mean, we were quick to respond to COVID-19 because we spurred local manufacturing of masks and PPEs. We readjusted very quickly. Of course, the environment also assisted because the restrictions in COVID-19 that were placed, the supply chain problems we had globally had to force some of our manufacturing, particularly the textile manufacturing firms that we have here, had to force them to think of something so that they could keep in business. And of course, the opportunity was there, the window of opportunity. We took that opportunity, we moved on. We took opportunity in many other areas of trying to ensure that we have, we move towards self-reliance. So what I want to say, and what I'm trying to say here is that the idea of self-reliance has been highly amplified for us by COVID-19, but it's an idea that we should have been paying greater attention to all along in all areas of our healthcare, health supply chain system. Because today, if we look at some of these other areas, we had COVID, we're beginning to manage it. But what if something else comes along that is going to strain some of our supply chain systems in other areas? We also need to be realistic, Amit, in the sense that I don't think any country can say we are, with the exception of a few countries, can say we can be self-reliant in almost everything that we need. I think we still live in a globe and there's a lot of global trade. There are certain things we can be able to achieve and produce locally. There are other things we may not be able to produce, even with all the resources that we may have, for one reason or the other. But we need to think about that. Local manufacturing has been a subject of discussion, as you know, Amit, intense discussion. And we're beginning to see some fruits from this discussion. For instance, with vaccines, you know very well that the government of Kenya has already embarked on a project to begin to produce COVID-19 vaccines, beginning with a fill and finish plant. Work is already underway in that area. There are targets set, and we hope that we'll be able to roll out some of these vaccines from this plant before the end of this year. There are further discussions and interest of bringing in technology here. Early this week, the WHO announced that it has struck a deal with some of the messenger RNA technology firms to transfer that technology to 6 countries in Africa, Kenya being one of them. And some of those companies in the US, for example, Moderna, have expressed an interest to come and establish a facility here to produce this messenger, to transfer the technology and produce some of these products that are based on messenger RNA technology. I also read in the papers yesterday that the Aga Khan IPS is talking to the African Development Bank about bringing in again the same technology. So the key point that I want to make here is that yes, we are on the right path moving towards self-sufficiency, but let's not be narrow in the way we look at the self-sufficiency. If it is mRNA technology that we're bringing in here, let us bring it in with a view of not only producing COVID-19 vaccines, but building our capacity and ability to be able to use this technology to solve some of the other problems that we have. Vaccine production has always been, vaccine research and development has always been a very, very long and lengthy process. This technology has made it easier. And I'm certain that already as we speak, the producers of this technology are looking at the wider scope of this technology. They may be looking at it in the form of cancer treatment and other, ailments that are prevalent in the Western world. We need to look at it from our lenses on where we can apply it. That we still have infectious diseases here. We have diseases that are not addressed by the global firms that are out there, the big pharma that are producing solutions. We need to tailor that. We need to work on that. And I think that is the way that we shall eventually be able to reach a point where we are we can say we are self-reliant in certain areas. Secondly, it's not only self-reliance. I think COVID-19 has also taught us that, yes, you may have the resources and commodities that you need to respond, but what is your level of preparedness, organization, management, and coordination? And I think those are some of the soft things that we lack sometimes. We may have some of these solutions at our hands, but are unable to deploy them immediately because we are not organized, we're not focused, we have not had a serious plan of preparedness. We saw that health systems is critical. Having strong operational health systems is critical. You know, we can talk about the health, the supply chain, getting products out there, but if we don't have a strong health system, then we will still face problems. We can take products down to facilities. How sure are we that those products will actually end up with a patient and that they don't get lost along the way for one reason or the other, or they don't expire in a store, or then get destroyed in a pharmaceutical store that does not meet the requirements that are needed. So we need to take a wholesome, holistic look at this and begin to address each and every aspect of it. So I'll just stop with that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Rashid. I think your message about local manufacturing is clear. Your message about being realistic about self-sufficiency is also very clear, that we need to balance what we will be able to produce ourselves, how we need to rely on the global partners. And I think your third message was a strong health system. You can bring all the products in and all the supplies, but if efficiency is weak, it'll have no impact. I'm very keen to hear from Dr. Dushime, who is our colleague in Rwanda. I'm going to come to you soon to speak about what are top of your mind priorities in a country like Rwanda to improve the healthcare supply chain. I know that the country of Rwanda is land-linked. You are relying on several partners like Kenya and Tanzania and others. I'm very keen to hear top of the mind priorities in Rwanda to improve your supply chain for healthcare. But before Dr. Dushime, I come to you, let me come to Dr. Kevit Desai. Kevit, you've heard Dr. Aman speaking about efficiency. You know, within the region, there are also costs and non-tariff barriers that impact the healthcare supply chain. From Christoph, we heard the 9-point roadmap plan for healthcare. Do you think we are going to get a little better when it comes to free movement of goods, people, and services across the region? Do you think that this is going to be impactful in reducing the entire supply chain? So one was cost. I want to talk to you, I want you to talk to us about the costs. But the second is advanced market commitment. When Dr. Rashid Aman spoke about local manufacturing, most manufacturers who I've been with for many years have mentioned that if the products are not sold freely across the borders without extra charges, IDLs, RDLs, levies, it becomes very erratic. And so the interest in investments in trying to make more products is waning away. So let me turn it over to you, Kevit. You're on the floor now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Thakur, and indeed very pleased to see Honorable Aman, and indeed very grateful for his contributions and his leadership in a time of COVID-19, and specifically with respect to ensuring that the cross-border trade continued by adhering and fully recognizing the WHO standards with respect to PCR testing and other forms of healthcare facilitation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, both Dr. Aman and Dr. Thakur are right. That there are many of these challenges. We do recognize that this is historically a monumental event with respect to COVID-19 and the realization of its impact on lives and livelihoods has been unprecedented. And it's also within this context that we've seen tremendous production shutdowns, as well as logistics disruptions, the challenges we've had with everything from, essential items like hand sanitizers, but even the basic items like, toilet paper and various other kinds of key requirements, and all the challenges with respect to export bans. We've seen nationalist as well as protectionist movements, which has compounded a key issue with respect to fragmentation. And I think that what is required here consistently is the dynamism of supply chains. And of course, the dynamism of supply chains depends on an ecosystem. It's true that technology plays a significant role with respect to its advance and its promise of artificial intelligence and data analytics, sensorics, thereby creating the necessary arteries and nerves to connect and to promote an interactive engagement as far as information is concerned. But that too requires an ecosystem. It requires an ecosystem of policy, standards, legislation, regulations. It requires the complementing efforts with respect to infrastructure and the ability to build more capacity as far as talent is concerned, and the coordination capacities. All of these are absolutely critical. We're looking at a system, and now profoundly, this system within the East African community is a very large regional presence. With great delight, we are about to receive Congo within the EAC. That'll make it 275 million people within the East African community. I share this information because as we're thinking how we develop the region's universal healthcare strategy and be dynamic towards its supply chains, then we must think of the size of what we're talking about. And indeed, 275 million people, you're looking at the fourth largest population in the world, after India, China, the United States. And you're looking at, the presence of, in terms of its geographical size, the seventh largest geographical country in the world with almost 5.5 million square kilometers. So within the context of the EAC, the landscape that I'd like you to appreciate is indeed that there are frameworks, there are structures, there are mechanisms, there are physical structures like sectoral councils that meet regularly, and they're for the purpose of building consensus, building that dialogue, and promoting the very consensus towards key fabrics of that ecosystem. And just to highlight some of the key areas, touching on, the emphasis that you put with respect to supply chains. Now, COVID-19 has brought out a significant issue with respect to fragmentation. We see that the entire logistics and supply chains prior to COVID have been for 3 decades been focusing on an introverted perspective, in terms of cost cutting, efficiency, and various other capacities. And so building that capacity for an end-to-end ecosystem as far as a supply chain to work together, to collaborate together, to synergize, and to share opportunity because of volume is absolutely a fundamental issue. And that way, we'll be able to reduce the biggest concerns we have: cost, time, and transaction efficiency. But equally important is that ecosystem that I described. And for that, to give you a sense of what the EAC is doing within the context of its entire end-to-end ecosystem, is indeed the work in terms of protocols, policies, legislations. For example, the development and implementation of the first and second EAC regional pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for the action of 2017-2027 is now a document that has brought consensus. So is the first international high-level multi-stakeholders conference on promoting the pharmaceutical sector investments in the East African community that was convened and to deliberate on how to boost local manufacturing, signifying, the importance of how do we promote the capacities for manufacturing at some stage. Thirdly, the EAC to ensure policy coherence across the sectors of health industry, trade, commerce, customs, enhanced market access at regional and national levels in the EAC pharmaceutical manufacturing plan, an action plan of 2017-2027, and the EAC Medicines and Health Technologies Policies and Strategic Plan 2016-2021, which is currently under preparation. Fourthly, in order for the EAC pharmaceutical manufacturing sector to capitalize, we're working consistently on quality standards to build customer trust and confidence. And the EAC domestic pharmaceutical manufacturers should utilize the EAC Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Scheme for products, medical products to be marketed in all partner states. And in addition, a good manufacturing practice has also been established, thereby showing significant pieces that are already being put into the landscape in view of the fact that, you know, we're looking at a value proposition at the end of the day to see to it that we transform the supply chains and to promote the investment, which is a key decision from such an event like this. You know, how do we invest to ensure that, pandemics are well catered for and mitigated. With respect to the intra-country supply chains within the EAC regions that affected COVID-19, I want to stress here that indeed this has been hugely dynamic. Waziri Aman played a significant role through his leadership skills, but just to show the dynamism, 2 platforms were developed. The first was an electronic cargo and driver tracking systems to promote credence on the certificates and testings that were undergoing with respect to COVID-19 transporters and drivers within the context of transport and logistics. But equally interesting, and to emphasize here that there's tremendous dynamism for all of us now to engage and build on the very values that we're trying to achieve with respect to access, equity, quality, and relevance of UHC, is the development of the EAC Health Pass, which now promotes a COVID-19 certification. Now, this speaks directly to what we're trying to address, but these are just elements, and I'm still trying to share that this landscape has to be developed, you know, has to be invested in, and many of these key policies, legislations, and structures have to be implemented. Equally important to give the size is the preferential treatment of locally produced pharmaceutical products in government, and here the preferential margin of up to 30% going to domestic manufacturers and that effort. But many of these challenges, Dr. Thakur, need sovereign states to implement within the context of this grand strategy. So one of the key decisions that have to come from such events is, are we going to champion East African healthcare? And are we going to, see to it that we build the necessary ecosystem? The EAC should also develop a robust incentive framework that will lead to significant investments in the regional pharmaceutical manufacturing sector. There too, sharing the value proposition is one thing, sharing the platform and the policy and legislation is another thing. Incentivizing the private sector to be a bit more dynamic and to engage now on an equal footing is also part of a decision that has to be taken from such an event to see to it that we, as much as we're developing the market and the demand is there, that the investment continues and the rigor in the transformation of the development of capacities is there. Now, in elemental issues, the EAC has developed 1,500 standards, indicating that we are creating a market system, which ensures that there's predictability and there's an ability to imagine investment and the return of investment. So equally important, the industrialization policy and strategy of the EAC is all about diversification, value addition, the promotion and transition of local produce to many values across the entire end-to-end ecosystem, including science, technology, and innovation. And the first East African Community Regional Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for 2012-2016 is yet to be realized with respect to its profound capability in giving the direction and that consensus which it's already brought as far as an action plan. There's a second 10-year East African Community Regional Pharmaceutical Plan, and that's 2017 to 2027. And it's seeking to reduce imports by 70% to less than 50%, support expansion of product portfolio, and government to procure 50%. East African state governments to procure 50%, as well as at least 5 companies to produce more advanced formulations. So it's not that the EAC doesn't have the ambition and all the sectoral meetings and the consensus that it develops, but it's now to share it with a larger platform like this to see how do we promote that collective leadership and responsibility. There's also the EAC Good Manufacturing Practice Roadmap and Framework, the EAC Medicines and Health Technologies Policy. There's also a strategic plan in place with respect to an e-commerce strategy, all of this creating a system that ensures healthcare delivery. There's the program to support the strengthening of the regulatory institutions, to harmonize regulations. The efforts put in place with respect to the Cooperation Framework Agreement for the EAC partner states on national medicines and the regulatory authorities, and the evaluation schemes, as well as the good manufacturing practices, the regulatory systems in healthcare, the surveillance activities, the clinical trials, and all the detail that forms part of that policy. There's also the East African Community Medicines and Health Technology Strategic Plan, all promoting that capacity and landscape further. And there's a proposal on the review of the EAC Common External Tariffs for pharmaceutical products. Now here too, this will address the issue of NTBs that you talked about as we nurture on the fourth band the value addition of local manufacturing and local content. And as Waziri Aman said, you know, this is complementary to international trade as well as internal trade, with a view of seeing how do we leverage and build requisite capacity. There's also finally the first international high-level multi-stakeholders conference, once again about promoting dialogue. And so we appreciate this leadership today when it brings stakeholders together under the theme of technology and the supply chain. And we can see that, you know, all of this is getting more and more detailed. But the important issue here is that, you know, there are frameworks, you know, there are frameworks within the EAC's policies, health technologies policies, as well as the regulatory systems to establish a greater ecosystem. And coupled with that, there's also discussions on biannual scientific conferences to further dialogue on promoting the academics, the scientists, as well as the private sector practitioners to come together. So in closing then, Dr. Thakur, that, you know, the decisions that really need to be promoted here is indeed, you know, to apply technology, but to create that ecosystem as far as standards is concerned, because it's not going to just be put in. You know, we need to create dedicated ecosystems. It's about the dynamism of collaboration, as well as making the value chains, supply chains dynamic from an end-to-end ecosystem. You know, that collaborative structure between manufacturers, traders, logistics providers, transporters. They need to work together as seamlessly in order to create greater avenues of prosperity. And I think that indeed these are very exciting times in a sense, although devastating as it is with respect to COVID-19, but it's brought these fragmented systems together. It's now, you know, from a platform like this, what do we do next? And I think that that's important. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's give Dr. Kevit a round of applause. It's also nice to see that hybrid works when there's good connectivity. What I've heard from Kevit is 275 million. Imagine, that's a big market, right, at the EAC. What I also heard from Kevit is let's put standards. And what's coming clearly also from what Dr. Rashid and Dr. Kevit mentioned is quality defines success in the long run. If we don't get the quality right, we may still have sketchy supply chain issues around the region. I'm very glad that we also have Dr. Theo Dushime, who's joining us from Kigali. Dr. Dushime, over to you for your remarks on what top of the mind priorities are you looking at in Rwanda to fix the supply chain issues. Dr. Dushime, you have the floor. I hope you're still with us. Thank you. Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for this very important topic. We have learned very much how important the supply chain is during this COVID-19 pandemic, because if we need to have a product at the service delivery point for the patient or users of the service to have their product, we need to have an effective supply chain system. So in Rwanda, as you asked, we promote different things, coordination of procurement and distribution system to align all actors, partners to make sure we have an improved quantification, streamlined procurement and supply monitoring. As all predecessors said, the data are very important, electronic logistic management information system, so that we have logistic data in terms of consumption, distribution, stock level, to be able to plan efficiently. What we call Rwanda.
I think, Dr. Dushime, you may want to try again. I know we talked about stock level, management. I know if we can get Dr. Dushime back up. Dr. Dushime, could you try again? And maybe the IT team can check if this connectivity signal from that side is the one that's weak. If Dr. Dushime is back on screen or online, we will ask him to complete his message. Having said that, I think with the time management, let me do more like a wrap up and ask all the panelists to give their parting shots. Dr. Dushime, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. I'm having some connectivity issues, but I want to summarize.
Yes, please,
Rwanda
go
also
ahead.
is promoting local manufacturing, starting by the role of strong regulation. This is why we are building our Rwanda Food and Drug Authority to maturation. We aim to have maturity 3 and 4 soon. And we need also to privilege high quality pharmaceutical products by bringing expertise, which is required. We need to attract investors to set up manufacturing plants in Rwanda, targeting the region, of course, and the continent. But key elements that will help us is coordination, as others said, is strategic partnership.
Some of the challenges of hybrid could be this. Dr. Dushime, we did hear about the FDA, and then we lost you at partnership. I think you were telling us about local manufacturing and then partnerships. When you're back,
Win-win partnership.
Win-win partnerships. Now I get it. Do you want to just attempt your closing remarks? Your signal keeps coming and going. We are not able to get the full sentence. But a closing remarks would be very good from you, Dr. Dushime, if you can hear us. In the interest of time and the participants who are here with us at Strathmore, let me move to Dr. Kevit Desai. Kevit, just before we wind up, do you want to give a parting shot to the attendees that are here and the participants who've logged in? Kevit, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Indeed, I would like to congratulate all stakeholders, but I'd like to mention two issues here, which I'm delighted and very proud to mention here. That indeed, at the last meeting, which was a couple of days ago in Arusha, all partner states formed the consensus towards the tariff lines, which equates to around 1,700 tariff lines, which is 90% of the threshold to enter into the African Continental Free Trade Area. And one of the key sectors out of 4 sectors really is the pharmaceutical industry, which means that, you're looking at a market size of 900 million people. And this means that, it's calling for investment, it's calling for engagement, and that realization of powerful capacity as we go forward. Secondly, and I know that NTBs are a concern of all stakeholders, but I believe that in the next meeting, the sectoral council, we will have built consensus on the 4th band, and that will complete a journey of 5 years, in terms of consensus and agreement, and should do away with issues with respect to common CETs as well as external issues. So I think that it's a work in progress, and I'm really calling for greater investment preparedness, from such dialogue, such stakeholders and so on, in order to realize, the full scale and implementation of all these strategies and plans. And I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for your time and interventions. Let me now come to Dr. Rashid Aman as we wind up our panel. Just some parting shots for us as we close this panel.
Thank you, Amit. I think I want to close by just trying to reorient ourselves to the theme of today's dialogue, which is really the healthcare supply chain. From a government point of view, with respect to health products and technologies, our major concern in terms of providing good service, health service to Kenyans, and with respect to health commodities, is to ensure that those commodities are, number one, accessible. Number two, they are safe, efficacious, and of the right quality. And number three, that they are affordable. I think these are the key elements for us in public sector that we want to ensure we adhere to. Access is all about health systems, is about making sure that those products are available where they are required. Safety, efficacy, and quality is a regulatory issue, and we have regulatory systems that actually ensure that that is the case. Affordability is one of the big questions. And I think this is sometimes somewhere where we have some differences with the private sector in terms of bringing those costs down to a level where Kenyans can afford it. And there needs to be a lot of dialogue around that. Although our system already does take care of this in the sense that when we do procure for public purposes, if they meet the other requirement of the regulatory requirement of safety, efficacy, and quality, then we will go for generics. And generics generally tend to be cheaper than the other branded products. So having said that, I think we need just to reflect on what the supply chain really is. The supply chain, we begin with determining what it is that we want to buy or stock and provide. And that process is called the selection. Those of you who have learned about drug management will know that you begin with that selection. That selection in the public sector for us, we work with what is called the essential drug lists, which are mainly generic products. Most of the products that we use in our facilities will be these essential drug products. From there, once we have determined what is required, then we move to a procurement. And this is where institutions such as KEMSA come in to do the procurement. Our procurement is guided by our Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. And I think for a time now, at least for me, I have been thinking about this procurement proposal, procurement structure for us in the public sector. The act does not apply, of course, to the private sector. It applies to the public sector. Most of you will know that that is where we have big problems in terms of the time it takes to procure a product because of the lengthy requirements of accountability and so on. So I want to leave a few questions with the audience here is, number one, I think, if we're talking about essential drugs, essential means we need them. We need them. If we don't have them, we run into a problem. And if we talk about drugs, it means we're talking about life and death. So the question that I want to pose to the audience here to consider, something that I have been thinking about for a while, is should we as a nation be talking about strategic, essential health products and technologies, that we need to do something to ensure that we always have this and they are available and we don't get caught off guard because we don't have these products. If you know, there are certain items that fall under what you call the national security umbrella in terms of their importance to the nation. We have strategic reserves of food, for example. These products need to be treated, I believe, in a different way. I think that our Public Procurement Act is a good act, but I think it is too generic, too broad. We need to look at procurement of these essential products with a different eye. If necessary, maybe we need to look at how we can get another act that can cover these, still give us assurances of accountability and value of money, but work in a way that allow us to be able to respond in a much faster way in procuring these products. That's one question. The other question I want to put out there is, in this process of procurement, and we do spend, as you heard, a lot of money as a government in procuring products. If we look at how these products are procured, from what sources, I believe the market share is probably 70% of those procurements are from products manufactured outside, and probably 25 to 30% local manufacturers. The question was raised about local manufacturing. What do we need to do to improve that slice of business that local manufacturers can get? There are certain incentives in place. Maybe we need to look at improving those incentives, making local manufacturers more competitive on a level playing field with other products that are coming from outside, in terms of the taxation regime, in terms of the production cost and so on. We know the issues that have been raised repeatedly by the private sector. So that's one question we need to look on. Moving on from procurement, we get into the distribution. And of course, that is still part of KEMSA work in terms of logistics, in terms of warehousing and so on. But distribution is also at the level of, in a devolved system like ours, it's at the level of the counties. How well prepared are the counties in terms of dealing with health products and technologies? How good are their storage systems? How good is their quantification and forecasting for products? Those are things that we need to look at. Finally, we come to use of the product. How do we use these products? What guides how we use these products in a rational manner so that they are useful to us, and we don't use them in a manner that will sooner or later create a problem for us? Therein is the question of antimicrobial resistance and the danger of antimicrobial resistance. So going through that cycle, I think I just wanted those to be the highlights that I wanted to point out, that we look at critically as we continue with this dialogue. There is also this other area of the regional coordination between, we heard about the ESC, we have broader regional organizations. There are a number of initiatives underway. There is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is happening. Those of you who may be interested, I think tomorrow or day after, the UN Economic Commission for Africa and the AU are going to be holding a meeting here in Nairobi on that. They're talking about pool procurement. How do you get value through pool procurement mechanisms for countries and so on. We have the Africa Medicine Agency that is being talked about. There's harmonization of regulation within the EC. So there are many other regional issues also that are already underway, and there's a need to be able to look at that and see how we can get the best synergies from these activities. Thank you, Amit.
Thank you. You'll agree with me, all those points that Dr. Aman mentioned about procurement, distribution, usage are all important. And I think he leaves us with some very interesting questions. Just like food reserves, making sure we have health security at top of the agenda, should we design something around medicines and supplies so we don't really end up in emergencies that could be detrimental to countries? I think some very interesting questions. And you'll all agree with me that the two panelists who joined us virtually, I would have hoped Dr. Dushime could have been more connected, but they did a great job. Dr. Dushime and Dr. Kevin Desai, why don't we give them a round of applause? And making the effort and making the messages heard. And also a big round of applause for Dr. Rashid Aman, who I've had great conversations with on stage, and to all of you. Thank you for the panel. I've been told the time is up, so I'll have to end it here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that particular discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, a couple of housekeeping rules. We're going to be taking our first break for this session, 15 minutes out. We should be back in for the next session at around 11:50. 11:50. We'll see you back in the room at that point in time for our next discussion on this healthcare supply chain dialogue.
By 2020, East Africa alone was spending about $1 billion annually on healthcare. So is there a gap? Is there no opportunity? There is.
It's also millions and millions of naira, CD, shilling, rand, which have been collected from families to send people off the continent to go and seek treatment in Dubai and India and the UK. And if all of those monies were sunk into our health facilities, our health systems, we will be very far.
The suppliers, the manufacturers, the surveillance people who are doing surveillance on disease, all these people have insights, but there is no channel through which all these people, all these actors can communicate actionable insights in real time to make sure essential healthcare products are where and when they're needed. And in simple terms, what Zetova is doing is to build technology and deploy resources to enable essential healthcare medicine to be where and when it is needed, by bringing together all these actors and providing tools that are able to connect them and share actionable insights seamlessly, not just share, but also access and consume.
Data is needed, first by the public health officers, the ministries of health in all these our countries in Africa, and even, I would dare say, the standards bureaus, having the data of positivity rates, having the understanding on which category of people is it impacting terribly that it's needing hospitalization, who is more likely in the event that they have a pre-existing condition to have a problem. All that data, being able to mine it is very critical.
Healthcare supply chains are of critical importance to African countries in that they form the basis of the provision of primary healthcare across the board. We consider that a strong supply chain in primary healthcare will enable governments to deliver on that service.
Dialogues like the Africa Healthcare Supply Chain Dialogue, East Africa Edition, provide a platform for feedback from government officials and the private sector on issues that need more attention, as well as new solutions, be it in data collection and management, supply chain logistics and finance, or capacity building. This input guides our work with CCA member companies like Zetova and partners like the Africa Resource Center to better deliver solutions through our US-Africa Health Security and Resilience Initiative, and to improve health outcomes on the continent.
By 2020, East Africa alone was spending about $1 billion annually on
Good morning once again, fellow Bible audiences. You will agree with me that was a very engaging morning session. And I think a lot to take out from that session. Of course, we started with opening remarks from some of the conveners of the session, including Safaricom, which was represented by the Chief Enterprise Business Officer, Mr. Chris Sananu. Safaricom is, of course, the region's biggest telco. And he talked about how Safaricom is focusing on health as part of its commitments to the Sustainable Development Goals and also its transformation towards becoming a technology company. Bramwell Mwalo, who is, of course, the managing director of Zetoba, talked about how lack of insights and information costs us, and how Zetoba is using machine learning to improve supply chain. And that it's not just about technology, but transformed people with the right mindset, with the use of tools and technology to achieve actual transformation. And you remember he likened having the right platform of technology and tools, but without the right people, is like having the best car, but with no driver and fuel. We, of course, and Bramwell also added that this is a small start to a bigger conversation which will go around the continent, including including West Africa and South Africa, and culminating in that session in Morocco later in the year. Dr. Rashid, who's the Chief Administrative Secretary from the Ministry of Health in Kenya, then took to the stage and talked about how relevant technology can be used to address health challenges, and gave the example of the vaccine certificate portal, Mchanjo here in Kenya, but then the blood management information systems that they're working on. He also spoke of expanding the collaboration to other players as well to enhance visibility and capacity. We then symbolically marked the partnership between Ministry of Health, Zetoba and Safaricom to deploy technology and develop a framework to enhance the capability of our health systems. And more news about that that partnership will come later, but we symbolically marked the beginning of that fruitful partnership. We also had the first of the two morning panel discussions, which was focusing on healthcare supply chains, where the panelists just addressed the need to have an efficient and a strong health system alongside a reliable supply chain and getting the quality and standards right. I know that a few questions that have been posted in the Q&A. Just to assure you, we still have the second panel discussion. It will address some of the questions you have raised, because for that discussion, we are looking at how we can shape healthcare supply chains in the continent, specifically East Africa. So stay tuned for that. We'll also have an opportunity to ask more questions as we go along. And even if they're not answered during that time, we will get the opportunity to answer them later in the day. We'll also ask some of the panelists to even type in their responses in the Q&A tool if need be. So hope you're enjoying the session. Keep the chats coming, keep the questions coming. We'll resume after about 10 minutes from now. So stay tuned. Don't go away. We'll be back with the second panel discussion for the morning before we go for the lunch break. Hello, once again, welcome back. We are just about to start the second panel for today. Just a reminder for this second panel, we will be looking at how to strengthen the healthcare supply or shape the healthcare supply chains rather. And as mentioned, we'll go into the panel in just a minute or two. Remember to keep the questions and comments coming through the Q&A tool. We will respond to them either via the Q&A tool or during the panel discussions. So don't worry about that. For this second panel, we'll have opening remarks from Professor Laila Knachum from the Strathmore Business School, who happen to be our hosts for the ones who are attending the event here physically. And the panel will have Mary Mwadime, the chairperson of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. We'll also have Adam Molai, who's the chair of TRT Investments, Dr. Boniface Fundafunda, who's the interim CEO of Africa Resource Center, Jonathan Annan, who's Associate Professor in Logistics, Procurement and Supply Chain at Strathmore Business School. And the moderator will be Prashant Yadav, who's a Professor at INSEAD and Senior Fellow at the Center for Global Development. So just a request for those who are joining this panel online to be prepared, or rather who the speakers who are online here, to be prepared to turn on their video in a minute or two. You can test your connectivity just to make sure that you're okay. So be prepared to do that. But we will kick off the second panel in just a minute. So welcome. Hope you've grabbed your tea, your coffee, you're energized for the second session, which is about to start in the next 3 minutes. All right, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. Let's watch a video, the video that we had watched earlier on what Setova and Safaricom and the Ministry of Health partnership is all about.
By 2020, East Africa alone was spending about $1 billion annually on healthcare. So is there a gap? Is there no opportunity? There is.
It's also millions and millions of naira, CD, shilling, rand, which have been collected from families to send people off the continent to go and seek treatment in Dubai and India and the UK. And if all of those monies were sunk into our health facilities, our health systems, will be very far.
The suppliers, the manufacturers, the surveillance people who are doing surveillance on disease, all these people have insights, but there is no channel through which all these people, all these actors can communicate actionable insights in real time to make sure essential healthcare products are where and when they're needed. And in simple terms, what Setova is doing is to build technology and deploy resources to enable essential healthcare medicine to be where and when it is needed, by bringing together all these actors and providing tools that are able to connect them and share actionable insights seamlessly, not just share, but also access and consume.
Data is needed, first by the public health officers, the ministries of health in all these our countries in Africa. And even, I would dare say, the standards bureaus, having the data of positivity rates, having the understanding on which category of people is it impacting terribly that it's needing hospitalization, who is more likely in the event that they have a pre-existing condition to have a problem. All that data, being able to mine it is very critical.
Healthcare supply chains are of critical importance to African countries in that they form the basis of the provision of primary healthcare across the board. We consider that a strong supply chain in primary healthcare will enable governments to deliver on that service.
Dialogues like the Africa Healthcare Supply Chain Dialogue, East Africa Edition, provide a platform for feedback from government officials and the private sector on issues that need more attention, as well as new solutions, be it in data collection and management, supply chain logistics and finance, or capacity building. This input guides our work with CCA member companies like Setova and partners like the Africa Resource Center to better deliver solutions through our U.S.-Africa Health Security and Resilience Initiative, and to improve health outcomes on the continent.
By 2020, East Africa alone was spending about $1 billion annually on healthcare. So is there a gap? Is there no opportunity? There is.
It's also millions and millions of naira, CD, shilling, rand, which have been collected from families to send people off the continent to go and seek treatment in Dubai and India and the UK. And if all of those monies were sunk into our health facilities, our health systems, we will be very far.
The suppliers, the manufacturers, the surveillance people who are doing surveillance on disease, all these people have insights, but there is no channel through which all these people, all these actors can communicate actionable insights in real time to make sure essential healthcare products are where and when they're needed. And in simple terms, what Zetova is doing is to build technology and deploy resources to enable essential healthcare medicine to be where and when it is needed, by bringing together all these actors and providing tools that are able to connect them and share actionable insights seamlessly, not just share, but also access and consume.
Data is needed, first by the public health officers, the ministries of health in all these our countries in Africa, and even, I would dare say, the standards bureaus, having the data of positivity rates, having the understanding on which category of people is it impacting terribly that it's needing hospitalization, who is more likely in the event that they have a pre-existing condition to have a problem. All that data, being able to mine it is very critical.
Healthcare supply chains are of critical importance to African countries in that they form the basis of the provision of primary healthcare across the board. We consider that a strong supply chain in primary healthcare will enable governments to deliver on that service.
Dialogues like the Africa Healthcare Supply Chain Dialogue, East Africa Edition, provide a platform for feedback from government officials and the private sector on issues that need more attention, as well as new solutions, be it in data collection and management, supply chain logistics and finance, or capacity building. This input guides our work with CCA member companies like Zetova and partners like the Africa Resource Center to better deliver solutions through our U.S.-Africa Health Security and Resilience Initiative, and to improve health outcomes on the continent.
By 2020, East Africa alone was spending about $1 billion annually on healthcare. So is there a gap? Is there no opportunity? There is.
It's also millions and millions of naira, CD, shilling, rand, which have been collected from families to send people off the continent to go and seek treatment in Dubai and India and the UK. And if all of those monies were sunk into our health facilities, our health systems, we will be very far.
The suppliers, the manufacturers, the surveillance people who are doing surveillance on disease, all these people have insights, but there is no channel through which all these people, all these actors can communicate actionable insights in real time to make sure essential healthcare products are where and when they're needed. And in simple terms, what Zetova is doing is to build technology and deploy resources to enable essential healthcare medicine to be where and when it is needed, by bringing together all these actors and providing tools that are able to connect them and share actionable insights seamlessly, not just share, but also access and consume.
Data is needed, first by the public health officers, the ministries of health in all these our countries in Africa, and even, I would dare say, the standards bureaus, having the data of positivity rates, having the understanding on which category of people is it impacting terribly that it's needing hospitalization, who is more likely in the event that they have a pre-existing condition to have a problem. All that data, being able to mine it is very critical.
Healthcare supply chains are of critical importance to African countries in that they form the basis of the provision of primary healthcare across the board. We consider that a strong supply chain in primary healthcare will enable governments to deliver on that service.
Dialogues like the Africa Healthcare Supply Chain Dialogue, East Africa Edition, provide a platform for feedback from government officials and the private sector on issues that need more attention, as well as new solutions, be it in data collection and management, supply chain logistics and finance, or capacity building. This input guides our work with CCA member companies like Zetova and partners like the Africa Resource Center to better deliver solutions through our U.S.-Africa Health Security and Resilience Initiative and to improve health outcomes on the continent.
All right, hello once again. Welcome back from the break. As mentioned, we'll go into the second panel of the day, which will focus on shaping healthcare supply chains. And we're just about to introduce the panelists who are joining us both physically in the room and online. Remember to keep the questions and comments coming through the Q&A tool and of course the chat functionality. We'll respond to them either via the Q&A tool or during the panel session as we go along. As I mentioned, for the second panel, we'll have opening remarks from Professor Lilac Machum from Strathmore Business School, which will be moderated by Professor Prashat Yadav, who's a professor at INSEAD and a senior fellow at the Center for Global Development. As part of the panel, we have Mary Mwadime, who's the chairperson of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA. We have Adam Molai, the chair of TRT Investments. We have Dr. Boniface Fundafunda, who's the interim CEO for Africa Resource Center, ARC. And we have Jonathan Annan, who's an associate professor in logistics, procurement, and supply chain at Strathmore Business School. So once again, welcome back to the session. We'll now go over to the main plenary hall where my co-host Ramanyang is on standby to kick off the second part of today's session. So welcome back once again, and looking forward to your questions and your chats as we go along and discuss how to reimagine healthcare supply chain in the region. Hi, Emma. We are still trying to just reconvene at the main hall. So no connection issues. We just have not started yet. The team is still looking back into the main hall, and we should start in the next 5 minutes. So let's just be patient as the team reconvenes from their tea break. I can see Professor Prashant is also ready to give his remarks. Welcome, Professor. We're looking forward to hearing from you. And looking forward to an engaging second panel discussion of the day. Remember, we'll have 3 more panel discussions in the afternoon. That is after the lunch break. So do stay tuned for that as well. Some 3 very engaging panels in the afternoon coming up as well.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting our second plenary session relatively shortly. To our audience who've been very patiently waiting for us online, we thank you for your patience, including, of course, our moderator, Professor Prashant Yadav, who's a senior fellow at the Center for Global Development. He's been very patiently waiting for us online in this particular session. We'll be starting in just a moment. I should give you, of course, before we start this next session, a big thank you to our current host for this particular conference here at Strathmore University, doing some interesting work, not just on the healthcare side of it, but healthcare management systems as well. There's an interesting MBA program here in healthcare management that's certainly worth checking out. We are deeply, deeply indebted to Strathmore for hosting us for this event. Our second session will focus on shaping and leading healthcare supply chains. Essentially, COVID-19, as you're all aware in more ways than one, really exposed a whole host of weaknesses that come through with how we've been managing our healthcare systems for a fairly long period of time. And African governments, having realized these weaknesses as they emerged over time, we've now figured out what the problems are, well, most of them. The question then becomes, how then do we fix them speedily and efficiently at the least possible cost in the most efficient way? This panel will have insights into solving that particular problem. Here's who you're going to be hearing from both online and here in person with us. We'll have Mary Mwadime, who's the chairperson of the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. She'll be joining us online. We'll also be having Adam Mulai, who's the chair of TRT Investments. He'll be joining us shortly here in the room. Dr. Boniface Funda is the interim CEO of the Africa Resource Center, one of the partners, of course, alongside the government of Kenya, Safaricom and ARC, and of course, the Corporate Council for Africa. He'll be joining us online as well. Jonathan Anan is an associate professor in logistics, procurement and supply chain at the Strathmore Business School. Thank you very much for your time here. We'll also have the benefit of listening to opening remarks from Professor Lilac Nachum, professor at Strathmore Business School. Thank you very much. And of course, Professor Prashant Yadav, a professor at INSEAD, and of course, a senior fellow at the Center for Global Development, will be moderating this particular session. Professor Yadav, over to you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. We heard in the previous session from the CAS, from the PS of the East Africa community. We heard from our colleagues from the Ministries of Health in DRC, Rwanda, Uganda, about the importance of healthcare supply chains and how to build security, resilience, how to bring more data, partnerships and collaboration were two words that I heard frequently from all of our panelists and speakers in the previous session. So what we want to do in this session is, how do we take some of those points into more operational things? What can we do? Where do we make a start? How do we translate some of this higher level agenda into things that companies, organizations, firms, nonprofits, government operational agencies can start acting on, both in the short term and the medium term? So that's our core goal. I want to start by saying three things before I hand over to Professor Lilac Nashum. The first is, we have to be very clear that the vulnerabilities in the healthcare supply chain, which COVID-19 exposed and made clear, are things that happen everywhere in the world. The entire global supply chain was overwhelmed, especially for things where the demand surged above global production capacity. So this is not just an East Africa or an Africa problem. This became a problem for healthcare supply chains everywhere in the world. There were some areas in particular where there was a greater dependency of Africa on imports, where we saw larger challenges and access issues emerge in Africa. But we also have to recognize that there was a very rapid response from country governments in Africa, by regional bodies, the AU, a lot of private sector firms, which worked hard to navigate the complex disruptions that occurred in the international supply chain. And this prevented large-scale shortages of chronic and critical care medicine. So while we talk about COVID-related medical supplies, such as oxygen, masks, vaccines, and so on, we also have to be cognizant that the supply chain for chronic care medicines, yes, there were some disruptions, but by and large, things seem to work okay. So we also have to celebrate the response that regulators, that government agencies, that private firms did. The second thing we have to keep in mind is that we saw unique things happen, such as innovators, firms which were outside the health sector, pivoted and started doing things to help in the healthcare supply chain. There were small innovators, there were social entrepreneurs who set up mask manufacturing operations in Kenya, in East Africa, elsewhere in the world. So I think we also have to celebrate a lot of good things that happened, and create a blueprint so that they can all become a part of the more formal healthcare supply chain. A lot of discussion focuses on regional and local manufacturing and how can we reduce the dependence on imports. And I think that's very critical. But alongside with that, we have to keep in mind that a healthy healthcare supply chain requires reforming procurement. National procurement has to become more agile. It has to create the right incentives and policy measures which can help local manufacturers, local distributors, local logistics companies, and healthcare providers to all be ready, and they can manage the trade-off between efficiency and resilience in a better manner. So I think procurement reform is important. Then is this issue of data and the fact that we are at a point where a lot more can be done with data. We can visualize things in different ways. We can capture data through different methods. New technologies allow us to create what we now call as digital twins of the supply chain, so you can represent the supply chain digitally. But all of that also has to happen alongside with good and functional governance systems. Not just governance in the sense of what happens in the government, but governance of the entire healthcare supply chain. So I think those are things we want to hear different perspectives on from private sector companies, from agencies that work and building the bridges between government and private sector and so on. So that's the core focus. I want to remind everyone that flexibility is our best friend in healthcare supply chains, whether it is flexibility in decision-making, in the way our manufacturing assets are organized, in the way our distribution channels are organized. So just keep that in mind as we discuss. But let me start by asking Professor Lilac Nashum. She's a professor at Strathmore Business School. She's a recognized scholar in the area of globalization, cross-border issues, and strategic management of global multinational corporations, for setting up our panel with a short set of opening remarks, and then I will go to each of our panelists. I will introduce them the first time I go to them, and then we will have a conversation and a discussion, some based on the questions that you already are posing, but keep sending your questions. So with that, over to you, Professor Lilac Nashum.
Can you hear me? Yeah. No, that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. In my work and thinking and teaching about healthcare, the healthcare industry, I've always thought about this as an industry unlike any others. And it is unlike any others because unlike all the other industries that we deal with in the context of our work and in business schools, in addition to maximization of profits, it's also an industry that seeks to maximize our health and longevity. It deals with the business of preserving our lives. So as one very prolific writer put it, it is in the business of God. That influences the way this industry operates, the nature of the supply, the nature of the demand, and the industry structure. And then came COVID and taught us all so vividly how much all this matters. Because with thousands and tens of thousands of people dying all around the world, and doctors and nurses risking their lives to save them, we came to realize how much that matters for the way the industry runs, and most importantly, made me think that it's not only the industry that is unlike any other, so does also the global supply chain. I have been thinking a lot about this during the month of quarantine and the horrific news about the delays in global supply chains all around. So COVID really laid bare the vulnerability of global supply chains in any part of them, in any area and in any industry. But nowhere was this more vivid than in the healthcare global supply chain. And it made me realize that we need fundamental rethinking of what is driving this this global supply chain and how we should reorganize it to be ready for the post-COVID era. I would like to share with you three major things that I think should guide our conversation. One is the importance of time and speed. So time and the speed of delivery have always been issues in global supply chains, and I'm sure all of us in this room know this very well. But it's a very different issue altogether about when we talk about delivering the next fashion line of Zara to the shelves on the street of New York and Paris, than to saving people's lives by delivering medical equipment and saving doctors and nurses' lives by delivering simple stuff as PPE and masks. So speed should become a major issue. Now, this is much more than speed alone. In order to reach speed, we need to rethink the way we structure the industry, because the importance of speed means that location of production and the distance between the location of the production and the markets become critical. In order to achieve speed, the importance of regulation and fast and efficient cross-border arrangements become critical. And we know that there have been so many obstacles to those issues during COVID and in general. So that changes really the way we look at the map of the world, where we choose where to locate different value-added activities of healthcare supply. The second issue is the importance of flexibility and the ability to scale up the production quickly. As we all know, demand for medical equipment during COVID spiked up by thousands of percentage around the world, entirely and found us entirely unprepared and without any unprecedents for this. Countries have shown very different ability to adjust to those spikes, to move supply capacity, production capacity from one area to another in order to meet the spiking demand, as it is being shifting around the world as the virus goes up and down in different parts of the world. So scalability of the production, something we have thought about very little before in the pre-COVID era, become critical. And the ability to create production capacity in a very short period of time is something that must be calculated in the way we structure global supply chains in the future. The third and last one is rethinking an inventory. So business people all across industries try to stay away from inventory like it is the plague, and for good business reasons for doing that. But healthcare is an industry unlike any others, is it not? And we need to rethink how we approach inventory and the balance between inventory and reliance on global supply chain for the immediate supply of our needs. These were the three major issues that I think about when I think about restructuring global supply chains for the pre-COVID era. Now, it is the shared hope of all of us that we will finally beat COVID. But the memories of COVID will stay with us for many years to come. And the issues about how to make ourselves ready for times like this, for catastrophic event of this nature, will guide our conversations for decades to come. So I'm looking very much forward to hear what our distinguished panel speakers will tell us about that, and joining into dialogue into all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nashum. That sets us up very nicely for our discussion. Your point on inventory and how to think about it in the post-COVID realizations is something that we will go back to. And one of my friends and collaborators, Boniface Funda and I have talked about this a lot, that maybe African national governments who purchase healthcare products in larger quantities, fewer times, the central stores have larger inventory and are not necessarily driven by the faster turns and the strive for efficiency that some of the private companies seek. Maybe that is a norm, that is a useful trait in healthcare supply chains. Maybe we shouldn't necessarily write that off completely and rethink. So we'll get back to some of those discussions. Thank you for setting us up. I want to start our panel discussion by inviting our next panelist, who is Adam Mulai. He's the chair of TRT Investments. He's the founder and chair of TRT. He's a known African industrialist. TRT Investments is a Mauritius-based diversified investment group, which operates in manufacturing, bottling, financial services, a variety of industries. And he has a vantage point of looking at both the healthcare supply chain in Africa and in East Africa in particular, but also other industries and how does a private firm think about it. He's done interesting work in terms of challenging established international players across several industries, and in doing so has also brought in socioeconomic development for Africa. So Adam, opening remarks from you. What have we seen as challenges emerge during COVID-19 for the healthcare supply chain? Where do you see the fault lines, so to speak? And then we'll transition to how can we go about fixing it. But I think one part that is useful to understand is from a private investment firm's perspective, what wasn't happening before that didn't get us ready, prepared to respond even better than what we have been able to. Adam Mulai.
Prashant, thanks very much for that. Okay. I think as I look, I'd want us to really focus more on the solutions. So I'll spend very little time on the challenges that we've gone through, but one of the key ones was the risk concentration of supply chains. I think what COVID showed us is that all of us were looking towards the East for supply of all our masks, for example. And that meant that in Africa, because of our resources issue, we were at the bottom of the queue. The high logistics costs. I mean, if you look in the last couple of months, I mean, logistics have gone up over 200% to move goods from China, from Europe to Africa. And again, that has a significant impact on our supply chains on the continent. And I think a third one, which was of great concern for me personally, was the supply chain nationalization. And we saw this more when we spoke to vaccinations. And we looked at vaccinations in Europe, we looked at vaccinations in the East, we looked at vaccinations in the States, and then we looked on the continent. I mean, the numbers on the continent were deplorable. And that really exposed our, I guess, our lack of preparedness and our over-reliance on alternative supply chains. And I think the fourth one for me is what I call the lack of local belief. I think there isn't sufficient confidence in our own entrepreneurs in terms of our own governments. And there's an over-reliance on expectations of a saving culture or a savior culture from other continents. And I think that's an area which we don't need resources for. It's a mental issue. And it's an issue that we now need to believe in ourselves as Africans beyond anything else. Whoever would have believed that today would be celebrating a Zatova, a product of an African child. And that's a key contributor as I look forward in terms of how we find solutions for our continent. And last but not least is preparedness and planning. They always say, don't get caught reacting to change, plan for it. And I think we often find ourselves on the reaction side of things as a continent. We wait for things to act upon us, and then we say, what do we do? And I think we now need to really leverage our institutions of higher learning like Strathmore and invest more in R&D so that we have a culture of investing in the future rather than investing in the now. So I think that's where I'd end my contributions on the challenges.
Thank you, Adam. Very thoughtful. And I think I particularly like and want to stress the point about having greater confidence in regional and local entrepreneurs, right? People who have demonstrated even in the last 24 months, the fact that whether it is distributors or healthcare providers or local manufacturers or mask manufacturers that have come up, people who've shown ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit to solve a problem locally, but there was no clear blueprint for them to fit into the formal healthcare supply chain that exists. And that is something we've got to create a better structure for them to fit. And that's why I keep going back to whether it is government incentives, whether it is national procurement, agility, lots of things that can bring that about at a larger scale than what it has happened in the last 2 years. So very important and salient points. Next, I want to go to Mary Modime. Mary is a seasoned procurement and supply chain professional, has had multiple roles in procurement, oversight, and currently serves as the chair of the board of the Kenyan Medical Supply Agency and KEMSA. So Mary, on a similar note, we want to hear from you first, very briefly, challenges, and then we'll get into solutioning mode right away, but things that you felt were challenges pre-COVID that stood out to you in both in your current role and your experience observing procurement and supply chain over time. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you, Prashant. Thank you for that introduction and that request for me to shed light into some of the challenges that are faced in the day-to-day management of the healthcare supply chain. Needless to say, it's true, and this has come out from many of the earlier speakers, that one of the main challenges that the healthcare supply chain faces today is the lack of resilience. Now, this comes with many other problems. The lack of resilience, as was evidenced when COVID came in 2020, led to a panic mode in East Africa and even to other parts of the continent, whereby now we found ourselves ill-prepared to meet the needs of our people when it came to health supplies and health product technologies. So the COVID-19 in the last 2 years has taught us many lessons when it comes to resilience. It showed us that actually we were not prepared for this emergency. That really posed a challenge in the management of our healthcare system. And as a matter of fact, as we learned the lessons, I'm happy that earlier speakers have brought out the fact that following those lessons learned, we are standing on better ground currently in as far as resilience is concerned. Other challenges that I would want to bring out so that later on we can spend more time on the solutions relate to capacity shortfalls, especially as regards to issues relating to HR and resources in HR, finance, and maybe technical. Mainly in HR, we realize that we are having some of the resources not aligned to the responsibilities that relate to the management of the healthcare supply chain. For instance, you'll find some skills being mismatched. You might find a biomedical engineer being placed in the warehouse to manage packing and distribution. That is tied to also the global and also the African state at which we are in terms of employment. But really that poses a great challenge when it comes to the management of healthcare supply chain systems. The other area that I want to mention is the area of visibility as a healthcare supply chain setup and as a healthcare supply chain system. In East Africa especially, we lack visibility. There's limited or lack of visibility in most cases. And therefore, in most cases, we find ourselves not having the right data or having to deal with unreliable data. I think this is one of a great challenge, one of the major challenges that is faced currently in the healthcare supply chain system. Again, we have infrastructure inadequacy. We find that most of our infrastructures are not really up to the level that they should be to enable us meet the mandate that we are charged with, which is accessibility and also safe delivery of products in the right quality and in the right price, the affordable price. Now, going to price then, I would want to touch on cost management as a challenge. Cost management is a big challenge in the healthcare supply chain system. In cost management, I mean management at all stages. When we're talking about the healthcare supply chain, we're looking at the movement of products or health products from the manufacturer stage or from the state of manufacturer up to the end of the line of the chain, which is the patient. And as has been mentioned in many points as we went along earlier by earlier speakers, health supply chain management is really a matter of life and death. Because here we're talking about people's lives, and we want to ensure that actually we get this product to our recipients or the patients in a timely manner, and also an affordable manner and in the right quality. And also, as one speaker pointed out, they need to be safe. So we face a challenge when it comes to the management of the cost of the cost of the supply chain system. And this challenge has led to us, therefore, not being able to deliver products in the right quantities and also in an affordable affordable manner, which is key, or which is a key element of the supply chain system, especially for health. Then we have matters of governance that have really posed a great challenge in the management of the healthcare supply chain system. And in governance here, we're looking at areas of, as had been mentioned earlier, inadequate planning, whereby we failed to plan adequately, lack of contingency planning. This was a great challenge, especially when it came to COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic. Here is an emergency. We had not set aside funds for this emergency. So lack of planning, and especially for contingencies like the pandemic that came in 2020, posed a great challenge, not only in East Africa, but not only in Africa, but all over the globe. And then we do have not very clear legal and policy frameworks in place. Earlier on, one speaker talked about the Public Procurement Act. Again, maybe it poses a challenge, especially in cases where it will not enable us to react very quickly. Speed is of essence when it comes to the management of supply chain, healthcare supply chains. And so we would want a framework, a policy framework that is solid and will enable us to react very quickly and in a timely manner to issues that relate to the supplies, medical supplies and health care products. We also do have value system challenges. And here I'm looking at issues that relate to transparency. Again, they border on governance and also accountability in East Africa and also in the whole of Africa. And again, globally, this remains a big challenge to the healthcare supply chain systems. Again, this is tied to, as we struggle with weak financial management systems and also inadequate data integration. All these are challenges that I've been able to look at and have been of great concern and would really require our discussion today as we look at the solutions that can really take us to a higher level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Very comprehensive overview of the kinds of challenges the healthcare supply chain faces, also in particular from the perspective of the government agency in charge of procuring and distributing. Next, I want to go to Dr. Boniface Funda Funda. Dr. Funda Funda is the interim CEO of the Africa Resource Center for Supply Chain. He has had a long career in managing government agencies which run supply chain and purchasing and distribution, in particular the medical stores of Zambia. And Bonnie, given what we heard comprehensively from Mary, I think it might be prudent to assume we know the challenges. We are more or less clear on where our challenges lie. So what I want to go to you is, if there are things that you believe we haven't touched on in our particular challenges that you want to highlight, please do so. But more importantly, what do we do next? We know some of them for long periods of time. Some of them are newer things that we got exposed to during the COVID pandemic. But what do we do next? How do we operationally change something so that this is not the case in the future? Bonnie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prashant. And thank you very much for the attending participants. I think it's been very interesting recognizing, for example, within the Eastern community, just how much has been done in terms of the enabling framework to provide the solutions we are talking about. Because at the moment, it may appear that there's nothing that can be done in a way that is innovative. But we've been discussing innovation in supply chains, products or tools such as those that can make the supply chain visible, those that can make governance a lot more easier and even decision making. I think given particularly what the community has done. I mean, listening to Dr. Desai earlier, when he mentioned all this legal and sense that really it's now up to government, it's up to member states to actually move from intention to action, particularly when the enabling is already there. What is really holding up governments, to move from still using the same old approaches that have been so sorely tested by COVID pandemic? How do we move from this state to something that is now robust, trusted, and so forth? I think we are looking at action or requires better partnerships to be set up. I think we cannot just look, maybe it is time we kind of thought out of the box and began to look at the supply chain system. I think one of the things that we've been looking at over the years is just how much can we do with the private sector? How much can we do with the logistics service providers within our countries? How can we create the robust services that can really deliver on the agenda such as universal health coverage? Because we know that without a robust supply.
Bonnie, I don't know if it's just me, but there are parts of what you're saying that we are
really at Yes, sorry, maybe it's my communication. Can you hear me now better?
We hear you, but I think there are parts that we're missing. So maybe not using video can get us better bandwidth, or I don't know if someone from the IT team.
Yeah. Yes, I don't know if that will help.
That is better.
Yes, yeah. So effectively, I was referring to the need for much better partnerships, particularly in supply chain services. The ministries of health in the member states really should be looking at better partnership with the private sector. They are very good practitioners in services, as earlier speakers have referred to. We've got technology service providers who can help create the visibilities that we need to see in the supply chain. So to that extent, I think given all the legal and regulatory and particularly the policy frameworks that the East African community has made, I think it's time for member states really to consider moving now from the intentions, as I stated earlier, into actions and acting on these regulations and frameworks that have been set up by the East African community. I would say that is really the next stage in terms of how to move from facing these challenges to being in a position where we are better positioned to deal with and even future healthcare challenges such as pandemics, the pandemic we're also passing through.
Thank you, Bonnie, and apologies, the video wasn't necessarily working very well at the beginning, but we also got a chance to see Victoria Falls. Okay, I'm going to go to our next speaker. Our next speaker is there in person. That is Professor Jonathan Annan. He's an associate professor in logistics, procurement, and supply chain management at Strathmore. He works on transport operations, logistics, and supply chain management, including in the health sector. So Jonathan, continuing on from where Boniface left us, which is what kinds of solutions, how do we bring private expertise and public agencies' objectives together? Anything that you would like to bring as what can we start doing on tomorrow? What are operational clear ideas and areas where we need to start acting on? Jonathan.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. An interesting observation I have made is that COVID-19 had brought a new area. The subject of supply chain had been interesting. I would like to ask my participants here, I believe strongly that before the onset of COVID-19, there may be some people who have not heard of this subject, supply chain management. True or false? Yes. Now, even organizations which did not talk about supply chain because of COVID-19 are talking about supply chain. Now, supply chain is the topic everywhere, and it is all because of the disruption. The disruption It exposed us to the vulnerabilities that are inherent in the fact that we were not prepared, in the fact that we were not resilient. We could not forecast into the future. We could not even forecast risk. But there is something we have to be careful. The World Health Organization has stated just recently that the battle of COVID-19 is not over yet. Now, the Director General of WHO, World Health Organization, revealed some startling statistics that 70,000 people are dying every week with this new virus. And that another shocking one is that 83% of Africans have not received a single dose of the vaccine. And that is serious. Really, 83% of Africans have not received a single dose of the vaccine. But from research conducted by Johns Hopkins University, 65% of Americans have been fully vaccinated. 65% of Americans have been fully vaccinated. And what I mean by fully vaccinated is that either somebody has received 2 doses of the BioNTech vaccine or the Moderna vaccine or a single dose of the Johnson & Johnson. Now, my question is, now that WHO has revealed that the battle of COVID-19 is not over yet, what is the situation of Africa? We are the most vulnerable in terms of disruptions, because we have 83% of our people not vaccinated. What are the arrangements being made? And so for me, I am looking at key issues like, what is the capacity of our local manufacturers? What capacity do they have in terms of producing healthcare commodities to meet demand? Do we have that capacity? No, we don't have that capacity. Earlier speakers have mentioned that we were over-relying on imports and depending on foreign markets in Asia, etc. Now, what are our governments doing to ensure that we have the capacity locally to manufacture and produce? Another point we have to consider also is that it is not only having the capacity, but even we don't have the raw materials here. Can we ensure that there could be some kind of research? And I am glad that my colleague Ademola said, are we going to have some partnership with universities where research is undertaken to ensure, can we identify some raw materials here? Maybe because we haven't done any research, we think we don't have any raw material here. Again, equipment, even for manufacturing, are expensive. Is the government providing funding for that? In 2013, 2014, in Ghana, the government provided funding for pharmaceutical industries to locally manufacture health care commodities. And today, one major manufacturing company in Ghana, NS Chemist, is supplying healthcare commodities to Nigeria, Liberia, Benin, Togo, Senegal, and a lot of the West African countries. I don't know of East Africa, so I can't talk much whether they have been here. But it is all about the fact that government provided funding, government saw the need that no, we have to empower the local manufacturers. Again, another problem I see, I think my colleague Ademola has also spoken about that. The misconception about local products. Why don't we have confidence in our own markets, our own products? That is the problem of Africa. If a drug is manufactured in Africa, oh, it is not good. No. And even some of us here, when you are going to buy a drug, you go, then you ask the pharmacist, what is the make? Is it from UK? Is it from India? Then the drug is good. This is a misconception. Our regulatory bodies, our research institutions, we have to believe in our markets. And therefore, we have to put up strategies to ensure that our products are of the right quality. We have to trust our own market. We don't trust our market. We don't believe in our own local manufactured healthcare products. Then we must know that we are doing great harm to the manufacturers, the private sector. If they don't have the market, how can they go ahead and then produce? Again, also another problem is gaps in the definition of the local content. Now we have to make sure that our standard books are really defining what we mean by the right quality. These are all important. If we don't do that, then we are not regulating the local manufacturers to ensure that they are bringing out the right quality of products so that the international community also can have confidence. Again, another area I would like to look at is what is the collaboration between industries and universities? That is also lacking in Africa and East Africa. It is seriously lacking. And to understand this, let me take the opportunity to even talk about the role of universities as far as research is concerned. What do universities do? Universities use their basic and applied research to develop new products that will ensure efficiency and leverage on productivity. That is what universities do. Again, they develop new models, ensuring that now we can get the right kind of products onto the market so that these products can ensure sustainability and leverage on productivity. Another point, universities also leverage on their expertise so that, for example, if Strathmore University has partnered with Zetova, the expertise of Strathmore University in terms of research will be there. Our infrastructure will be there. And then the technological aspects will be brought by Bramwell. And together, we can commercialize the new inventions that come out. And so universities are great hubs for research, which I believe governments must ensure partnership between the industry and the university and the private sector. Now, this has been done in the UK and other parts of the world. In fact, we have what we call the Leeds Nexus at the University of Leeds, where experts, people with brilliant brains, and industry practitioners have been brought together and they undertake research. How many of these research hubs and innovations do we have in Africa? You can mention them. I believe strongly that governments can ensure such partnerships, even at the county level, which is very important. Now, I can go on, but I believe that the solutions, I am almost talking about the solutions, but I have to just be at the challenges and then bring out the solutions later. So thank you. At the moment, I think I can just pause here. Okay.
Thank you, Adam. Lots of very important points, in particular, the persistent vaccine inequity, which we have to figure out better ways to solve, greater confidence in local manufacturers, which both Adam and you have highlighted, including the need for quality regulatory agencies to get better, but most importantly, the opportunity for university and government and private firm interaction to solve these problems collaboratively. And there are a few emerging platforms on that, but there isn't as much, and that perhaps needs to be amplified much more. Let me go to Adam. Adam, we are now in a situation where people are going to continue asking high-level solutions. Yes, we've had multiple discussions that have happened. what do we do more concretely to build the resilience, the security, the efficiency that we are collectively seeking in the healthcare supply chain, in particular in East Africa? So from your vantage point, as an investor, as someone who's seen multiple sectors evolve over time, where do you think the next set of actions should focus on? Adam.
Thanks, Prashant. I think what I would like to do is maybe to make it more practical by sharing some of our own interventions and our own experiences along the way. And when I look at, if you look at the Great Depression in the 1930s, that was the major inflection point that created the largest number of billionaires in America. This COVID again creates that same inflection point for us as Africa. You know, if you look at what happened as America moved to a more services and IP-based economy, China came on board and industrialized. And now it's time for us as Africa to use this inflection point to actually become an alternative supply chain to the world. We've got the young population, we've got an educated population. And now if we're combining that with the skills coming from Azotova, with digitization, going to a 4IR, we can create that industrialization that we need. I'll share an example in terms of the PPE industry. When COVID struck, you know, everybody was saying, let's import masks. We said, rather, let's fly in equipment. And we flew in equipment to manufacture surgical masks, to manufacture KN95s. And, you know, I heard discussions on quality. Our entity in South Africa was the only entity producing South African Bureau of Standard and the Health Professions Council approved masks. So we've got the capacity on the continent to do it, and to do it efficiently and to scale very quickly. I mean, another issue is we were using non-woven materials. We spoke of raw materials, but we have oil in Africa. We can produce non-woven materials by just beneficiating that oil, right? And then using that non-woven material to make the PPE. So we've got what we need. It's just that we have to get on there and do it. And one of the major obstacles, as I see it, is that our governments still have this preoccupation with FDI at the expense of DDI. We need domestic investment, and the foreigners will invest alongside us because we're showing we've got confidence in our own home. So nobody will come and invest in our home if we don't show confidence. So we need the same investments that the foreigners get. Then our cost of production will match what the foreigners can produce for. And we need to rationalize some of our cost models and look and say, what are the cost drivers? What is it within our own economy that we can rationalize so that we have a parity for comparison? Because if we compare our electricity at 5 cents and electricity in China at 1 cent, and then we say Chinese goods are cheaper, it's not correct, right? We have to create those parities. And, you know, last but not least, I think we need to put our money where our mouth is. You know, we speak of belief in our young people. We speak of our young people being the future of our continent. But unless us as entrepreneurs, as investors, actually put our money where our mouth is, that will never be realized. I mean, in 2019, we saw a very young and very bright young man who was out to raise capital, who was Bramwell. And we didn't have COVID, right? But we believed in the solution that he had to present. And through our Jua fund, we said, we're going to put $1 million behind him. And what we've seen now in terms of the solutions coming out of Azotova, because of that belief from our own people, is phenomenal. And we need more of that. We need to facilitate and capacitate more Bramwells, but it has to be internally driven. We can't continue to expect everybody else to do for us what we should and can do for us. So I can go on and on, but let me keep it short. So thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Inspiring and also very salient in terms of, DDI can unlock other forms of capital, but the right start has to be with, domestic investment, greater confidence in African entrepreneurs who have great solutions at times, but we just don't have the structures to connect them to capital and also to the revenue side in many instances. So I think that's what goes back to my earlier point on procurement agility, so that national procurement for medicines, for vaccines, for health products or services can very quickly start sourcing these services and product from African manufacturers and entrepreneurs, which has not always been the case. So thanks for that point. Here is what I want to do. So the MC is reminding me we'll have about 10 minutes or less left. So, and there are some interesting questions emerging from the audience. So what I want to do is go to each of the panelists for one quick set of remarks on any burning solution ideas, which they say, this absolutely needs to be brought on the table right away. I will start with Professor Lilac Nashum. And then after a very quick round of, here is a burning solution that is worth discussing and presenting right away, then we'll go to questions from the audience. So Professor Nashum.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll do it very shortly because I really want to leave time to hear you. But I basically just want to express my heartfelt support to the views that we have heard here about Africa internal solutions, about DDI instead of FDI, rather than FDI, about believing in Africa. And maybe when you hear this from an external and a foreigner like me, who can see Africa in the perspective of the world, that might add some additional dimension to the discussion and to the conversation. I keep thinking that Africa has so much going for it, but it doesn't seem to be. Africa doesn't seem to believe in its own capacity to change the world. And just so closely related to the view that we just heard there, the very research that I'm doing here as a Fulbright scholar at the Strathmore Business School is exactly about that. Is about replacing DDI by FDI. So that's these are exactly the issue that I've been thinking a lot about over the last few months, and I'm looking now at very, very systematically at the context of Kenya and the context of Africa as a whole, basically suggesting that Africa comparative advantage does not lie in FDI. Africa has so much going for it internally. It doesn't need foreigner in order to take advantage of it. It should take advantage of itself. Thank you.
Thanks, Lilac. Next, we'll go to Mary. Mary, quick 30 seconds version of a solution that we ought to be moving forward quickly on.
Thank you so much, Prashant. Very quick one, and which is also tied to what the other speakers have brought out, the need for us to form very strategic partnerships involving the private sector so that we can tap into the available expertise and resources. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mary. Boniface.
Yes, thank you very much, Prashant. I think the theme running through this last discussion is that, public health is a national security matter. And if it is, then we should be enabling governments and partners and all the stakeholders to really rethink how to act within the sector, particularly to do with supply chain. So I think it's the theme that is now identified as really underlying everything that we've been discussing, that, public health is a national security matter and supply chain is that enabling role of public health that can actually enable us to reach those health goals that we've set ourselves. Thank you very much, Prashant.
Wonderful. Thanks, Bonnie. Adam. Sorry. Adam, do you?
Jonathan. Okay. All right. Now, for me, I believe strongly that in building the capacity of local manufacturers, number one, the government should give tax incentives. That is very, very, very important. Now, maybe even when they import some raw materials, the government should waive some of the taxes, and that has been done in Ghana. And so I think it can be done in most of the East African countries. Again, the government must also show that the governments are concerned and therefore provide some funding. That is also important. I know it's difficult, but government must try to initiate by providing some funding for local manufacturers. Again, also, local manufacturers need capacity building in terms of training. The government can't now import technology skills from outside and then fund that for local manufacturers. And I always say that what has been done elsewhere, which is helping developed countries, the developing countries and African countries must also learn. I wish that East African governments can now form NCUBes. And what is the NCUBE? National Center for Universities and Businesses, so that they will be in charge of research to ensure that they can even forecast risk, bring out new products and development, and then even look into the future. You know, you can forecast risk and be able to know that the years ahead, there will be disruption, and therefore we can now get prepared. So my advice is that governments should try and form partnership between industries and universities as a key solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jonathan, for being very concrete, an idea which probably should be taken to the PS for the East Africa community to think about the NCUBE as an EAC initiative at universities. Strathmore could take a lead. So we are getting into a mode where we're talking about tangible things that we can start acting on as clear proposals. Thank you to all the panelists for bringing out such ideas. Next, I want to hand it back to Brian to run us through the questions that have come from the audience, because I don't have them in front of me. So Brian, over to you.
Thank you, Prashant. And for the sake of the audience physically in the room who I may not have interacted with, my name is Brian Wesonga, and I'm the virtual MC, just ensuring the audience who have joined virtually remain engaged as we continue with the session. Very engaging and informative session, and a lot to reflect on, just from a challenges perspective, but looking at solutions as well to those challenges that grapple the healthcare supply chain. Like you rightfully say, Prashant, a few questions that have come through from the audience who have joined us virtually. If I can just read out one or two, and then we can take some more questions later in the afternoon. The first question is from Niraj Doshi, who says supply chains are usually compromised by inventory financing capabilities and weak regulatory systems. Should we be looking at how to build capacities along those frontiers as part of supply chain ecosystem? And the second question is from Kenneth Karoki, who asks, how can we who are experienced in the FMCG and retail supply chain space plug in and help in the healthcare supply chain space? So building capacities along inventory financing capabilities and regulatory systems, that's the first question. And the second question is around how does the FMCG and retail supply chain, the players in that area, plug in to the healthcare supply chain? Prashant, back to you.
Thank you, Brian. So let me do this. So let's go to Adam about the question on working capital and inventory financing. That is oftentimes a big constraint for local manufacturers, the ability to get working capital finance for importing raw material parts, but even for the payment terms they get from especially from larger purchasers. Any thoughts on inventory financing and how to resolve that? Are there clear solutions there, Adam? And then we'll go to others for their comments.
Prashant, thanks for that. But I think that the person who should actually answer that is Bramwell, because that's the solution they've actually brought to the market. And effectively, what the Satova's solution is doing is facilitating these procurement arms to have better line of sight of their inventory through data, have much better inventory control, and then also allow a pooling of resources to be able to fund and see the inclusion of women and youth. So through this platform, they actually have created a solution that provides working capital for those supplying into various institutions, as well as making sure that those procuring are not over procuring because they don't have the data on their inventory. So that would be my very short answer to that one.
Thank you. And the reason I came to you, Adam, was Zetoa's colleagues are not on the panel. So in a way, you are representing them. Let me go to...
Chairman, I think I just want to make a comment.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't see you. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Jonathan, go ahead.
Okay, now I'm saying that today we have e-procurement. Now, but how are our governments now assimilating that, implementing that? The concept of e-procurement has been very, very dicey in terms of implementation on our continent. And so I will also encourage our governments to look at e-procurement very, very, very well and see to its implementation. It can help, managing inventory very well. Thanks.
One thing I'd like to add to what you said, Jonathan, is that payment terms by government purchasing entities, the accepted norm has become 90 days, 120 days, which works against local producers, which works against innovative new entrepreneurs who are setting up manufacturing units, because their cash-to-cash cycle and working capital isn't such that they can get paid 120 days later. So, there's also has to be some effort at payment terms, especially for larger purchasers, whether it's large private purchasers or large public procurers, to be shortened, and that will enable more newer entrepreneurs to be sustainable without having to raise a lot of working capital, letters of credit for import and so on. I'll go to, I'm being told that the time is running out, so I'll go to Boniface for your starting comments on how does someone from the non-healthcare industry, so someone who's a consumer product supply chain person, how do they contribute to healthcare supply chain? Bonnie, first you, and then others from the panel who want to comment on this.
Indeed, Prashant. I think the private sector can't easily just go into the public health setting and begin to offer services because of the existing processes and legalities that cover all this area. But I think it's really for the health sector, recognizing all these challenges, that it needs to open up and open up to the private sector, particularly those who are in the FMCG sector, to see, to set up a forum where they can actually share knowledge around how you get goods from A to B. I think if governments can be open in that way, it will encourage those good practitioners who are offering services in this kind of industry to actually offer ideas on how things can be set up, whether it is policies or the procurement, flexibilities that we are discussing just now, all these arrangements. I think without a dialogue between the private sector and the public sector around supply chain as a starting point, I think that we'll always be having a challenge where we've got two parties, divided by a wall. I think governments really should break down that wall and create a forum where they can sit with private sector and have a dialogue about how things are done and why things are done that way, and learn from the private sector in terms of, what efficiencies we see. I mean, we all know about the Coca-Colas and, the food drinks industries, how they get goods across countries without failure. How is it that the public sector can't learn from that? So I would invite governments to think about that and be able to, sit with the private sector and have that sort of a dialogues about how you do things, how you can create efficiencies in all manner of ways. So I would say that it's up to governments to create that invitation, open up the doors to the private sector and begin to share ideas and knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. That's a plea we're going to make to Mary to consider how can that be operationalized, what could be structures for that. But let me go to the colleagues from Strathmore, to Jonathan first and then Lilac, to talk about, can universities play a role in bringing together this knowledge and expertise that exists in consumer product supply chains? That was the question from one of the audience, and bring it to healthcare supply chains in the right manner, act as the bridge between. So Jonathan and then Lilac.
Now, research has even shown that collaboration and integration drives performance in the supply chain. Several research has been done. So I believe strongly that once the government partners with university and industry, university will be able to undertake research to ensure that the private sector has some leverage in the healthcare supply chain. Now, the healthcare supply chain is big and it's massive. Government alone, the public sector alone cannot solve it. And so I will emphasize on the fact that once we have integration and collaboration, the investors coming in, we can undertake several research to ensure that the private sector is also taken into consideration. Thank you so much.
Lilac, any final comments on that?
Final comment, but on something else with your permission, Mr. Chairman. If there is something I think that Africa can do more than anything else in order to help itself grow by itself, is open up its internal borders and encourage the creation of now AFCA. That is, but that will transform a continent, a fragmented continent of 54 small, relatively small countries, into a huge continent, and will open up huge opportunities for suppliers to take advantage of size and scale. So I know that there is a lot of conviction in Africa of the need of that, but there are also significant barriers. And I strongly believe that there is nothing that will help Africa to lift itself to the next stage more than that. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you, Lilac. That's a good note to end our session on the Continental Free Trade Agreement, both at the AU level, but also the East Africa community, and reducing barriers for import-export across countries in the EAC. I think both measures in their own accord are important, and lots of good ideas in this session. I want to thank all our panelists. I want to thank the audience for the questions they posed and patiently listening to us while we are in this virtual hybrid mode of some of us joining remotely. The ideas, I took note of them. I'm sure Zetova and the ARC colleagues will take those ideas forward in some way. I think some of them were concrete enough that we can act on them. Once again, I think there are clear opportunities to make the healthcare supply chain both less dependent on imports, more efficient, more catering to the patients, making it patient-centric, without necessarily compromising efficiency or price. So I think we have an opportunity of managing all of those things jointly. A lot of it depends upon local ingenuity, local capital, local entrepreneurial ventures, and so on. I think that's where more needs to happen. With that, I want to thank everybody once again, the organizers. Back to you, the MC.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for our panelists here. I don't think we could have had a much better demonstration of the sort of brain trust that Strathmore, a key partner in this particular endeavor, does bring to the table. Thank you very much for your views, for your insights, and that call to action to believe in African entrepreneurs and to fund African entrepreneurs. Our future, of course, is firmly in our hands. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. We should be back in about an hour, so roughly 2:30. We should be back here for the remainder of our program. Please proceed to the food tent. It's the farthest one on the right once you exit from this particular door. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy the deliberations. We'll see you in 60 minutes.
All right, a special thank you to the speakers who were able to join us virtually, especially the moderator for the last session. That was Professor Prashant, who moderated that quite nicely, even though he was doing it remotely. So well done, Professor, and thank you for steering that pretty well. When we come back after the lunch break, we'll have 3 more engaging panels. starting with a discussion on how we redefine the pathway to a better well-resourced healthcare system that works for Africa. We'll also have a fireside chat on leveraging technology to transform healthcare delivery. And then the final one will be a US East Africa session on enhancing health security and resilience. So please enjoy your lunch wherever you are. We will see you at around 2:30. Feel free to drop off and then join back at that time, or you can stay on if you wish. The link will remain open. So thank you once again, everyone, and looking forward to an engaging afternoon. See you later.
and hope.
Greetings, everyone. I hope you are enjoying your lunch or have enjoyed your lunch. Like as mentioned, we will be back at 2:30. Just waiting for the team here at Strathmore to wind up with their lunch break. I mentioned we do have 3 more engaging panels in the afternoon, starting with a discussion on how we redefine the pathway to a better, well-resourced healthcare system that works for Africa. We'll also have a fireside chat on leveraging technology to transform healthcare delivery. And then we will end the day with a US East Africa session on enhancing health security and resilience. So please do bear with us as we finish this lunch break this side at Strathmore. We will be with you shortly at 2:30. Dr. Ahmed, we have taken note of your message. We will ensure that your session ends by the time you need to leave. So thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. Continue enjoying your lunch break, but please stay tuned. We will be with you at 2:30. Dr. Florence, I've seen your message and I will respond to you in just a minute. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your break. Greetings once again, everyone, and a very warm welcome to those who are just joining us to the Healthcare Supply Chain Dialogue 2022 East Africa edition, brought to you, of course, by Zetova. For those who have just joined us for this afternoon session, my name is Brian Wasonga, and I'm your virtual host as we go into the afternoon session. Of course, the session has representation from all the East African countries and speakers joining us from across the world as well. As we mentioned in the morning, this is a great opportunity for knowledge sharing, formation of partnerships, opportunity mapping, benchmarking, as we seek to provide insights into how we can harness data utilization and building the resilience to deliver the much needed efficiencies across the health sector, especially as we slowly start to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic and look not just to build, but to build back better. A reminder of the house rules for our speakers and panelists. Remember to be on mute unless, of course, you're presenting, moderating, or part of an ongoing panel session. For the rest of us, you will notice that since this is a webinar format session, if you're not a panelist, your mic is disabled, but worry not, you can still engage with us via the Q&A tool, as well as the chat functionality, which are fully enabled for you to engage with the team. Try and strictly use the Q&A tool for questions and use the chat functionality for comments so that we can track the questions and we'll be able to respond to them as we go along. When posting on the chat, please remember to select everyone and not just hosts and panelists so that we can all see your comment and see what you're saying. Of course, after this lunch break, which is ending in about 3 minutes, we'll have 3 more engaging panels, like we mentioned. We'll start with a discussion on how we redefine the pathway to a better, well-resourced healthcare system that works for Africa. We'll also have a fireside chat on how we leverage information technology to transform healthcare delivery. And then we'll end the day with a session on US East Africa on enhancing health security and resilience. Remember the chat functionality for comments, Q&A for questions as well. So we're just waiting for the team here at Strathmore to stream back in to the hall, and then we will continue with the session. For now, I just ask you to sit back, relax. I hope you've had a good lunch and a good break. Allow us to just put things in order back here, and then we'll kick off with the afternoon session. Lots of engagement, lots of learnings to pick from what we discussed in the morning. And if I can just maybe do a summary wrap of what was discussed in the morning and what happened in the morning. I think we started off with the convenience, just talking about the partnership that is being celebrated today, and that's the Safaricom, Zetova, and Ministry of Health in Kenya partnership. We started with Safaricom, which of course is the region's biggest telco, talking about how its focus on health is part of its commitment to SDGs, and how it's also part of its transformation to a technology company, hence the focus on health, and of course the partnership with Zetova. Bramwell Mwalo, who's the managing director of Zetova, talked about how lack of insights and information costs us, and how Zetova is using machine learning to improve supply chain. And it's not just about technology, but also the people who have a right mindset with the use of, and you mentioned that with the use of tools and technology, you can actually achieve actual transformation. He likened having the right platform of technology and tools, but without the right people, like having a very good car, but with no driver or fuel. And he also mentioned that this conversation is just the start of a bigger conversation, which will go around the continent. We started in East Africa, to go to West Africa and South Africa, just to spur this conversation on. Dr. Rashid, who is the Chief Administrative Secretary from the Ministry of Health here in Kenya, then took to the stage and talked about how relevant technology can be used to address health challenges, and gave the examples of the vaccine certificate portal, that we use in Kenya called mChanjo, and the blood management information systems which they're developing. He also spoke of expanding collaboration between the private and public sector to other players as well to enhance visibility and capacity of healthcare services. We then symbolically marked the partnership between the Ministry of Health, the TOVA, and Safaricom to deploy technology and develop a framework to enhance the capability of our health system, which we had CAS, Dr. Rashid Bramwell, the managing director of Zetova, and Safaricom's chief enterprise business officer, Chris Sananu, sort of just symbolically marking the beginning of that partnership. We also had the two morning panel discussions, which both focus on healthcare supply chains, where the panelists addressed the need to have an efficient and strong health system alongside a reliable supply chain and getting the quality and standards right. We also talked about how we can shape supply chains and not just focus on the challenges, but also focus on what solutions what solutions we have to the challenges that we grapple with. So once again, thank you so much for being patient, for joining us, and for staying with us since morning. I see quite a number of questions that have come through the Q&A tool, and we will look to address these as we have the panel discussions in the afternoon. I'll also ask some of the colleagues from Zetova to just respond to some of the questions right down the Q&A tool, so look out for the responses on there. And remember, you can also use the chat functionality for any comments you may have. All right, so as we wait for the team to stream back in, just a reminder that we do have 3 panel discussions in the afternoon, so an engaging session that we're looking forward to. So let's see how far they are, and we'll be back with you in just the next few minutes. As we wait for them, just a reminder as well, you can also just type in on the chat where you are joining us from, which organization you belong to, and what you look forward to the most this afternoon from the 3 panel discussions that we have. So use that chat functionality to just introduce yourself, tell us where you're joining from, and what you look forward to the most this afternoon. Right. Also, a reminder, we have posted the link to the session, which you can, of course, share with your external teams, even on social media, for anyone who would like to join this conversation as we reimagine the state of our healthcare supply chains and look to enhance the state of health security and resilience in the region. So we have posted that link, which you can share with your team. A reminder as well that this is the beginning of a conversation, like Bramwell said. Just this dialogue is the beginning of a conversation that will go around the continent, featuring panel discussions, ministerial roundtables, and just talking about access, how we can access technology and use of solutions to transform your business, which is a tool that can assist with. So this is just the beginning of the conversation, and we look forward to more engaging sessions in the coming weeks and months. For those who are new to Zetova, Zetova is partnering with governments and other key health sector actors to drive conversations around transforming supply chains, hence the need for these kind of sessions. In order to make the chains more reliable, efficient, value-driven, and responsive to local needs. And this is just one of those sessions that we're having as they look to champion this transformation agenda in the healthcare supply chain. I do understand that we're having a bit of technical issues joining the team in the main hall at Strathmore University, so do bear with us. We're just trying to sort that out, and then we will continue with this engaging conversation. That's just some of the comments coming in. Abeji Melesi from Ethiopian FDA, welcome to this afternoon session. Good to have you. I can also see Greece from Fair in Kenya. Welcome, Greece. Good to have you. And remember, as you post your comments, do select everyone so we can all see your comments. But welcome, Abeji and Ateno to this session as we look to see the discussions around how we can reimagine the state of our healthcare supply chains. Of course, the conversation is brought to you courtesy of Zetova as the main conveners, alongside other organizations such as Safaricom, ARC, Corporate Council on Africa, and Strathmore University, the Ministry of Health Kenya, and of course, Strathmore University being our hosts today for the physical event. This is a hybrid session. Some of us are here physically at Strathmore, and we do have some of you, of course, joining virtually for this session this afternoon. I will post the link once again for those who would like to share the link with their team members, their colleagues, their friends who would like to join this session, who would find this session interesting. Just share the link once again. So please do feel free to share that link to everyone in your circle as we continue with the session. Quick reminder for those who have joined us in the last few minutes, we do have 3 panel sessions happening in the afternoon. One will be a discussion on how we redefine the pathway to a better, well-resourced healthcare system that works for Africa. We'll have a fireside chat on leveraging technology to transform healthcare delivery. And of course, the final session will touch on, will be a US East Africa session, touching on how we can enhance health, security, and resilience, particularly Africa's healthcare supply chains, and solve the opportunities, gaps, and challenges that are there. I can see Naisipoi saying very informative session so far. Thank you for that feedback, Naisipoi. Looking forward to even more informed sessions as we kick off this afternoon session. And again, a reminder to those who have joined us, you can engage with us through the chat functionality for any comments. The Q&A tool is also available for questions. And I can see quite a number of questions have come through. We will attempt to address each and every one of them by the time we finish this evening. So do bear with us, but keep them coming. We answered a few in the morning session, and I'm sure we'll answer some more this afternoon. I do think we now are ready for the team that is in the hall. I can see they have managed to loop us in, and we should begin in the next few minutes.
Thank you very much, Brian. Much appreciated for your patience and your skillful handling of the audience online. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may call the room to order so we can start the second half of our program this afternoon with 3 more panel discussions lined up for you after our brief lunch break. Our next discussion is focusing on the money side of things. We've spoken about building systems, we've spoken about the value of data, but what about the money element in building out these systems? How do we fund them? How do we source them? And where shall that money come from? Taxpayers? Private sector? Interesting questions for us to explore. Our panel here is both again in a hybrid format, so we'll have participants online and right here with us in Strathmore University. Your panelists will be Dr. Florence Temu, she's a country director of Tanzania at Amref Health Africa. We have Jane Kironga, she's an economic affairs officer at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Thank you very much for your time. We will also have Dr. Ahmed Ogwel Omar. He's a deputy director at the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. He's joining us virtually online. And at the same time, we have Adam Mulai, once again, on this particular panel, chair of TRT Investments. Thank you very much for your time. And of course, your moderator for this panel will be Gerald Macharia, Vice President, Regional Director of the Clinton Health Access Initiative. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Rama, and good afternoon, panelists, Jane and Adam, and those who are online. I think we'll get started by some remarks coming from our colleague in the Africa CDC. If he's online, can we have those opening remarks?
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Excuse me, Gerald, for that introduction. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is that we are joining from. My name is Ahmed Ogwel Umar, Deputy Director at Africa CDC. And really, it is a pleasure to join you here today to discuss issues related to how we can be able to redefine the pathway to a better and well-resourced healthcare system on the continent. Let me start, and I'll be brief with my introductory opening remarks so that we can get into the panel discussion. Let me say that during this pandemic, all countries, and I mean all countries, were caught off guard, not by design, but by a mix of complacency and insufficient resourcing, where resource is not just money, it is everything that you need as a package to be able to respond to any health outbreak. And this one was very large. It covered literally the whole world. Because we were caught unprepared, the reaction across the globe was to look inward. And different countries started to close off themselves, not just because of the COVID pandemic where we are going into lockdown, but they also locked down the way in which they viewed the pandemic. The pandemic was global, but most countries started to look inwards, and therefore resources, whether it was expertise, it was equipment, it was commodities, it was money, were all being directed inwards and not at a pandemic which was at a global scale, which still is at a global scale. Indeed, countries that had very good health systems, in their minds at least, realized that what they had were facilities to treat the sick and not healthcare in the context of public health. The public health portion of healthcare became it became obvious that it was missing in very many countries. On the African continent, we suffered similarly, but from a different angle. Our public health system was relatively stronger, but then our facilities to treat, our experts to handle the patient load, our equipment were not sufficient. And in this way, we also suffered, but from a totally different angle. Two things were very, very clear for us on the African continent. One is we needed to work together. And we worked together as public servants, as private sector, as members of the public, as experts in different facilities. We all worked together to deliver much lower figures that had been predicted. The second thing that happened on the African continent is, apart from us working together, our leaders at the top level came together in a very good solidarity and gave direction, gave opportunity for the continent to use science and evidence to respond to this pandemic. So these two different levels of coming together as citizens of Africa, and also our leaders coming together to provide that solidarity push, were very important in keeping the numbers low. So when we talk about resources, many of us think about money, but we need to step back and see that there is political capital. There is trust capital with the public. There is expertise, which is technical capital. Then there is money that will be able to drive some of this agenda forward. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion, seeing how we can actually be able to redefine the whole healthcare system, so that it is not only based on what we've read in books for a long time, but it is also colored, informed, and educated by the experience that we've had and we continue to have during this pandemic. Thank you, Gerald, and back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Well, we seem to have lost the team once again. We do have a bit of rain that has decided to bless us this afternoon. But it's come down the wind and the electricity gets in to have in just a few minutes. But thank you for those opening remarks, and we do look forward to an engaging session with the team once they are back. Please do bear with us. Some few technical issues with the team because of the electricity here at Strathmore University, but we are trying very hard to get them back online. Victor Bedayo, thank you so much for your comments. Victor Bedayo says he's a country senior procurement specialist, JFA Consulting from Liberia. And he says he looks forward to learning resilient strategies for Africa health supply chain management that anticipates force majeure that can lead to serious disruptions. Thank you so much, Victor, for your comments. All right, once again, we are trying to get the team back online. We have had a few technical challenges, but they are working on resolving that. And then we will resume with the session, which Dr. Ahmed has very clearly articulated what role the session will play in the discussion we're having today. So please do bear with us as we get them back online. Winnie, once again, we do apologize. We seem to have lost the team in the main hall where the rest of the panelists are. We are trying to get them back online. We've had a bit of electricity issue and power interruption, as mentioned by NICPO. So we are trying to get them back online, and we will get them back as soon as we can. Then we can continue the panel discussion. But maybe you'd like to reflect, and for those who are here, we can reflect on what Dr. Ogwell has talked about. So if you want to maybe talk about what Dr. Ogwell mentioned in his opening remarks, as we wait for the panelists, you can do so in the chat tab, and we can briefly discuss that as we wait for the rest of the team to join us. I can see Emma saying, quite interesting to hear that the African continent has strong public health infrastructure, but this is weak when it comes to treating disease. And she says she's just wondering if we shouldn't actually concentrate on building even more robust public health infrastructure, perhaps to prevent the spread of communicable diseases. I don't know whether Dr. Ogwell, now that we still have you online, I know you had a hard stop at 3:30. Maybe you want to reflect on Emma's comment around strong public health infrastructure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now let's separate two things here: public health and the healthcare infrastructure that we know, which happen to be hospitals and dispensaries, doctors and nurses, and all the other cadres that look after us when we go to a health facility. So all that is part of a healthcare system, but one is very clinical oriented, and the other one is very much community oriented. So what we have in Africa that is much stronger than other places is the public health portion, which is the community part. And this is because we've had for quite a while the need to engage with our communities and members of the public using community health workers, using different methodologies of reaching the public. While in the West, they have more or less relied on health facilities where you go and get treated, rather than a public aspect of healthcare. And that's the distinction that I'm making in terms of a difference. Our hospitals and other treatment centers are not very well equipped, not by equipment, not by infrastructure, certainly not by healthcare workers, because we are very few. But our ability to engage the public is very, very strong. And we have mechanisms that have been put in place for a long time, whether it was for TB, HIV, malaria, diabetes, etc. We've had very strong engagement with members of the public. That's a distinction that I'm making, Emma. Now, to go to your last point about how do we, why can't we build more robust public health infrastructure? We are doing that. And there are three things that we are doing as Africa CDC and the Africa Union to ensure that happens. One is community health workers. We are convinced that if we strengthen the community health workforce, those who are in the community, we are going to get much better results. Second is the linkage between the data that they collect as community health workers and the policies that we make. Because the community health workers are engaging with the public and they're collecting a lot of information. That information needs to come back to the center, and we use it to design policies that will address those concerns. And third is having a partnership with the private sector. There are some items that will reach the farthest place in any country, whether it is a drink or it is something that is chewed or smoked. We need to utilize that kind of infrastructure to ensure that we engage with the public, with the private sector, and get information and other health commodities also reaching the farthest part of a country. So we need to come together to ensure that building that robust health system will include community health work, as well as revamping the facilities where we get treated, the hospitals and the dispensaries and the health centers, etc., that are spread out in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. So I think what you're saying is to strengthen the robust healthcare system, you mentioned community health workers, linkage between the data that they collect on ground, and of course the policy, and then you mentioned partnership. Dr. Florence Temo, who's the country director of Tanzania AMREF, I don't know whether you're with us and whether you can just reflect on some of the things that Dr. Ahmed has said, especially on building a robust healthcare infrastructure system. Dr. Tem?
Yeah, I think Dr. Umar has made it very clear. It's true that our systems have remained quite dependent on government, and we all look at the government and looking for solutions. And mostly when we get external aid, that's where we're building. But I think ownership by the people and actually private sector engagement is key here, and where we pool resources and synergize efforts. It's true our health system are already overloaded because, and that's one of the things that I'll be speaking later, is how it's being designed. Because we're so much on the curative and disease focused and not so much on the preventative and actually building more on our public health and letting people be aware or know how to respond on emergencies when at all it happens. So I think this is something that needs converged efforts, and partnership is key here. Of course, that includes the private for-profit and not-for-profit partnership. Thank you. I hope I was heard.
Thank you so much, Dr. Temu. Just to continue with your line of thought, are there any examples? Yes, we've heard. Can you hear me? Dr.
Yes,
Temu,
I can hear you, though you get.
Ask you to also just give some examples from Tanzania. Sorry about that. We are having connectivity issues here in Nairobi. But I was just asking whether there are any examples from Tanzania that you can provide around the same topic about strengthening the health infrastructure and the health systems. Anything that Tanzania is doing that we can take lessons from.
Yes, exactly. Yes, it has to go as a holistic issue. Looking at the infrastructure, that's talking about putting up health facilities, actually, and strengthening the primary health care services. Tanzania has spearheaded putting up a number of health facilities closer to the communities. And this has happened with support with the development partners, but also the government prioritizing, increasing the budget allocation into the health systems, but also trying to work with the human resource aspect. It's still a challenge. You still have a gap of a human resource. Almost over 50% gap. But when comes COVID, the gap increased. But again, it's not only the government who put the resources, it was also private sector, including the donor, who supported this effort through NGOs as well. And the health system, not just infrastructure, but human resources, look at the data system, information system as well, and also stretching further to the community health system and putting a number of community health workers on board. Of course, when it comes to the remuneration, this remains a challenging area, but development partners are supporting, but also local governments are also putting resources on all models to support the work of community health workers. But they've become very instrumental in detecting, also reporting, and also referring where the suspicious cases of emergency, or even the normal ones we know about measles or any other outbreaks that might have happened. So this is happening in Tanzania across the board, and it's core to the government health system plans. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Temu. Like I mentioned, we are having some serious technical challenges here in Nairobi, trying to sort them out. Dr. Ahmed, maybe I can come to you. Just ask a question around that Brigitta Naisipo is asking on the Q&A, and she asks, so why hasn't investment in health commodity in the African health sector? Why isn't this already happening? What are the stumbling blocks for investors in the supply chain? So why isn't the widespread investment in health commodity already happening?
Yeah, no, thanks, and thanks to Brigitta for that question. I think let's step back a bit and see how we can be able to use the experience of COVID to strengthen that investment motivation. And there is a lot of motivation to invest in the supply chain area, especially on the continent. If you look at the challenges that we faced internationally during this pandemic, is first there was shortage. Many parts where some of these commodities were being manufactured were shut down because of workforce. And because of that, workforce wasn't there to be able to do what they needed to do. Logistics were difficult because there was lockdowns. So the supply shortage was very huge and all at once. Second is the high demand for some of these commodities happened again at the same time, and everyone wanted the same commodities more or less at the same time. Then third is the issue of quality. When you are not sure where your products are coming from, internationally the challenge was what's a good quality of the products that we were actually receiving. So we went into certain things that are very much related to the issue of investment. One is the whole health diplomacy came in of utilizing the commodities to be able to soften positions and win over new friends. That is, in my view, something that is not necessarily linked to investment, but it was there. Second is when export restrictions kicked in, many countries started to repurpose their facilities to be able to manufacture locally some of those products that we needed. And because of that, a whole new area, and looking at Africa, a whole new area of health commodities manufacturing locally sprang up, including what we are talking about, the vaccines. And this has opened up a very huge door for African entrepreneurs and African governments to be able to walk into this space and do good work in terms of securing the supply chain on the continent. As soon as we start manufacturing simple things like masks and gloves to very complex things like vaccines, the whole supply chain enterprise will open up. We will get transport being done locally. We'll get branding being done locally. We'll get storage. We'll get everything that is related to the supply chain is going to blossom if we begin to manufacture locally. That is why at Africa CDC, we have made it one of the key pillars of our next steps to ensure that we are doing local manufacturing here on the continent. So when we project into the future, what would we like to see? We want to ensure that the motivation for investing in supply chain, whether it is R&D or actual manufacturing or transportation from one part of Africa to another, when we look at that whole preparedness, we need to ensure that we have systems in place. Whether it is policy or government plans and the government support, etc. We also need to have structures in place. When we are manufacturing, what quality are we manufacturing? Do we have the infrastructure and the know-how to ensure that we are always getting good quality? Do we have the capacity to be able to convince governments to do some basic stockpiling of critical supplies so that if an outbreak comes, we are not scrambling and looking for someone who is manufacturing, but we have stockpiled a little bit of that, and that already is a very good motivation for investment. And finally, how do we pool our resources together? whether it is money or it is ideas or it is facilities. How do we pull that together so that it can be able to benefit Africa even better? One thing that we have done as I finalize this response is we have established the African Medical Supplies Platform, which is your online supermarket. Governments have access to that platform. You go in, you click what you want, and we connect you with the correct suppliers that we have already vetted to ensure that we are prioritizing African manufacturers and to ensure that we are getting whatever product it is at a price that is reasonable and the quality is assured. So there is a very large space that we have seen being created with this pandemic for local manufacture, and therefore securing the whole supply chain and investment in this area, in my view, is very, very viable for those who would like to invest. But we have to get the right policy and we have to get the right infrastructure to be able to drive that kind of investment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. And I'll stay with you because you've mentioned something that Ochieng has actually put on the chat, and that's the AMSP, Africa Medical Suppliers Platform. And the question from Ochieng is, to what extent has the private manufacturing sector actually embraced that platform?
Ochieng, we are very happy with the progress. It is not where we would like it to be, but we are very happy with the progress. If we go today to the AMSP platform, our system automatically prioritizes African manufacturers. African manufacturers, particularly the small and medium enterprises, have actually responded much better than the big ones. And this is a very good thing because it is in the SME area where most Africans are actually getting their employment from. Secondly, what we are doing is we are engaging with specific manufacturers to ensure that they are not only on the platform, but they're also manufacturing what we see is being required on a regular basis. So we must engage with our manufacturers. We must encourage them to manufacture what we need as a priority, and we must buy from them. And that is what AMSP is all about, because there's government money, partner funds, and private sector funds that are coming into the platform to ensure that we can be able to give business to the local manufacturers. We are still not where we would like to be, but we have begun very well, and we are quite happy with the progress so far.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmed. I think that was a brilliant response, as Naisipoe has mentioned on the chat. I do believe we have the team at the venue, at the main venue, back online, and I think I'll hand over to them to continue this discussion. I know we've had a lot of discussion in the time they were trying to get back online, but I think we can just continue from where that started at the beginning. Thank you for your patience, and back to the team at the home.
Thank you, Gerald, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I continue? Okay, thank you. That's a good question. You have said that, yes, my name is Jane Karonga. I work for Economic Commission for Africa. And our mandate as the Commission is to promote economic and social development for African countries. And we like to think of ourselves as the think tank for Africa. We do research. And when we do research, we pass it through we work with African Union. And then of course, the African Union has the political power, and the African Development Bank and the African Bank have the financial power. So indeed, most of the funds are up north. I think it's been a gap that in Africa we were not looking into. In ECA, before COVID, we were doing a lot of research in the health sector. And we had found out that in the health sector, prior to COVID, we had 66 million financing gap. So we went into COVID with already weak healthcare system. Most of our imports in pharmaceutical, we import about 97% of our pharmaceuticals on the continent, amounting to 14.5 billion on an annual basis. So if you are importing naturally, you are not manufacturing on the continent. And if you look at the structure of the health system on the continent, we were getting a lot of development partners donating in the health sector. So you find that most of our African governments, the ministers, the policymakers didn't see the need to invest in healthcare because we were being, it was being, it still is, in the health, development partners are basically, channeling or telling us what to do in that regard, basically. So that's why, because they are the one giving us the medicine and we are importing from them. And of course they have the money. But now with COVID, we cannot talk of the continent that we talk of Agenda 2063. No, leaving no one behind when you import. And we know that when we import, when we have a pandemic like this, you cannot supply your own needs. And if it's a country content that cannot making sure that its people are not healthy, what productivity are we talking about? What economic and social development are we talking about? If we cannot ensure that our people are safe, our people are healthy, our people are able to go to work. So that's the fundamentals that were wrong, and the COVID just exposed what was already existing. Hence, what you are seeing now, but as the Economic Commission for Africa, we already knew, and the member states already knew, because that's our job, and we've been giving policy advice, doing trainings, and alerting to some of these weaknesses in the health sector and in the economy in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jane. Quickly to Adam. Adam, you're an investor. One of the, I guess, so to say, top of the lineup, there are African investors. And you're in FMCG, where the perfection of supply chains is really where the norm is. We learn from FMCG when it comes to perfecting supply chains. And yet we found ourselves extremely vulnerable during this COVID period. What is it that we didn't learn from some very, very good supply chains on the FMCG side that didn't seem to work for us when it came to the responding to the pandemic and when it comes to our pharma supply chains?
Thanks, Gerald. I think what I would say is, if we look today at an Amazon, they call it a flywheel, and it's a flywheel operating on data. So if you look at the supply chains in the private sector, they've been strongly data-driven. And I think that's where the gap has been. And I think that's the gap that solutions like what Zertova is bringing will actually bridge. Let's look at this example. Today, Kenya will be buying ARVs for $1. Uganda is buying at 60 cents. DRC is buying at 70 cents because there's information asymmetry, right? But once you get each of these countries now collaborating, because they have data on what's happening from where they're procuring, how they're procuring, and are also able to manage their inventories better, which is what the private sector has to do, because you always have to manage your working capital. Now, governments had not managed their working capital as well. Why? They didn't leverage technology like the private sector. So if you're now leveraging technology, you now have your inventory levels at the right level. You're now able to collaborate and have, from a regional perspective, everyone procuring at the same price as Uganda, who's buying at 60 cents. And then from that regional level, you then take it to a continental level, where you're now collaboratively buying whatever drugs you are for the continent. Now you're creating supply chains which, one, are more effective, two, are more price effective, and three, are able to be taken where they're most required. Today, with a Zertova tool, you'll know this part of Africa is afflicted by malaria. This other part is afflicted by bilharzia. But today, you have malaria drugs and bilharzia drugs in equal quantities in each place. Why? Because the data isn't there. But once you have the data, which is what as the TOVA provides, then now you're able to have the effective supply chains, like what you find in the private sector, like what you find with an Amazon.
I guess we'll take that coming from you, Adam. Strong private sector perspective. There are 1.3 billion of us on this continent, huge market. There are many things that we can do, and completely agree when it comes to doing things from a data-driven perspective. It's a wide open field. Completely agree. I don't know whether Dr. Samu, are you?
Yes, I'm around. Can you hear me? I think there's a lag here.
Yes, we can, Dr. Temu. I think the team, we've lost the team again. Just give us a minute, but we can hear you. Gerald, can you hear us? All right, Dr. Timo, I think the team is just rejoining. Just give us a second. I can see the main hall account has joined. Gerald, if you can hear us, go ahead and ask your question, please, to Dr. Temu.
Okay. We'll come back to you, Jane. Dr. Temu, you can hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, welcome to this panel. Sorry for the power mishap here, but we're back online now, and welcome. Amref Health Africa, 75 years, is it 70 years actually, operating on the continent. COVID hits the continent big time. What was your experience like? And why do you think that we found ourselves so vulnerable as far as supply chains are concerned? And what are the things we need to plug into our health system to reduce that vulnerability sometime in future? You've been operating in this space, like I said earlier, for 70 years as Amref Health Africa.
Yeah, as you correctly said, we've been in the practice for a couple of years, and being in Nairobi, you're aware that we also drive a lot of discussions around universal health coverage, and primary health care is key when it comes to UHC, universal health coverage, and that's where Amref actually puts a lot of efforts. And you realize when talking about universal health coverage, it's about access, and should be of quality and quality health services, but also equitable, and should be affordable. But again, it's the way our health system is being structured. It's so much on there's a more healthcare is looking more on this, while we have good supply and demand side. Oftentimes we invest more on the supply, and it's really depending, the supply invests and demands the demand side to become a recipient of services. And oftentimes, and these are the beneficiaries who we are talking about, and these are the communities who are the majority about the public. And they are all caught in surprise because the health system had not really anticipated. Health emergency preparedness has been weak. There was little investment into that. So we had not have an emergency plan in place that could be responded immediately, not alone from the supply side, but even on the community, the beneficiaries of the health system. And the gap actually became even wider, especially when it comes to understanding the whole concept of COVID-19. So myths and misconceptions started coming in, and at the same time, the health sector was still studying and understanding the disease, and the reactions were maybe isolate, lockdowns, etc. And this also brought a lot of unpreparedness also on the demand side. And we know that our system also is so much on the disease oriented planning and more on the curative side. So the preventive part of it, or public health measures, are happening, but not to the scale that we wish it should have happened. So all these things came into surprise from the whole level. Tertiary, secondary, down to the primary healthcare levels. And this affected the healthcare workers, community health workers whom we work with together, but also the public at large. And this also brought issues of now people looking for solutions according to their own understanding. And remember, there are a lot of information, infodemic, so to speak, from different angles, defining and suggesting how to do things. But luckily, our government went into actions and come up with response plans. And now we're working towards vaccination programs. And again, from our experience, we see that investing on this side, and Dr. Hamad has alluded to it, engaging communities and community health workers and community structures can actually turn around a number of things. But now we need to invest in terms of finances, but also human capital and social capital, that they should be well understood and should be multi-sectoral. It's not just the health sector needs to be engaged. This subject is actually multi-sectoral. We need to include social determinants of health. We have to drive the agenda of health in all policies, because actually all policies needs to be engaged, including the commercial part of the thing. So talking of the supply chain, it's the same thing. The supply chain management is still looking on the supply side, as it says, but on the demand side, where people, when they are well informed, they well know, they're able to question the government in terms of accountability. They're able to question the community governance structures so that we can account on the resources that have been allocated, but also they'll be able to understand and get away from the myths and the misconceptions because they've been informed. So health literacy and the information sharing needs to be further emphasized, and actually that has been a gap, let alone issues around affordability, because again, the surprise part also, which we all know, even pre-COVID time, social protection or health insurance coverage is not that high in most of the countries. And then when people come to faced with the emergencies, even affording some of the cost has been a challenge. So again, people now learn, oh, I should have my own social protection. But remember, people are locked down, so financial capacities to get rented in a health insurance also was low. So it became a parable across all the interventions. But again, we need to have coping mechanisms. And that said, it means our investment in health has to look into resilience issues, investing to ensure that we can respond to health issues at all times. And this also needs strong political will in resource allocation and budget for expenditure. When it comes to health expenditure, should be really considered higher than how it is, should be sectoral. It's only, I think, only 7 countries in Africa that has been able to reach their Abuja declaration of 15% allocation health budgets. So you can see that we always gotten surprised. And for this to end, I think we really need to own and build more on the local solutions, building on our social capitals, investing in health system resilience, but also quality. Quality is key. There was a question here, one of the panelists, the previous session was saying, our people do not have trust to our local products in our supply systems. Yes, I think we need to ask ourselves why. And is it about quality? Is it about the packaging? Is it about how it responds? But also irrational use of drugs. Something that the community needs to be well-informed, educated, and whatever information we get, talking about data deprivation, but whatever information we get, we should be able to share with communities and the public and the consumers of the services, so that we have also feedback why these practices continue and why people don't want to, people use irrational practices. I'll stop there. I hope I've touched on some of the questions we've asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Temu, for those very incisive remarks. I'm sure there will be questions coming your way. Ahmed, I know you need to go. So I'm going to ask you a question that Jane was going to answer on your behalf about the quantum leap that we made, very big step in making Africa CDC an official agency, so to say, of the African Union. Is that the beginning of glad tidings for healthcare in Africa? Is that the beginning? Should we be optimistic and say that we're starting to break the stranglehold of countries up north on the financing and the execution and the management of our healthcare in Africa? Is that the beginning?
No, thanks, Gerald. I should have ducked so that Jane will have answered that, but nevertheless, it is not the beginning. It is actually a continuation. In as far as health security is concerned, there are two very important steps that have happened already. One was the visioning of an Africa CDC, which started about 7 or so years ago. And this was out of a crisis in West Africa, the Ebola crisis. That visioning was the beginning of reorganizing Africa's ability and desire to take control of the health security agenda on the continent. The second was the visioning of the Africa Medicines Agency. There have been different attempts in the past, but then bringing it forth and making it into a treaty, which is now operational, those are two very important steps. But what the heads of state, the AU Assembly did a few Sundays ago has very significant impact on the way we are going to be handling health security going forward. The 4 very important things have happened, and this is why it is a special moment. One is Africa CDC has been elevated into an actual institution of the Union. This means that it has a level of autonomy that it can be able to react quickly, it can plan in-house, and it can be able to provide support to member states in a very fast way. Before, it will take us a few weeks, even a month, but now we can do it within 24 hours, and our teams have been deployed to wherever that we need them. So that autonomy is very important. Second is part of the governance structure. The Assembly has decided to put heads of state. So above our governing board, we now have a council of heads of state and government, and there are 13 of them who are going to be providing their not just advocacy, but that top leadership level advice and direction and decisions when Africa CDC needs it. And this is extremely, extremely valuable when we are in the middle of an emergency, because then you don't have to wait for the whole circle of the union to come through, because you have heads of state to report to. Third is the head of the agency of Africa CDC has been elevated from a director to a director general. This provides better space in terms of attracting the right candidature, and also it provides better space in terms of the pecking order, if you want, of the Africa CDC leadership. And of course, it opens up below it more space for more positions of more senior positions to be able to be occupied by professionals across the continent. The fourth thing that the heads of state did was to elevate the Africa Union COVID-19 Response Fund into an Africa Epidemics Fund. And we are right now working on how that fund will look like. And by elevating it to go beyond COVID, the continent is saying we are ready to be able to be better prepared. We are going to mobilize our own resources, and we are going to use internal mechanism to do that. And that kind of autonomy, if you want, of preparing and then responding, when an institution has it, when a continent has it, then you are not going to be hobbled by running around looking for resources when any emergency hits. We have, you know, Anna, the cyclone Anna that has hit the southern part of Africa. Within 48 hours, our team was there. Malawi reported wild polio 2 days ago. Our team was there the very next day. So it shows you that we are taking care of things differently now. And although it is not the beginning, it is actually a very important step of how Africa is going to take care of health security going forward. And I tell you, I'm very excited to be part of this, and I invite all of us to ensure that we are holding this path where we are making decisions for ourselves. And if someone is coming to help, they'll be helping based on our priorities. We don't want to be carrying someone else's burden and someone else's priorities anymore. We have the vehicle, the vision is very clear, we have the mandate, and now we have the marching orders, and we are very happy to be part of implementing those very hefty decisions that the heads of states made at the beginning of February. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ahmed, and we'll let you go now. Well done. I believe that is the beginning, if you ask me, given where we've come from in managing epidemics before. I know we don't have much time left. I don't know whether, Rama, we have any questions coming in online, or whether we need to take some from the audience here. I can't see any.
If there are any, please raise your hand and I'll come to you with a mic.
Yeah.
Nope, I think you're sorted.
Okay, excellent. So thank you very much, Jane. Thank you very much, Adam. And of course, Dr. Temu online and Ahmed, thank you for just being able to make it here and input into the day-to-day. I think we're picking up some glimpses of hope out there. I keep repeating, there are 1.3 billion of us. That's a market that is huge enough for us to be able to basically take a proactive approach, whether it's from the private sector supply side, having established that there's enough demand for anything that we want to do in the health sector. Jane, you want to say one or two words as we
Yes.
wind down? Yeah.
One or two words. When you keep on saying the 1.3 billion, actually at continental level, that's what we are calling the African Continental Free Trade Area. When we are talking of free movement of goods, services, and business people. And what has been one of the major things on the continent is that most of our African countries, they are small by nature and fragmented. And you know that we have infrastructure, challenges on the continent. So now, and the main thing on the continent is also poverty, right? So we are looking at what kind of developmental economic bullet that we can use to address some of these challenges. And this is something that has been proven before. If you look at the United States, it's different states coming together. The EU, the same thing. So we are doing the same thing for Africa. So it's been proven. And that's where you talk of the 1.3 billion people. And the heads of states, they've agreed to liberate goods, up to 90% of goods. And then services, the negotiations is ongoing. The business people, then we have one passport that will be recognized within all the African countries that, if I come to Kenya, I don't have to worry about the visa because the goods also goes with people. So these are the things that we are all talking about. And we know that, internally, when we trade among ourselves in Africa, we trade in industrialized goods, which is what we need, because when we add value, that means there's on the economy side, there's manufacturing. And also on the continent, we have high unemployment youth. So if we are manufacturing, then of course, the youth can get jobs. And then the technological elements comes in. And we can show that this works because in ECA, we were doing an initiative which we called AFCFTA Anchored Pharmaceutical Initiative, where we wanted to demonstrate to the African member countries, how do we operationalize the AFCFTA? AFCFTA is a framework, which is a bunch of rules and regulation. We have to operationalize it. We have done trainings. We have done analysis in country level. We can come to Kenya and say, if you liberate up to 90% of your goods, what does it relate to in terms of a GDP, employment, welfare, among others, poverty reduction? But these are all theoretical. We had to demonstrate at a practical level. And we saw that what we were doing, because we had 3 pillars of food procurement, local pharmaceutical production, and harmonized regulatory and quality standards. And we elevated that when COVID hit to support the supply of COVID. We started with PPE first, then we moved on to vaccines through the and then, as you know, President Ramaphosa then appointed Strive Masiyiwa as the special envoy, and out of that, then the AVAT was established, which is part of Africa CDC. Afrexim Bank provided the financial capital. We provided the ideas, and then the African suppliers, AMSP. Yeah, it's a platform, okay, again, which member states were exchanging information, and from that data, and then it was then leveraged with Afrexim Bank, and then we are where we are. So what it shows us is Africa, we can do it. And we have demonstrated we can do it. And this is only at the vaccine level, because at vaccine level, it's less than 1% of our vaccines that are manufactured on the continent. 99 we are importing. And at pharmaceutical level, it's 97%, even more. Okay, so if you look at this, and this is only in the health sector, and in economy is made of many sectors. So the bottom line is, here is a market of 1.3 billion, whether in the health sector, whether in manufacturing, whether in services, tourism, there is the continent for you. And if we can trade among ourselves, we can trade ourselves out of poverty. Thank you.
Not much to add other than to say the AEU is speaking of the Africa we want. And for us to achieve that, I think we'll really need to drive on a data-driven efficiencies agenda. If we look today, the savings we can realize through supply chain for the continent are significant enough to make sure that we're not reliant on third parties for our own livelihood and our own health. If you look at what happened with resource nationalization during the height of COVID, we cannot allow ourselves to find ourselves in such a situation. And the only way to avert that is to create savings, and those savings will come from supply chain efficiencies. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jane, Adam, and the rest of the panel, Dr. Temu, Ahmed. It's been an interesting afternoon, and we didn't get rained on, but it did rain. And that's the beauty about Africa. We get rain all the time. We shouldn't be getting hungry, and we shouldn't be getting sick. We should remove that vulnerability, definitely. And these baby steps that we're taking to improve some of these situations, supply chain included, local manufacturing thrown in,
Can I add
free
one
trade area,
point?
movement of goods and services, great baby steps. And we definitely will get there. Once again, thank you very much, everybody, for listening in.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Gerald, and the panel. Another round of applause, please, for our audience. Fascinating conversation taking place there. Just a quick update. The weather's been a bit rough. You wouldn't actually tell it from being inside here, but it's caused a fair bit of carnage outside. So we're going to power through the remainder of our program and get on with the next 2 panels relatively quickly. If I may have my next panelists up on the set, Chris and Anna, and of course, Bramwell Mwalo as well. All right. This next session is going to be a little more freewheeling. We've had a very grounded focus on the things that we need to focus on in building healthcare systems, focusing on making it easier for entities here to set up businesses, to operate efficiently. But we'd like to take the next leap forward and ask ourselves, what if? What if we had access to tons of cloud computing power? What if we had access to a steady supply of talented data scientists across Africa? What could we do with such talent on the table? Bramwell Mal, of course, is the Managing Director of Zetovah, and Chris Nano is the Chief Enterprise Business Officer at Safaricom. They will be our guides, if you will, through this particular journey. Let's start, Bramwell, with the question around tech. Tech is always, it tends to be hailed as this big enabler, this big game changer. But in some instances, we tend to see a big gap between what is promised and what is delivered. Why does that gap exist? And how do we narrow that gap in healthcare supply chains?
All right, thank you. So a lot of times, and I'd refer to something I said in the morning, is technology does not change or transform anything. It's basically a vehicle that has to be used to a destination or for some purpose, either, and then there are various purposes which you could use a car for. You could use a car for, a wedding, to go pick the bride. You could use a car as an ambulance to save a life. You could use a car as means to go to work. So depending on what you use the vehicle for, technically, gives it purpose or gives it some sort of meaning. So that's technology for us. So and that's the journey we have as Zetovah. Now I'll simplify it this way. Technology is about the clarity of the problem you're solving, because the absence of the problem you're solving or the purpose of why you're using that technology, then that's where the gap is. Because, okay, I can write a machine learning script, or I can deploy an artificial intelligence model which can read people's moods and predict your mood in 300 days from now with accuracy. Yeah, that's cool. And yeah, you tell me I'm moody, but then after that, what's it? What am I going to do with it? Then, of course, bring it down to our daily lives. I can predict how much you're going to make 5 years from now based on your last 10 years. Okay, that's cool. You're telling me I'm going to be a millionaire, but then what? You see, how I use that information is what makes that technology useful or useless. Because some of it could just, make a headliner, the way we are making headliners here, where everybody is referring to Zetovah technology and the capability it can do. But it is what we do with that technology or the problems we intend to solve with that particular technology. Now, coming back home in terms of Africa and most of African countries is we are told which problems to be solved. And that's the thing. The problems we're trying to solve are efficiencies that probably people who are supporting us need within their systems, not the efficiencies we really need as Africans to scale. Now, if you're losing 40% of your economic value through your spend because of efficiency, it's too early for me to, Chris, bear with me, but it's too early for me to adopt 5G, isn't it? But it's probably time for me to get a dashboard in front of every executive to make decisions which help me save 3 more shillings in every 10 shillings I'm spending, right?
Just walk us through that 40% number, because it's the second time you've mentioned it today. And in an environment where ERP systems are virtually everywhere. I mean, the promise had always been, you know, you have this system running in, it gives you complete coverage of what your inventory is like, what your order flow is like, and yet we still have these inefficiencies. Why?
Thanks for that question. So if you look at technology, technology does several things. One, technology helps you capture information, right? Information technology. Let's focus on information technology. Information technology helps you capture information, isn't it? Then it helps you store information. It helps you retrieve that information. It helps you analyze that information. Then it helps you read that information. So that's technically the purpose of technology. And you can go further in terms of technology will help you share that information from one person to another, isn't it? And then probably share or receive or access that information. So those are the purposes of the technology. So we've over-amplified the power of technology in capturing information. That's the power of ERP. All of us, every day you wake up in the morning, you use a piece of technology, a mobile phone, isn't it? That tells you the time, that probably is an alarm clock, that uses to call your PA for the executives or to receive an email from your boss. It's your source of anxiety. That's our experience with technology, isn't it? But then again, the same technology and in terms of how you consume information out of it is the analysis of information. Now, for the last 10 years, there's been a revolution. And this revolution has been Africa needs to digitize. And people have invested in technology. Do not be fooled. African governments are some of the most digitized governments. 80% of our governments run on serious ERP systems. We pay millions and millions of dollars on ERP systems. But have we realized the return on investment for digitizing in the sense of we are able to capture information? You have records of your purchase orders. You have record of your orders. You have records of your transactions. You have records of everything. Every little penny you have spent, you have records of it. But accumulatively, over the last 5 years, do you have insights from your records? That's a totally different conversation.
And we'll certainly get to the insight side of the conversation. Chris, I want to bring you into this. Insights are important. We need them. We're building businesses on that basis. We're trying to be competitive, get a competitive edge off the analysis of the data that we have in hand. But how did this partnership with Zetoba come about?
Thank you for bringing me in. I thought Brahma was going to talk for 30 minutes.
He's a fervent evangelist.
Can I say the closing prayer? So let me start by saying, you know, he made a comment about technology telling you you're moody. I was looking outside and it's such lush green and such wonderful weather. Why would we be moody over here? Not at all. We're solving big problems for Africa. And just to digress a bit, and then I'll come to your question. I think ultimately what matters is what we use the technology for. With technology, you have hardware, you have software, but the most critical bit of it is the humanware. Most often than not, we forget that that humanware has to be trained, and we need to give some very specific directives as to what and how they can use this technology to enhance and impact lives. And so you can spend, African governments can spend whatever they want to on hardware and software. If we don't change the programming language, the attitude, you know, the focus of the people who are behind these computers, we're not going to get much from it. So I just thought I should add that to what he said. Now, back to partnerships. I was saying earlier in the morning that Safaricom is in the business of transforming lives. My division, as the enterprise division, we exist specifically to have impact through such partnerships on people. Lives and livelihoods. Livelihood means helping the public sector, the private sector digitize making sure that people don't spend 7 hours on something they can spend 70 minutes on. And the ultimate output over and above the effectiveness and efficiency is ensuring that, for example, in the case of health, records are kept properly, the patient can get medication fast, creating platforms for that. The doctors have access to information. Telemedicine is enhanced and enabled, and we can all live enhanced, healthy lives through technology and such partnerships.
So the pitch sounds interesting, but let me put my slightly cynical hat on. If I'm a shareholder in Safaricom and I listen to that, I'd say, yeah, that's all brilliant. Telemedicine for everyone, better access to healthcare records left and right, all good. But why should I, as a private investor, pay for these investments? What's the return to me? Because ultimately, put it in a slightly different way, it's where should the source of this capital come from? If we're investing in all these systems, right, for goods that, for outcomes that essentially are public goods in one sense, why should the rest of us be paying for it?
Ramayan, very good question. The last time I checked, healthy population, a healthy youth, healthy country means people are actively engaged, people are working, creating jobs, developing the economy, getting a return, and spending that on Safaricom because they're going to make calls and use data. So you should be very, very happy that we're doing that. We're talking about sustainability over here. In running a private company, which is on the public stock exchange, it's not only about profits. It is a lot about the people, and it is a lot about the planet. Ultimately, it's a triple P bottom line. So we've got our Safaricom Foundation, we've got the M-Pesa Foundation, we've got Technology for Development, where we look at segments and sectors like health, and we decide, hey, why not partner with the Zetovas of this world to come up with innovative solutions? This is a non-commercial part of our business, but we recognize the fact that as we sit and we grow our core business in voice and data, as we develop digital platforms, I'm sure you heard NHIF, we help them create an app which can help people in the non-formal sector save for their health insurance. We created it on USSD, on the web, and on an app. What does this mean? Today, anybody who does business can make contributions of 10 shillings, 100 shillings, 1,000 shillings, daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, whichever way they want to, into a health insurance that can help them. That's powerful. That's impactful. That's making sure that people don't have to worry they are insured, because insurance penetration, health insurance penetration in Kenya is 2.2% of our population. So most people, I'm sure 100% of people in this room are covered, but just walk out. The person on the border, the picky, they don't have access to good health insurance. So just one sickness in many African countries ends up with a whole family going destitute, because we all end up, in fact, the insurance is the family. And so we all end up having to contribute. So that's why it's important.
Let me take that a step further. Because of where Safaricom is within not just the Kenyan ecosystem, the Kenyan economy, data is essentially the new oil for our economies, not just Kenya, US, most of Sub-Saharan Africa, wherever you look, you name it, data is king. But when we're spending time and effort trying to build these public health systems, trying to build analytical systems based on publicly sourced data, who owns that data? Who has the right to commercialize that data? This is to both of you. What are your thought processes around that? Bramwell first and then Chris.
If Bramwell starts, we might have a problem. Let me start. So the data is owned. First of all, my personal health data is mine. I've got to give you permission to have it. And so down the line, you realize that in Sweden, they've started putting in microchips in your hand and you can have your health data there. So I go to a hospital, you scan it, you get the information, but it's with you temporary, but it's mine. So I own the data. Public health data is for the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of Interior, whoever, it's theirs. Now, most often than not, the data that we would use for these analyses is anonymized. But the professor here knows more about that than me. So let me pass it on to him to tell you more about how we partner to use anonymized data securely. We will provide the platform, the cloud platform, but they will do the analysis, but it's on anonymized data. So I've got data that today from 9 o'clock, there were 73 people in this room. It's not going to tell me that it was Paul and Joe. It's not going to give me their ID numbers. And it's not going to tell me that Ramayan actually has a slip disk on L3. It's not going to give me that level of detail, but it's going to tell me that out of the 70 people over here, 4 or 5 of them have a backache.
But we do live in an environment where it's possible to triangulate with extreme levels of accuracy in some cases what is happening in a specific environment. So to use your example, 73 people in this room, we know that the cell phones pinged off tower XYZ. We know that X number of M-Pesa transactions are made to NHIF at this specific point in time. We can therefore infer that maybe there's a need for specific sorts of healthcare in this specific area, and we might be able to narrow it down to this specific demographic. I mean, in that sort of environment where machine learning algorithms that Bramwell can build can give you those sort of insights very, very quickly. How do you maintain privacy?
So it is both a good thing, and it's a good thing that the data exists. The data in itself is not the challenge. The question is, what do you use the data for? How do you slice it? How do you dice it? And do you use it for good, which is why we have technology for good, or do you use it for other ulterior motives? To you, Bramwell.
Thank you. So the conversation on data, and just to build on what Chris has talked about, comes back to the purpose of information systems. The purpose of information system becomes the baseline of why we are doing anything. And the question of data governance has become a huge topic in a lot of, any conversation right now that requires adoption of technology. That's always the stop sign, in terms of show us your data governance protocol. But I'd like to answer that question differently. So let me pick an example of a project that probably we will be undertaking with Safaricom in terms of tracking the uptake of COVID vaccine, in terms of using data insight as a service to mobilize or to drive more adoption of the COVID vaccine. And probably a quick snippet of what this looks like is right now a vaccine equals to a phone number if it's in your arm, right? All of you who have gotten a vaccine, you have received a text message telling you that you are either if it's your first vaccine, your next vaccine will be in X number of weeks, depending on what brand is there or you're consuming, okay? Now, that text message, by hitting your phone, it simply identifies within this square kilometer, there is somebody, I didn't say Bramwell, but I just said somebody who has been vaccinated, isn't it? Then 20 of us are vaccinated, but the population is about 1 million of us. Now, there's COVID spreading in the same area, but then there are these statistics where we are, hooray, 1 million people are being vaccinated every day, but out of the 1 million people being vaccinated every day, 900,000 are being vaccinated in the areas where the COVID spread is being managed. But only 10 have been vaccinated in a separate geographical area where COVID is actually picking up in terms of the spread. Now, in the sense of, if I am able to tell you, let me just paint this scenario. If I am able to tell you that for the 20 kilometer square, there is only one person out of 100,000 people who has been vaccinated. based on the number of mobile phones that I can piggy bank based on those that are registering on a cell site. I haven't told you who the names are. I haven't told you just there are like 5 people. Then the Ministry of Health technically focuses their mobilization efforts to vaccinate that 20 square kilometer and get more people out of 100,000, drive that number from 20 to 80,000. We are using data, right? So right now, the question of data governance has occupied the room that it needs to be a problem in itself to be solved. How can we use data? And I think that is the way I'd approach it. How can we use data, number one, without infringing in people's privacy, isn't it? That's number one. Number two, what tools can we build to make sure it is secure? Number three is what else can we do to enable. So there's how can I use this data for good without infringing in people's privacy, isn't it? How can I make sure it is secure, isn't it? And then how do I continue to accumulate data and prevent it being misused? Because I could want to use it for good, but there are other people who are not of the same purpose and mission. Now, when building a data science company or building an information technology, currently, like the mission of Zetova, and it's not just in healthcare, and this is something technology companies are thinking about. Innovation does not just start with the solution that you are providing to the market, but innovation goes across for you to also make it easy for the adoption to happen without affecting. It's like climate change. Technology has become like cutting trees. You cut trees, you have to think about tomorrow, isn't it? You're doing a logging business, you have to think about tomorrow. You're doing a mining business, you have to think about tomorrow. As technology companies, it is becoming a responsibility for us to think about what is the downside of us collecting or using a particular data set, and how do we protect you or protect them or protect ourselves from something that is really good to be, I don't know the English word,
malign, terrible,
be
bad,
convoluted, or whatever word we can use to be that word, isn't it? So that we have some sort of sustainability in the impact that we are creating.
Let me just jump in there, because you both have experience in building teams and building solutions that more often than not tend to be on the bleeding edge of what available tech is present in the market, or to be commonly used in the market in the moment. So, in the last 5 years or so, big data, blockchain, these big fancy words always come up in every other conference. But when you say to a government official, when you say to policymakers, here's what we can do. It's not perfect. I'm not guaranteeing you instant results and 100% accuracy all the time. But this is the potential it has. I think we should try it. You're basically going into a place and saying, look, you need to break out of your rigidity, out of your need for safety, try something experimental. What sort of reactions do you often get? Do you get a receptive response, or is it, well, no, that's a bit too risky for us, we'll pass?
I normally get a positive response. I must say, the public sector actually has been at the forefront of digitization much faster than the private sector. I'll explain why.
Okay.
Most public sector organizations, they feel they are backward, and they feel the need to leapfrog and get to a level where it's a perceptive, because yes, a lot of our multinationals will be highly digitized, highly automated, but the run-of-the-mill company will just have very basic automation or digitization. Public sector is in a hurry to become more efficient, because we, at least for what I see in Kenya, we have a lot of civil servants. What they want to do is to actually have impact. And they recognize the fact that the faster they can serve, the faster they can bring out a policy, a bill, the better the lives of the Kenyans. So most often than not, the route that we take in Safaricom is we go for a proof of concept. So we have an idea, or somebody comes to us with an idea, and we say, okay, we're willing to back this up. We go into the public service and we say, may we try this on a small sample set? Can we try this in a small branch? Yeah, give us your level 4 or 5 hospital in Homa Bay. Let's trial these technologies. And if it works, give us 2 more. And if those works, then let's come and have a conversation. Is this something that is viable and we can roll it out? So we have a lot of proof of concepts going on in different segments of the public sector.
Are there any you can share publicly without breaking NDAs?
Oh, Ramayan, I might have to cut off your neck if I have to reveal some of these. This is deep state stuff, man. This is deep state stuff. What would I want to share?
Well, we can give you time to think about it.
Let me pick on what Bramwell said. So we have done that type of what you call topological, where we zone an area and see. We've done that test to actually see whether how much of the population, what is the population of Kibera? Depending on which side of the table you sit, if you're an NGO looking for money, you say 6 million people. When it's elections and you want votes, you might say 3 million people. But the point is, you can't tell from the cells how many people regularly sleep there. So from that, you then go down to how many people have gotten the text. And so that is a practical proof of concept that we tested out. Now, not everybody's on our network. Okay, so, but you take a sample size and say, mostly it's 7 out of 10 people on our network. And so there's 3 on the other 2 networks. And so out of that 7, how many people are? So that's one practical one that we have done. And the reason is because the Ministry of Health did want to know, why are we not getting, we were having 2 levels of problems. One, vaccinations were going to places where people were going and getting expired. And then there were other places where there were lines and people were going and the vaccine was getting finished. So how do you distribute?
So you get this data and then Bramwell's team essentially points that out, or rather your algorithms point out that, look, this is the problem that you're facing here, because we know what vaccine supply levels are, say in Kibera vis-a-vis Kilimani, vis-a-vis Westlands and so on and so forth. And then that translates into you telling the Ministry of Health, maybe you need to redeploy your vaccines to this location.
Or you're putting out the health workers 8 to 5 p.m. in Kibera, when at 4 a.m. to 7 a.m., the residents of Kibera walked out towards industrial area. And so your vaccination center at Kibera during the day doesn't make sense. If you opened it up in the evening, when people are coming back, you will get them. So that type of, because you can see the movement of cell phones going to industrial area in the morning. And so if you want to vaccinate them during the day, then take it to the industrial area over lunch period and maybe provide a meal and say, well, for a banana, you get a vaccination or something like that.
Incentives at work, exactly. Econ 101. So exactly. Bramwell, on the flip side of that, how does that then translate into better inventory management? Because that's been a recurring theme from some of the earlier panels that we've had. You've got either you're ordering way too much of medicines that essentially have a very short shelf life, they're not being utilized properly, or the medicines are being sent to places where they're simply not being utilized at all.
Good. So basically, I'll start by defining management. Management, regardless of which sector of what is being managed, it simply starts with people using knowledge and tools to either fulfill a task or to solve a problem. That basically just put management there. So whether you're doing inventory, logistics, sourcing, financing, regardless of what role you're doing within the particular supply chain, it starts with the knowledge, the people themselves understanding what they are supposed to. The assumption is everybody who's managing supply chain knows what they're supposed to do, isn't it? Then that's given. Whatever strategies, it's agreed, it's a working strategy. Then that's the knowledge of actually how we are supposed to do this. Then the availability of tools. I could have a PhD in farming, but if I don't have the right tools, my knowledge is useless. I could have a PhD in farming. I have 20 acres of land, but then you give me a djembe, isn't it? My years of knowledge is useless. The tools that you use to do what you do best determine the kind of output that you have. And we see in terms of farming, just farming by itself, isn't it? The same thing applies to supply chain, and that's now where it comes. There is a lot of expertise, and I would say Africa, we have one of the strongest public health systems in terms of responsiveness, because we've dealt with a lot of problems. Ebola, we've dealt with cholera, we've dealt with, we are still dealing with yellow fever, other places in the world doesn't exist. Like we sort of have a lot of problems. HIV, we are still dealing with it, malaria. Like in some places in this world, if you actually say you have a malaria, it's a life-threatening because they don't have infrastructure to respond to malaria, isn't it? But we have a lot of what we need, but what we lack are insight tools. We lack insight tools to tell us what we need to do, when we need to do it, and with who we need to do it with, and for how much. Just those 4 simple things. In terms of insight to tell me when to restock, when not to restock, what to restock, where do I need to deploy it, how much do I need to deploy. Just this basic information can simply turn Africa upside down, because we source, and I think Anthony and the research ARC does, across Africa in the countries they are, ARC helps governments to technically, optimize the supply chain. If every human being can at some point know about Coca-Cola and can have access to Coca-Cola, why can't a human being have access to supply chain? The same methodologies are being applied within that particular supply chain. Now, if you look at that particular data, you realize that most of Africa buys everything at a reaction. Now, for instance, today there's a cholera outbreak. You go back to KEMSA and then you're like, okay, are we ready? And then you go to that's practically the process. You go to the warehouse and you're like, oh, stock iko sawa. Then you start dispatching, isn't it? Now, at some point, you run out of that particular stock. Now, cholera outbreak means this, means you shipping more than 10 products that are required to respond to cholera, both pharmaceutical and non-pharmaceutical. Now, that simple knowledge of and availability of tools that can help a supply chain decision maker, implementer, policy maker, financier to know what to do when, with who, and how much. Those 4 things can change the value for money when it comes to healthcare supply chain. And that's basically how I'd approach it.
Let's do a thought experiment, at least in our specific context, because I look at some interesting ideas that are being deployed in other markets. Rwanda, for example, when they first had Zipline coming in and doing experiments with UAV deliveries for medicines and blood. We had an interview with UPS, who were partial backers of Zipline at the time, and this was in Kigali. And the one thing that kept coming back to mind was, why can't we do this back home? Right? It's entirely possible, but let's focus on low-hanging fruit in our context. Medical records. Every single time we go to different hospitals, Hospital X has this one data file on you, Hospital Y has this other data file on you, but these two rarely ever meet. The one place that might be a potential source of common record might be your NHIF card. Is that perhaps low-hanging fruit for blockchain permission data that we're not utilizing?
Very good question. You see, I take a deep breath because, again, there are some state secrets there. But let me address it as a citizen, as somebody who takes health services, and
there is demand for UHC now. We're driving in that direction.
We're driving UHC, and we again as Safaricom are going to be part of the implementers of UHC, or rather, we want to assist on this. Let me go back to the statement. Each individual owns their data. I believe that long-term health data management is going to be solved more by the private sector, technology in conjunction with most likely insurance companies, than from the public sector point of view. Can it be solved by NHIF? Yes, also it can. But just the way I see the lay of the land. Why do I say that? Because ultimately, yes, the hospitals, the doctors are not able to give great, should I say, prescriptions or be able to understand the patients properly, because the health data records are,
they're all over the place.
They're all over the place.
I'm just seeing 1 month of your life.
Exactly. As opposed to having it consolidated. So in the last 4 or 5 years, they've been, I think, at least 3 companies that have come up who are working on health data. Afia Records, I know of it, and I think Afia Moja, and then there's a third one, I can't remember the name. And the idea is on the private sector side, for as low as, well, lower than your Netflix subscription, and I know you pay $12. So for about $8, you can have your health data stored on the cloud per year. What it means is that you can go and see a doctor, and with a basic scanner, they can do a QR code scan straight into their machine, and they can have your basic health records. What it will have is the milestones of the specific challenges you have, your allergies, of course, your height, your weight, and a couple of things, maybe the last medication you were given. And so therefore the doctor can pick up from those patients' records and move. And when they finish with you, they input, and it goes into a universal type of system, which we're looking at the situation where most hospitals will have that common platform. That platform itself, when developed, will not be necessarily for sale. What you do is the storage and the other activities around it is what. So just like we have smart card or the smart, where you put your fingerprints, which most hospitals right now have, you're going to see a system which connects to that, says that even with your thumbprint, it pops up your health records. Most likely with a situation where thumbprint, but then a text OTP or something to your phone, said that it verifies
Two-factor authentication.
Exactly, the two-factor authentication. So there's quite a lot that is being worked on. Ourselves, again, as Safaricom, we've invested in a couple of health startups to see how we can help to accelerate what they're doing. And the whole idea over there is that what can we do about medical records across the country? But for it to work, we will need to have a common platform across the hospitals where you can read it. I know Aga Khan have recently installed a new system they're testing. They've been in talks with us, and I've encouraged them not to take a system that is not usable across maybe the different tiers of hospitals, even if it's in a lower grade model, because ultimately you want a situation where your records from Aga Khan can be read at Nairobi Hospital, can be read at Nairobi West Hospital, and
or at a clinic in the middle of
or
Homa Bay.
at a clinic in Homa Bay.
Right. Bramal, we had this discussion earlier in the week, I believe, around what other data sources can we use for some of these big ideas, these bleeding edge ideas? And apologies for the audience, I might ruin your lunch for you. The idea we're discussing at the time was referring to COS surveys being used in some Western markets to essentially try and figure out where COVID outbreak has come out. Now, ordinarily, that's not data that you'd find within the healthcare space, but it does have its uses. Are there any interesting ideas that you may have for using such unstructured data away from the health space to essentially inform health policy decisions?
So probably we'd use what we've done. This is something we've already done and tested in Kenya with supply chain data. So we were lucky enough to run a project where we have had access of about 5 years worth of data, essential medicine, distributed about 5,000 hospitals, or the whole network of public health facilities across the country. And when we started out with that data, we were simply tracking supply chain efficiency, gaps, opportunities, and that's all we were looking at. But at some point, when COVID hit, what became clear is a disease is the driver of healthcare supply chain. Either we are responding to a disease or we are preventing a disease. That's simply the drivers of healthcare supply chains. Now, when COVID hit, we saw certain spikes of certain, and before there was this matching, before it became very popular, the pre-existing conditions. Now, the supply chain data, the machine learning algorithms picked up that variable in terms of, hi guys, your COVID cases are not going up, but your hypertension management set of drugs are actually spiking. Your tuberculosis or your respiratory disease set of drugs are actually spiking. So that came out from the data. Now from there, we decided to actually say, can we use supply chain data to do disease surveillance? So we actually went into a project to do that. We built a product disease index for certain types of diseases, and we tested it out. And it's actually a thing right now in terms of it's something that is practically being consumed. So that's an example of—
And that's nationwide?
Yes, it's actually currently part of this project, which we are sitting here to do. So I may not probably go deeper into other ways of but what I'd like to say, and this is probably me trying to change direction of how we respond to some of these questions we asked, because how we answer them also provides direction in terms of what we are thinking, where we are going to invest, isn't it? Now, let me just say, technology, and I say this a lot, and my team knows that, technology does not mean it has to be complex for it to qualify to be technology. I don't need to show you how to go or how to convert water from light for you to think I'm a genius. Technology is as simple as, I just want to know where is the nearest matatu next to me. That's technology. I just want to know how to save my other shilling. That's technology. And for us, probably Africa, we are not ready for going to the moon. Maybe we will get there faster than everybody else, maybe, because we probably don't have a lot of bureaucratic limitations. But right now, what we need is we don't need to spend more than we need to spend on a malaria tablet. Because statistics say that access to healthcare drives families to poverty. So the problem we need to resolve is, how can we create efficiencies within supply chain so that malaria medicine or Panadol or Eno doesn't cost more than it should? Because this is 70% of the population relies on a supply chain that can affect the cost of medicine upwards or downwards. So if we solve that problem, and then, we don't have the luxury of, coming up with vaccines in 6 months. The rest of the world can, isn't it? So we are better at preventing than curing, isn't it? So we use our strengths. Now, Africa, we are very poor at using our strengths. We want to be geniuses like everybody else. We want sophisticated solutions. We like comparing ourselves. And as I finish, I will use a very simple example. A lot of us at some point, we get pressure from our parents, like some of us, I will not point fingers. When are you getting married? That's a big question, isn't it? They will keep telling, when are you getting married? At some point, the pressure gets to you and you say, I want to get married, isn't it? Now you stand by the roadside and then there are like 5 people coming at you. Hey, you look cute. Yeah. They're like, no, devil, don't come near me. Things like that, isn't it? And then you look at another one and you're like, I like your smile, isn't it? But at that point, in the sense that you are at a point where you need something, but it doesn't mean everything on the table is what is right for you, isn't it? Like I said at the bottom line, technology is not about technology. Technology is about what are we using it for. We need to know and start appreciating the strengths of Africa. There are certain things we are doing right. In terms of bulk procurement of medicine, we do it better than anybody else because that's how our infrastructure is. We just need to make it efficient, isn't it? In terms of healthcare, right now, if I fall sick in the US, it's a process for me to get to the hospital, isn't it? But in Africa, you can fall sick, wake up tomorrow, go to the clinic, and even if you're given paracetamol, at least the doctor has told you your blood pressure is okay. Those are strengths we have. So we need to leverage our strengths and solve problems that will give us the best marriage, if I don't have any other example to use. So assume you are about to get married, pick the best bet. I'd stop it there for.
And the church said amen. Right, so before I go over to Brian and just check if we have any online questions, my final question to both of you is that it seems to some extent that we're moving gradually towards building out these large platforms that essentially will both house some of this data, anonymized as it is, but also analyze that data. In that sense, in your case, Chris, for example, Safaricom might end up having a sort of platform division, for lack of a better word, that's essentially acting like a public utility of sorts. How do we build management teams, to use your words? How do we build the human software to manage these public platforms in a responsible way, in an effective way for our specific challenges? Chris and Bramwell.
I think Strathmore as a university has already taken the lead, and to an extent started. You have AMREF University, you have Strathmore. I cannot leave out my alma mater, USIU, because I chair the council. All these universities, we've got to start at that stage in terms of the human resource of the talent that we are graduating. Some of it is, or a lot of it is in the value system. It's not about a management course about health management. It's in the value systems that we are giving the youth that are coming out of college. You said platform division. We already have it. We have a digital division, and there's a section of it that just deals with platforms, public sector platforms, because we recognize the fact that when you're a provider for a public service, the level of SLA, service that is needed, we're looking at 99.99999. For example, we do host the eCitizen platform. So most of the services you want from the government, your ID, to pay for your passport, your certificate of good conduct, that platform is on our cloud. And believe it, a 10-minute downtime, I have gotten calls from the governor because you're disrupting. Yeah, so it is in, and I can tell you the average age of the people who are working on those platforms or making sure that they keep the uptime is probably 24 or 26. But these are people who are passionate about the country, they're passionate about technology, and they're passionate about ensuring that the public good that we need to deliver gets delivered, irrespective of whether it makes us a commercial buck or not. And so what do we need to do with the humanware? We need to make them understand that, again, it's not only about profits, it's about the planet and it's about the people. We're focused on ensuring that in some of the technologies and platforms that we have, it's all about the public good. Thank you.
Bramwell.
So Chris has tackled it in a very simple way, and probably let me not try complicate it. But I'd simply say anything to be successful require people, systems, and mode of operation. And systems, probably it's a system or a tool that you're using to do something. So you need people and all that stuff. Now, as the world has grown, at some point, companies, governments, there was the company which was considered the objective, and the company was our company goals, our company mission. And if I employ you, you basically need to align to what I'm doing, isn't it? And in terms of somebody will just write you a check, and when you walk through that door, it's about you do what you're supposed to do, isn't it? Don't think, don't question, do what you're supposed to do or do what you're told to do. But right now, I'd rather stay hungry, but enjoy what I'm doing. I don't know if how many of us are there yet. Probably we are evolving. People are in front here are there. So, but anyway, the world is changing. But most of us are getting to a place where money is not the only thing you're looking for in the organization you're working in, isn't it? There's always this thing behind your head in terms of what exactly am I doing, isn't it? And it is becoming more important for organizations in different sectors to help the people who are driving the mission of that company find a purpose in driving that. And Chris has been saying it here. If you cannot help your people find a purpose in what they're doing every day, then that becomes a challenge. And that's the only way you can solve problems, because it is not Safaricom or Zetova that solves problems. It is the people I call first when I wake up as the CEO of Zetova that respond to problems. They are the guys who write the code. They are the guys who wake up and go look for the money when the project is not commercially viable. They sit down, crack the numbers, open their phone book, get you the relationships, and get you the money. It is the people. If your people are not aligned to the mission, and that is now whether you're teaching architectural design, whether you're teaching finance, whether you're doing artificial intelligence, at the end of the day, we need to be instruments that are directing people to more meaningful, purposeful. Even if it is profitable, it is okay. If it is not profitable, it is okay. But it needs to be a purpose-driven process. My job needs to mean something to me and to the world, not just to the company and to the bottom line. So I think that becomes the change that we're looking for. Safaricom will not create change. It is the people in Safaricom. Zetova will not create change. It is the people in Zetova and how we are building ourselves. So I'd say that if that compass is set right, everything else falls naturally.
Just out of interest, have you considered
the pastor? Eh?
Yes.
Yeah. Pastor Bramo, please give it up for Pastor Bramo.
Second career line, properly sorted. Second career line. Brian, if you can hear me, are there any questions for panelists from the online audience?
I can hear you loud and clear, Rama. Thank you so much. A lot of inspiring quotes and quotable quotes from those two gentlemen on stage. And I think we can listen to the three of you engage all day. That's just how interesting the conversation has been. So thank you for that wonderful session. There are two burning questions from Emma, which I think Chris and Bramo can address. It will digress a bit from the discussion you've been having, but I think it's something that is important to just talk about. So Emma, and I'll read exactly how she has written the question. She says, I hope one of the panelists shall speak on the issue of corruption involving the government and private sector and the impact it has on the health sector supply chains. How can this be addressed so that we have efficient supply chains that are beneficial to the populations that require the goods and services in the public sector? Can AI help in addressing this, and how? And I think another question that has come in from Emma as well. She says, and a bit of about logistics and the supply chain, where the revenue bodies and the other partner government regulatory agencies play a huge role in terms of how health products and raw materials move to the desired destination. How do we make it efficient and transparent? So I think the first question is around corruption. How can AI and maybe technology in general address this? And then the second question is around how we create efficiency and transparency in revenue bodies and other regulatory agencies who are involved in supply chain logistics. Rama, I'll leave it to you to select who will address each of those questions.
All right, thanks. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, corruption,
Let
transparency,
me
supply
go
chains?
before the pastor. Well, I always say one of the beauties of technology is the kind of visibility it can create. I'm not even going to talk too much about corruption because I am a firm believer that if you create the right visibility, accountability, and transparency, then you do not eradicate corruption, but you limit or you make it more difficult because there is full visibility in the system. We all know, for example, the headache it was to A, get parking in Nairobi Central Business District, to B, pay for that parking, and C, if you were lucky, you went and came back and your tires and your mirrors were still in place. And this was grand corruption. It was cartels of corrupt people working together. As you might know, when NMS took over, they got KRA and said, listen, we don't even want to touch this money. You deploy your people. And they came, we worked on a platform where now you pay for your parking and there's visibility. You've either paid or you've not paid. And there was no and ahhing about it. And so when you create, and more importantly, something that used to collect as low as 72 million shillings a week started collecting 190 million shillings worth of not only parking, a few other of their collections. Literally more than doubled.
So a combination of radical transparency and better management.
That's it. So if you want to kill corruption, let's look for platforms and systems. Let's use technology to create the visibility, accountability, and transparency. And that is what? It's VAT, visibility, accountability, transparency.
Just not at 16%.
Not at 16%.
Not at 16%. Okay, so Bramwell, the other question I believe had something to do with logistics. How do we essentially make it easier and more transparent for us to be able to actually see where things are going within the entire healthcare system?
All right. So, like, same thing. Why do we want to see? You know, so in some cases,
I'm a taxpayer. I have paid a lot of money. I want that data.
That's the thing. So there are like 3 types of visibility, isn't it? I want to see so I can make a decision, isn't it? I want to see so I can have confidence. I want to see so I can support. I want to see so I can invest, isn't it? So technology can actually help solve each of those needs. So I want to see so I can invest. Investment is a sure way of sustainable efficiency. Without investment, there's no efficiency because, of course, there are no people working, there is no tools, there is nothing. There's no mechanism of establishing efficiency. Without confidence, then it means there's no trust, there's no support, there's no all that, isn't it? So technology can actually be used. And when I say technology is used is technology can be used to collect information. Technology can be used to show that information, analyze that information, access that information. Now, access to transparency has something that a lot of us forget: responsibility. Now, it is easier to point fingers when the fault is being done on the other side, isn't it? Even as a judge who sits there, reads, listens cases and all that stuff, and there's this thing I always hear in terms of we are taxpayers, we need to know, isn't it? A taxpayer also is responsible, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, We are the people who are supposed to show up in those barazas to participate in voting, isn't it? To participate in, what is it called? The constitutional right before something is forward.
Public
forward.
participation.
Public participation, yes. We are required to go for public participation. But how many of us here have ever gone to public participation? Are you not a taxpayer?
Let's do it online. More people will do it.
Yes.
For the public purpose.
More
You
data revenue.
Another platform.
So my point is, all these people, everything you get, like a good leader requires good followers. Even followership has responsibility, isn't it? So when it comes to the thing of transparency, these are no-brainers. Transparency equals to efficiency, equals to, but then it comes back to, do people really want to transparency, isn't it? Even if they see, what do they do with it? You know, those little tiny things. So at the end of the day, I'll just couple up what Chris has said and I've said is, all these things said and done, it just requires consistency. If you say something, do something over and over and over again. If you're a manager and you have an operation model, just keep doing it over. Consistency will help Africa a lot. We are known for, you know, the landmark project 6 months out, isn't it? And even our projects are designed that way. You know, we do something nice 1 month out, 1 year out. But consistency is, even if I don't realize my return now, but I will keep doing it and I will keep doing it. And that's actually what has helped Zetova. A lot of our projects on day one have failed. And let me give you an example. Today, we haven't failed, isn't it? We could have asked you guys to go when power disappeared, but we sat
and prayed.
And yeah, they prayed. Some were running around changing the generator in terms of keep doing something if the mission is important enough, okay? I'm trying to avoid being a pastor right now, so let me just hand over.
You have failed miserably. Miserably. Emma, I hope we answered your questions in fine detail here, but I do need to bring this panel discussion to a close. Gentlemen, it's been a lot of fun having this conversation. Chris and Anna from Safaricom, Brahma Mallo from Zetova, thank you very much, and thank you to you as well for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Okay, so one last push, if we may, just one last push, and we're more or less done for the day. I'd like to invite our next set of speakers up for our next panel discussion, focusing on opportunities, gaps, and challenges. It's going to be a fairly interesting panel, so let's bring them up. We're going to be having Mark Andrew Misek, is the Mission Director, East Africa region at USAID for this particular panel. We'll also have Dr. Sylvia Vito. She's a Vice President, Africa Acceleration, Government Affairs and Market Access at AstraZeneca. It's a marvelous vaccine you guys produced, by the way. Yes, both shots, both shots. Hopefully joining us virtually, we will have Brendan Bartley, the CEO of GE East Africa. We will have opening remarks in this particular session from Florie Liza. She's the President and CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa. She'll be joining us virtually, and this session is going to be moderated by Laird Trieber, Senior Advisor at CCA. Florie, if you can hear us, the floor is yours. We're open for your opening remarks for this session.
Well, thank you so much. I can hear you, but it won't let me turn my camera on. I don't know if that's planned or not planned, but it says the host has not turned the camera on.
Well, you can go ahead. We'll hear you loud and clear, and we'll just clean up the video.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I had the opportunity to hear some of the last session and some of the remarks, and just so pleased that we're focused on these really important topics. So good afternoon to those of you there in Nairobi. Good morning to others who may be joining from the US and other places. and to our distinguished speakers and members in the audience. I'm Flori Lazier, President and CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa, which is the leading US business association focused solely on connecting business interests in Africa. And I want to personally thank all of you for taking the time to join us today. And I'd also like to thank Bramwell Mwalo and the team at Zetova, Sonia, and others for organizing today's inaugural Healthcare Supply Chain Dialogue, the East Africa edition. We are delighted to be a partner with Zetova to host this afternoon's US-Africa panel on enhancing health security and resilience, opportunities, gaps, and challenges in East Africa's healthcare supply chains.
Apologies for interrupting briefly there, Flori. Your video should be able to turn on now. So if you can, please do so.
Great, wonderful. Good to see everyone. This session is part of CCA's US-Africa Health Security and Resilience Initiative, or HSRI as we call it, which is a 2-year program that was launched in 2020 to promote exactly this kind of discussion about strategies and partnerships between the US and African private sectors and African governments to deliver better healthcare outcomes for Africans. The initiative centers around 3 pillars that are critical to health security, which are disease management and preparedness, universal health coverage, and trade and investment in the health sector. Today's panel features senior US and African government officials and private sector experts for a discussion on lessons learned, best practices, and opportunities for improving supply chains and strengthening health systems in East Africa. To moderate today's panel, I'm delighted to introduce Laird Trieber, who serves as CCA's senior advisor. Laird is a critical member of CCA's Health Security and Resilience team. So without further ado, let me turn to Laird to kick off the panel discussion.
There we go. Great. Flori, thank you so much. And welcome to all of you in the room, as well as to all of you virtually. I think we have a really big task before we began this panel this afternoon, just summing up all of the opportunities, gaps, and challenges in supply chains, which was a pretty ambitious challenge all by itself. I think this has been made even more interesting.
Hi, Tim. The team is just getting back on. We had a power outage, but the generator has kicked in, and we're just getting back on in a second. So we did lose the team in the main hall, but they're coming back on now. So let's just give them about a minute to set it up, and then they'll continue with the session. Just a reminder that this is the last session of what has been a very fruitful day of panel discussions around how to improve healthcare supply chains in our region. This is the last session that we're having for this particular engagement, and it's on how it's a U.S. East Africa session on enhancing health security and resilience. We're focusing on Africa's healthcare supply chains. What are the opportunities? What are the gaps? And what are the challenges? We're just waiting for the team in the main hall who had a power outage, and they'll be back in just a second as they're trying to set up so we can resume the conversations that they were having. As we wait for the team to come back, let me just read a comment that Brigitta Naisipo had posted earlier when we were having the session with Chris and Bramwell. And she said, Africa is doing well, we are strong. The baby steps are finally getting better and better. Thank you, Naisipo, for that comment. A reminder, you can post your comments on the chat functionality as we go along. Your questions on the Q&A as well. The panelists who are attending this session will be able to respond to them as they have their discussion. So remember, the questions on the Q&A tool, the chat you can use to post your comments, and we can be reviewing and reading them as we go along and as we have the panel discussion. A reminder, this is the last panel for the day, in what has been a very fruitful, engaging day. And thank you all for those who have stayed with us since morning and are here now. For those who joined us later, very much welcome to this session. In what is the first of what Zetova is saying, an initial dialogue and conversation that will be carried around the continent on healthcare supply chains and how we can improve the efficiencies, the transparency, and how we can improve that space. So the team is just getting back online. The power is now back. So we'll just give them one more minute so that they can rejoin the session and we can continue the conversation from where we had left off. So once again, apologies for that minor technical hitch. We have a power outage, but power is now back, and we're just trying to get the team back online. It's taking longer than we anticipated, so please be patient with us. Apologies again for that minor hitch. We're trying as hard as possible to get the team back up and running, and then we'll continue with the conversation. Polite reminder for those who want to post questions, you can do so in the Q&A tool. The panelists will address them as they go along. For any comments, you can go ahead and post them on the chat, and we'll see them. When posting on the chat functionality, please remember to select everyone as an option. You'll see several options there. Please select everyone so we can all see what you are posting. The team is trying very hard to get back online. It's taken longer than we anticipated, but we will be back in just a few. Hi everyone. Once again, we do apologize for the delay. We're having major power fluctuations. It keeps going on and off, and when the generator kicks in, it set us back a step. So we'll try and practically to just make sure that we start in the next few minutes. But maybe Brenda, if I may, Brenda, who's the CEO of GE East Africa, maybe we can continue the conversation online as we wait for the rest of the team to join us. From your experience, in terms of collaboration between the private and public sector, because I know GE is one of the companies that's heavy on such collaborations. What has the experience been in terms of delivering better health outcomes through private and public sector collaborations?
Okay, thank you very much, Brian, and thank you for the consideration. In terms of healthcare outcomes and partnering with the public sectors, the private sector, there have been many wins, and indeed there's also challenges as well as the opportunities. One thing I can say is that collaboration is key. It is really important for us to understand what the customer needs are, but indeed also understanding what patient needs are and what patient outcomes are. With the COVID pandemic, and today the topic is about supply chain, there were a lot of challenges. And I think we've overcome those challenges because although we have a lot to say about the supply chain being very stressed, I have to say it is that same supply chain that delivered and allowed us to achieve what we achieved over the last 2 years. But indeed, once the pandemic goes, I think we've learned a lot of important lessons. And I think we also know that the world, we're going to start to see things differently, or we will continue to see things the way we saw them during the pandemic. So the supply and demand shocks that we saw within the supply chain and in the health sector, we had a lot of vulnerabilities that were exposed, especially in Africa. We saw a lot of stress in production and indeed of supply chains for firms everywhere. And indeed, when we look to the future, we still experience this stress in the supply chain for all of us, not just in pharma, but also in medical equipment. One thing that helped was the removal of certain trade restrictions. And we would be hopeful that these would be allowed to continue and movement of supplies can continue in this manner. We also saw a great shortage of pharmaceuticals, and I think the pharmaceutical companies can just talk about that. Critical medical supplies, and now when we talk about critical medical supplies, I think everybody will look at PPEs as being critical medical supplies. But when we saw these vulnerabilities, we also rose to the challenge. I think if we look back, some of us may have seen a headline in the newspaper where we saw that certain...
Yeah.
Should I continue? Certain PPE equipment had disappeared at our airports. Very few of us knew that so much PPE equipment was actually being locally manufactured and exported. And so although there were vulnerabilities and weaknesses, some manufacturing facilities rose to the task, and these have been strengthened. And I think this is a good thing going forward. Do you want me to pause there and hand it over? I think Laird is back.
Yeah. Please.
Have I been a good filler?
Absolutely. So I wonder maybe just to check, is Brenda with us? Oh, Brenda. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Brenda, could you maybe summarize? I'm sorry to say we got your PPE comment here in the room, but we have heard none of your previous comments. I'm very sorry to say. So maybe if you give us a very quick preface of what you said.
So Brian put out the challenge and asked a question, and what I was looking at was maybe what were the supply chain and distribution innovations that we may have seen during the pandemic, which ones would we like to continue, and what remains the biggest challenge. So I was just started off by saying that as the COVID pandemic subsides, the world ahead is going to look remarkably different, and there were some benefits to this as well. There were challenges that we saw, but definitely opportunities going forward. There was a lot of supply and demand shock. We were exposed to many vulnerabilities within the supply chain, within our production strategies. And this was not just felt with big pharma, but also on medical equipment, and indeed all goods, food, retail, etc., even fuel. And so we're hopeful that as we come through the pandemic, because the pandemic is still very live and we still have challenges, some of the things that helped us during the pandemic may remain. For instance, temporary movement and trade restrictions. Some of this was lifted, and this really helped. We start to see them coming back, and we're seeing increased regulation return. And these are things that the government, public sector needs to keep a watch on, because we really can't go back to where we were. We need to take this opportunity to improve. We saw shortages of pharmaceuticals, and I think now we're seeing that, great strides are being made to have local production in various territories in Africa. This is a big win. This is a big win. We're looking at critical medical supplies, and indeed that's where I alluded to the PPE situation, which we would say is a critical medical supply. And, many people did not realize that Kenya had such a robust PPE manufacturing base, where we were exporting our PPEs and we could assist the globe. And so I think it's also good to understand that we have vulnerabilities, right? We have challenges, but indeed a lot of opportunity. An opportunity comes when also the business environment is laid out that is conducive for things to work. And it's not just the barriers that we need to look at. I think we need to look at competitiveness as well. And we need to look at essentially the cost of doing business. And cost comes in many forms, not just in the real cost, but in terms of the time. Where's the waste? And I think a lot of us saw this during the pandemic, where we were making real-time decisions. And this was very useful. And I think this way of working is something that we need to keep up with. Collaboration, there was a lot of collaboration between all sectors. And I think that this is something, these are the big wins that we need to continue. And so, although we used to have a lot of our manufacturers in many industries who had suppliers just from one area and subcontractors who were also very narrowly focused on a particular area, we also had to move and become more flexible. And I think that's going to be a very major innovation going forward. The issue of alternative sourcing or dual sourcing, always making sure that you have other options, because yes, we've had this pandemic, but another crisis can occur. And so mapping our full supply chain and all its alternatives, mapping all the distribution facilities. And once we talk about innovation in supply chain, there is a silver lining for all of us. And that is, and I was happy to see Chris talk about it in the last panel, the use of technology, the new technologies, and also the way that the youth embraces the use of this technology. Maybe we can start to really interrogate more the use of AI and automation. I know people are scared of this, but robots are something we need to be aware of, are a real reality, how they can operate safely alongside human beings. So more kinds of work can be automated. More kinds of work can be automated, especially in the supply chain, and this can be more efficient. So this is something we could look at, and it has already started. And what we call additive manufacturing, the use of 3D printing. And so, dramatically reduces the number of steps required to make complex metal parts. And during the pandemic, this really came to the fore. Makes you lessen your dependency on many different suppliers when you're looking at making medical equipment. And, you can use the molding of plastics. And so the rapid advancement in 3D printing is true innovation. And I think we're going to start to see that more and more as we move forward. So these technologies, these innovations allow companies to reconsider their production, to see whether they can operate more globally and operate smaller plants. So this is a win for Africa, something that needs to be considered. where you have more geographically distributed factories and plants that are less prone to disruption, so more resistance to disruption. And these are things that we really need to embrace and consider and not be afraid of. Thank you, Led.
Thank you, Brenda. The superb observations from all three of you that actually lead beautifully into the next topic that we wanted to get into. And this, I think, is a good opportunity perhaps to tie together some of the observations from the earlier sessions today. There was, in several of the sessions today, there was a lot of discussion indeed about Africa in general, certainly Kenya and East Africa needing to increase its resilience, including through improving and boosting local manufacturing, exactly as all three of you have talked about as well. And there was a real discussion about needing to get kind of the balance right. And so there was some discussion in terms of what, getting the right kind of investment conditions. Also, there was some discussion earlier of the technicalities of working through government procurement systems that often have their own regulations, et cetera. There was reference made to the innovation of the African Medical Supplies Platform, which has made it much simpler for foreign suppliers as well as African suppliers to reach this unified market. But there was a real sense that you have to get the ecosystem right was basically what the, I think a quick summary of a lot of the observations from the earlier sessions. So I think maybe with that background and building on the comments that all three of you have made in this session, I think as we're looking at more and more African manufacture of fill in the blank, of the PPE, of the various, the test tubes, of the vials and the specialty bags, of whatever else as the capacity building and training, all these things that are happening. How do you think that this increased African production will change the supply chain networks, in that certainly for COVID, those have still been very much, I think, focused on replacing international ones or still depending on international ones. And I think related to that, how do we, working together as both private sector and public sector, also get beyond just solving the COVID supply chains? So maybe perhaps Brenda, just to reverse the order, to start with you and to build backwards.
Okay, so I think African governments will need to rethink and to address the processes that will allow us to be more resilient. We have been resilient, but increase our resilience in the face of future disruptions to global supply. And I hear you, in terms of the opportunities for local manufacturing, and it's wonderful to see, and this would be win-win for the health systems because, in-country drug production will help to ensure access and affordability, not just drug production, but all medical, inputs to the medical supply chain. But, for this to happen, these very supply chains that have been a vital lifeline, we have to ensure that they can meet the test of resilience and flexibility. And it's an ecosystem, as you say, and we really need to interrogate the entire ecosystem, ensure that the subcontractors have what they need, ensure that it's end to end. And it's win-win for everybody, because if we have the right ecosystem, it helps with healthcare access. And so it's important for us to work in collaboration to understand, yes, the needs of the health ministries and the public sector, but also to see, so how do you make this work for private sector to invest? And indeed to ensure that we don't all have to invest in the same thing. We are now looking at the Africa Free Trade Agreement. We need to look at how that can work, how we can build different parts of this supply chain and different parts of manufacturing, or indeed, different plants for different products within the region. And that then you look into the logistics space and how do we make that work? Because it's still very difficult to do cross-trans-Africa shipments. So I think more discussion and more action, and we need to try it out. And I think the opportunities have to be put in place, because if governments don't realize that this is the time This is the time to allow businesses to try and make a claim in Africa and to try their production here. It might take them many more years for this to happen. But as I said, cost of doing business and ease of doing business and predictability. We cannot have regulations jumping up on us, you know, at the spur of the moment. There definitely needs to be a plan, and we need to adhere to it.
Great. Sylvia, maybe I'll turn to you next.
Brenda said it very well. And what I may add on is for us as Africans, for all our good intentions to have local manufacturing. And let me pick on the vaccines and not the COVID vaccine, because vaccine production in Africa has got to look beyond COVID-19 vaccines. Probably COVID is on its way out, hopefully, but we are some of the biggest consumers of childhood vaccines, or even the rest of the adult vaccines. There is need for concerted efforts by the African governments to align and agree where do we set up the centers of excellence. Maybe one center of excellence on childhood vaccines in one location, and a different center of excellence for the remaining adult vaccines in a different location, so that in future pandemics or future needs for vaccination, whether it's the malaria vaccine that now is coming up, it can be layered on technology and investments that are already on the ground. This is important for us as Africans to build up the competences, because we have the capabilities, we have the knowledge powerhouses. A lot of the scientists out there and even here are Africans, you know? So if we are leading some of the R&Ds out there, nothing stops it from being applied in Africa. However, it needs to be strategically thought through. Secondly, we need to think through the entire end-to-end system to say, if you set up one vaccine manufacturing site, let's say for vaccine X, for it to make economic sense, you're churning out 50 million doses a month. Those are the numbers today. Remember that manufacturing plant has to be able to sustain itself and probably make money for itself. So 50 million doses, we have to think about who are the consumers, who are consuming that vaccine within the region, within Africa, and possibly, most likely, outside of Africa. Beyond that, have we harmonized, to what Brenda said, the regulatory barriers that we are facing right now? If it's not approved for utilization across Africa, then if I manufacture in Senegal or in Kenya or in Rwanda, and I need to apply for registration every other year and renew, and some countries say, no, it doesn't meet X standards, then that investment, which is for Africa, sort of doesn't pay back and doesn't end up really making a lot of economic sense. So there's a lot of conversation around not only that we can and we should, but what is the so what? Who is going to consume? Because we are just not enough. And currently, even if you look at the COVID-19 vaccine, to bring it into perspective, our uptake as Africans, whether due to our myths and fears or lack of enough education on vaccination, has made our uptake of vaccination rather lower than expected. So as we fight for local production, we need to think about also empowering the consumers. That's why for me, the supply chain conversation starts and ends with the patient in mind. Unless we empower the consumer, the tail end of the supply chain conversation, even with local manufacturing, it will be typically writing on water. So that is a challenge we need to think through and also invest in to ensure that we empower our patients, empower ourselves as the future patients and future consumers of vaccines or any other medicines that we're going to manufacture, and have confidence in our own products that come out of the African cluster. Today, if you walk into a pharmacy and you wanted to buy an antibiotic and you found, yeah, industrial area, yes, from country X or country Y, what's your natural bias? And what caused that bias? Unless we unlearn our own biases towards our own quality standards and our own acceptance of our capabilities, then it will always be an intention that we have, but which we are not able to actualize when the reality comes across. So probably those are the comments I would make.
No, superb. And Mark, from your perspective?
So I look at this a little bit differently based on the experiences that we've had as a donor across Africa, especially in the HIV space in terms of supply chain. And I think the reason there's a chicken and egg challenge, and that is that there are issues around enabling environment, but then what that leads to is market failure. And so governments have to step in to provide those resources to ensure that populations gain access. And so for me, from a systems perspective, there are 4 issues that really drive whether a system can be resilient or not. And those are diversity, equity, inclusion, and access. And on the diversity side, I think there has to be that public-private space, and you need to create that enabling environment for multiple suppliers to actually create competition, because in many of the supply chains that we experience right now in HIV drugs, in reagents, there are only one or two suppliers globally. And so that is not a market. That is a monopoly. And so we really need to look at these things globally in a serious way and figure out how does that translate into how we need to operate at a national level. The other challenge is supply and demand. Right now, the supply chains, the way they work on a push system. They have historical epidemiological data. Based on that data, with the limited resources they have, they make allocations to facilities, and drugs and supplies are pushed out. But the system needs to be a pull system from those facilities. So how do we make that shift? Well, one of the things is very basic. We need unique identifiers of patients. And still, we don't have that. We're trying to roll those things out now in terms of electronic medical records and making sure that each patient does have a unique identifier. But for instance, in PEPFAR, we have somewhere in Kenya between 15 and 20%, depending on the facility, lost to follow-up because we have a patient that's in one place, decides to go to another place, and we lose them, and we can't track them because we don't have a cloud-based system to be able to track patients. So who needs to invest in that? That is a question. Is that part of the enabling environment, or is that a prerequisite for players to come into the space? And I think those subsidies really need to be looked at. That's something we've been subsidizing. We view it as part of making this system more resilient in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then the other big challenge for across the continent is, there was a Maputo declaration that said that governments needed to utilize at least 15% of their budget to provide adequate health care to their people. Now in Kenya, that is at 5.2%. And so this is a sector, this is a health economy that is underfunded, and as a result, it's underperforming. And so the private sector can only pick up part of that. So what needs to happen? One is there needs to be a significant shift from this tax-based financing of the healthcare system to what other countries in the world do, which is make it an insurance-based system. So the insurance markets really need to open up. We need to have much more kinds of micro insurance schemes around specific health facilities, and we need to build this out. And we see it is already happening in Makueni and Kitui County, for example. Professor Kibwana and Charity and Gilu, they talked to their people and they said, look, we need you to start contributing directly to us 500 shillings a month or 1,000 shillings a month for your family so that we can improve healthcare services. Why were they doing that? Well, one, that NHIF is still not working. And so we really need to make that public system work. But as we see in those two cases, they actually have set up what is sort of a parastatal kind of arrangement to help deliver better healthcare to their people through an insurance-based system. And I think that's one of the big challenges moving forward to get these supply chains working the way they should. And the other challenge for NHIF is that its reimbursements for commodities is severely lacking in terms of what it does in terms of other healthcare services.
No, superb. That's very much foreshadows the kind of the last big round of questions. So again, the whole point of this session in many ways was to sum up and come up with some really practical suggestions for how to get to a better place where we want to go. And so I think building on the discussion we've had in this panel, maybe just to ask you to forecast out 10 years and to ask, what would you like to see African healthcare supply chain systems, or frankly, the healthcare system in general, look like, and specifically picking up on some of the innovations. So not the tinkering around the edges so much as perhaps some of the really big think outside the box. And maybe just to pick up on a couple, Sylvia, you mentioned that everything has to start with the patient. Mark, I very much liked the whole idea of look to an insurance model rather than just a government spending model. Brenda, you had some other really important thoughts as well in terms of looking at various different centers of excellence and things like that. So maybe just to perhaps, Mark, to reverse the order, as you look out in 10 years, what would your top 3 or 4 things be? If you had a wish list, what would it look like?
Just a few things I'll focus on. One is I think there's going to have to be a significant public investment in oversight bodies. There's been talk of transforming the Pharmacy and Poisons Board into a Kenya FDA. I think that's a great idea, but that costs money. And so who's going to pay for that? That is an inherently governmental function as far as I'm concerned. And so that oversight body, in order to actually, suppose, Kenya is able to start manufacturing vaccines like mRNA vaccines. Where is the regulation going to come from? Where's that regulation to make sure that those mRNA vaccines meet standards and are adequate for international distribution and would not tarnish Kenya's reputation as a supplier? Well, that's going to take a whole different level of collaboration between government and those enterprises, and government is really going to have to step up its game in terms of the capabilities it will need to be able to exercise that role. And so I think, and one of the frustrations we've had in general in terms of planning for the health sector in Kenya is that the health sector plans, the private sector plans, and never the two shall meet. And so we really need to change the way that we plan for healthcare in Kenya and look at it as a collaborative platform. And government needs to have much stronger tools to provide regulation and oversight within limits in terms of, and with some, clear, unchanging or slowly heads up in terms of changing shifting the goalposts on what needs to happen, so that we can all actually work together and make this a Kenya supply chain and not just a government supply chain and a private sector one. I think that's one really important piece. And then I'd like to see a lot more interaction in terms of making the insurance-based system become the default system, not the tax-based system, because I just don't think there's ever going to be enough public funding to provide Kenyans with the health care they deserve. And the last piece that I'll say that I think is probably one of the most important one from the patient perspective is we need to move away from the 3-tiered system that I see in most African countries, which is the poor and marginalized go to the level 2, 3s, and 4s. The middle class goes to the 5, 6, 7s in private hospitals, and the elite go to India, South Africa, and Europe. And so that was one of the big lessons from COVID. There was no place to go. And so we need those quality healthcare services at all levels, and we need to have a new approach to managing quality so that every Kenyan, every African gets the quality of healthcare that they deserve.
An inspiring kickoff, Sylvia.
Thank you. NCDs or non-communicable diseases will, and that's a fact, be the leading killer or healthcare challenge for us as Africans and for the world, but let's focus on Africans. NCDs don't happen suddenly. It's a chronic disease that actually lives with us. It's something we can prepare for given the data and the information that we have. A lot of our NCDs are health style driven. We are a very young population as Africans. We are the youngest in the world. The funny thing is that the highest incidence rate of increasing and new incidences of NCDs is among the young people, meaning we're going to see higher and newer incidence of hypertension, diabetes, prostate cancer, cervical cancer in Africa, because it's now going to be among the younger people. We have data to indicate it's no longer also among just the younger people, it's among those who are poorer in society. Does that sound like Africa? It does. Because some of the economic decisions we have to make about what we eat or what we consume or the lifestyle that does not enable active physical activity or just access to earlier screening or better, ways of living our lives predisposes us to increasing incidence of NCDs. The data is out there. The prevalence and the incidences are increasing. We must be able to utilize this information to make the right decision today for tomorrow. The primary healthcare systems in Africa are very weak, and COVID showed us this. That exposure means we can no longer sit back and just be content with the fact that there are not enough dialysis beds in our public facilities or hypertension management. There isn't adequate ways of managing it, or even all forms of cancers, or even diagnosing them. Yeah, we must step up our roles as private sector players in working with government, because this crisis is going to affect all of us. My wish, and the wish of most of us, would be for every investor and big corporate and big player in the private sector, your solution and your innovation, my solution and my innovation, has got to address the needs and the gaps that affect the majority, which is 80% of the population that consumes public sector services. This is no longer a good thing to do. It's no longer an initiative that we do as organizations. It's mandatory. It should be mandatory that it forms part of our strategic pillars and responsibilities as companies operating in Africa and also as African companies. So for me, these are areas that we must think about. The data is there, it's very clear. The incidences of cervical cancer, prostate cancer is now among younger men, no longer men above the age of 60. It's creeping closer to men within the age of 40 to 45, and it's more aggressive. Are we going to get surprised that we've therefore not invested in earlier screening, proactive screening, or educating of our patients? So I think, as I say all that, it's with a patient in mind, because I'm a potential patient and we have patients out there. We must be proactive in utilizing the data, which becomes information that should inform our decisions, not only as private sector players, but as governments as well. And we as the private sector must come around the table to support government to resolve some of the gaps that we have seen on the patient journey in the African healthcare system. So it's not just the drugs that the patients have to consume, because by the time you need to consume the drugs, a lot of steps have been missed. It's being proactive to empower the minds and the hearts of us as Africans to do the right thing today to prevent some of those diseases that are going to be the #1 killer and currently already are, okay? So investing in that and putting the patient at the center of each and every decision we make. We can have all the great conversation on supply chain and all the gaps that have been identified. If they don't resolve the issues of the patient at the end of the day in getting the right care affordably, accessibly, and on time, then we really haven't done much. And that means technology, the most utilizable item for any African, for any citizen, is actually your phone. What are we doing to ensure that the technologies that are running off our phones are going to help the common wananchi in Kenya or in Africa, whether it's in diagnosing, early screening, or just educating them? People are always on their phones. How much well do you utilize that to educate them every single day? There is more conversation around our politics than there is about the rising cases of hypertension. And right now, it being a preceptor in COVID mortality, I thought we should then have stepped it up even more. So I think there's a lot of gaps and responsibilities to even leapfrog patient education, even as we resolve some of the supply chain around goods, services, and technologies. Yeah.
Wow, what a great list. So Brenda, over to you in terms of what you would like your list of your top 2 or 3 lists of, let's say, 2 or 3 things in 10 years, an opportunity to really shift the character of African healthcare systems.
Thank you. that word collaboration, I think we can all agree, is really what we need to see. I take note of Mark saying that, you know, private and public sector need to come together, and we truly do. We do on certain platforms, but we truly need to engage and understand each other. The Maputo Declaration for 15% of budget, to make that a reality in 10 years. You know, Kenya at 5% is actually was a leapfrog for Kenya. It wasn't always there. And yes, we can say we want to do it in stages, but you know, government has definitely given more resources for healthcare in the recent past, and we've seen some positive movement. And I just think we want that enhanced, and COVID showed us that this is something that needs to happen. So for all of us to keep that watch, you know, do we actually interrogate the national budget? Do we make a voice? Do we, you know, participate? The last session, there was that, you know, are we part of the public participation? Maybe we need to come together and make sure that we do make sure that our voice is heard over the 15% of the budget going to healthcare, if it is so important. Another thing I want to say is, you know, as private sector, what we look for is certainty, certainty on rules and regulations. So it would be nice to have those in place, not to keep flip-flopping, and mainly looking at, you know, taxation and the national budget. So this national budget that comes every year, let's really analyze it and be more participatory in terms of how we interrogate it, because investors want certainty, and you know, that just needs to be there to be part of the framework that allows for that investment, especially because, you know, it's what is needed, that private-public partnership. With regards to insurance, it's great to see how devolution works. And maybe we'll see more of this when you look at Ukambani and you see what's happened in 2 of these counties. This is great. This is great strides. Can it be sustainable? Can it be replicated? Is there going to be different models, as Mark alluded to, in terms of micro-insurance? You know, how do we look at this? You know, as we said, put the consumer at the heart of all of this. How can they access healthcare? What insurance models are being put in place? So maybe having, in 10 years' time, not a more elaborate, but maybe a more inclusive insurance model. The remark about having different tiers of how we see patients with regards to how we see hospitals, that should really, really touch our hearts, because that isn't right. And we need to look at it. Having said that, we are talking now of level 6 hospitals in our system, and we didn't have that a few years ago. So really there has been some changes, and I would like us to embrace that there has been positive movement. But imagine what that could be if we had true collaboration. It would be a step change. And I think at the core of it comes the issue of trust. And COVID-19 also gave us some lessons on trust. Trusting yourselves, trusting your neighbors, putting on masks, you know, just trusting the society will do the right thing. So yeah, some lessons to learn, but in 10 years, I think we could do a great job.
Very, very nice way to end that particular session of it. Maybe just to get each of you to offer just a couple of thoughts before we see if there might be a question or two. Just on, Brenda, to pick up your phrase on now is the time to seize the moment. If you had 1 or 2 things in the next 12 to 24 months you wanted to focus on to achieve some of these broader targets that you and others have talked about, any particular things, any things you really want people watching to take home?
Well, coming from the private sector, I'd like to say that logistics bottlenecks within the supply chain need to be addressed and considered, the transport network, and also to understand, you know, that logistics became very, 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 very vulnerable during COVID. And shipping is no longer the norm. Air freight has taken over. It's extremely expensive. And indeed, with that, we need to open our skies because we do not have enough air cargo transport available to us across Africa. So we need to have the passengers flying so that we can use the underbelly for cargo. And I think that, you know, this means we need to manage COVID. Africa has done amazingly well, surprisingly well, unexpectedly well with regards to how we manage COVID. So, you know, we need to be cautious, ensure that things are in place, but now is the time also to open up. So I'd say, you know, we do need to open up with caution, but I think that would be one of my thoughts going forward.
Very appropriate. Sylvia?
I think I would focus investment on demand and supply planning. That is long overdue. What Zetova has to offer is really tackling such a huge gap currently in the healthcare space, whether it's in understanding the data regarding the patients that we are serving, understanding the product that they need to consume, understanding the technologies that must be in place today for tomorrow. That is a must win. I'm glad they're already in partnership with government, but we in the private sector must really adopt and embed what Zetova and any other company that is yes, must embed what Zetova and any other company that is trying to do in that space around demand and supply planning, because unless we get that right, we'll never be able to solve timely solutions to avail the right solution to the right patient at the right time, unless you have the right information. So my credits and all my effort will be behind supporting Zetova and any other partners in that space, because that's a must win.
Great point. Mark, your top 2 or 3 to-dos for next year?
So my first focus would be on really trying to take advantage of Kenya as a FDI and destination for the globe. I think that, you know, I've always felt that Kenya punches below its weight at the international level. But if you look right now, for example, on the issue of costs, right now, Kenya is almost at 90% of its energy that's generated is renewable energy. We've been working very hard to support the Kenyan government on that. That means that companies can come here and get really cheap electricity. And so that's something we need to help enable the world to know about. I think there needs to be some quick work on the enabling environment and sort of not prioritize public-private partnerships or joint ventures, but actually encourage FDI, because FDI, for instance, if there's a pharmaceutical plant that's established here in Kenya, the spin-offs from that in terms of the test tubes, the little rubber tops of the test tubes, the syringes and all of that can be $5 for every dollar invested by the company. And so huge amounts of opportunities there. And I think that's where the real economic growth is going to come from. I think Kenya has set up these industrial parks in such a way that there's a huge opportunity to really mobilize people very quickly into those, especially around Nairobi, around Mombasa, with access to European markets, with access to Asian markets. And so I think there's a huge amount of things that need to be done on that side in terms of being able to provide that supply. For Kenyans, particularly, I do think that there really needs to be a serious effort to shift to get these electronic medical records in a cloud where there's PII, protected identifiable information, the right kinds of firewalls, but that people can start to manage their own health. And then that education piece that others have mentioned really can kick in, because people are going to be able to have real-time feedback about their own healthcare and what's going on in their life in terms of health. I'm diabetic. I wear a continuous glucose monitor. And if it wasn't for that continuous glucose monitor and me being able to tell what I'm eating and how it affects me every day, I wouldn't be able to keep my blood sugar down. And so I need that real-time feedback. And my doctor isn't here in this country. She's in Raleigh, North Carolina. And so telemedicine is real. It works. I have my Zoom calls with her every couple of months. She tells me what a great job I'm doing. I'm feeling good about that.
Home-based care.
So I think we might have time for maybe a question or two, maybe just to give a brief opportunity to anyone in the room here before we turn online. Is there any? I'm sorry, I can't actually see with the light. Yep, please.
Thank you for the wonderful conversations. I just want to make a comment that as we continue emphasizing the private-public collaboration, we should also encourage our African governments also to have that intra-public agency collaboration, because from experience, we have also had issues where they don't, public organization and agencies don't talk to one another. So we have what I would call policy incoherence. Different organizations, public agencies developing different policy frameworks, aiming at the same one objective, and therefore delaying even, as we are talking about health supply chain, which means things have to really connect, work together, link together from upstream to downstream. That bureaucracy causes delays. And, when it comes to drugs, for example, by the time the drugs are supposed to be reaching the patient, we have lost the patient. Yeah, so that should also be a point to be taken home.
No, very good point. Maybe one more from the floor before we turn to online. Sir, did you have one or no? Okay. Okay, please.
I think that's a really good point. I'll give you a very concrete example of what we're dealing with now. We've already brought in about 8 million doses of Pfizer vaccine for Kenya and are bringing in another 10 million over the next 2 or 3 months. And so that demand creation piece is not something that the Ministry of Health can do alone, right? It needs to coordinate with the county governments that do all the implementation. It needs to coordinate with the Ministry of Internal Affairs to mobilize chiefs and sub-chiefs to help induce demand at the local level. We need to use the Ministry of Education to help mobilize schools to be able to get, at least for now, the 15 to 17-year-olds vaccinated, hopefully soon the 12 to 14-year-olds as well, and the 5 to 10-year-olds, 12, 11-year-olds after that. And so you need this interministerial space. And I think that it's a challenge in every government. We have an interagency in the United States that when we have a project that has 17 different agencies, everybody's pulling in their own direction. How do you build that cohesion that you're saying is essential? And I agree with. The issue is, I think you also have to set up some structures in government to be able to do that. And I think there is a challenge for government to do that.
No, very helpful. Maybe I'll ask our online moderator, could you give us maybe one question? I think that's about all we have time for from online.
Right, thanks, Laria. There is one question that has come through. They haven't given their name, but they ask, is there any concern over duplication of efforts regarding vaccine manufacturing? They add that building expensive mRNA vaccine production facilities costs hundreds of millions of dollars and could be rendered redundant by oversupply, lower cost, protein-based vaccines or therapies.
A superb question, and as a representative from a vaccine manufacturer, Sylvia, may I give this one to you?
Without any conflict of interest, I'll iterate to what I said earlier. It definitely has to be strategically thought through. And this has to be concerted effort at the Africa Union sort of level, where governments are coming together and saying, where do we do the local manufacturing? And as I said earlier, hopefully it's not necessarily just the COVID vaccine, but building plans for all vaccines. We are the biggest consumers of childhood vaccines, and of course, progressively in some of the adult vaccines. At the African level, governments must make strategic decisions as to where these manufacturing plans should be made and agree downstream how they will harmonize the barriers around regulatory frameworks, quality, standard supply, pricing, because at the end of the day, depending on how many people are consuming, it will determine the unit price, And where else can we be a source of the same vaccines? Because we just shouldn't think that we are manufacturing just for Africa. There's potential that we could also export and work with the wider global organizations for acceptance of the same standard. Because we believe that whatever is manufactured here has to apply to global standards. So that conversation has to be well thought through to what the question infers. It would end up driving much higher costs if you think COVID vaccine, which thankfully I don't think our governments are thinking COVID, they're thinking wider vaccines, but they need to then align which country manufactures what and who else is a consumer in Africa and beyond Africa, because otherwise the unit cost would surprisingly become higher than even the cost of importation. So it's a valid question. I'd like to believe that the relevant authorities are looking into it. So it's not a decision being made lightly, given that even the technology transfer costs and timelines are quite heavy.
So just to add to that, I think the other aspect of this is that we should not stop at manufacturing. I think one of the secrets of the mRNA was a lot of the trials were carried out in Africa. And so R&D becomes really important. And so also attracting these biotech firms, mRNA has been around for 15 years and it's being utilized now for the first time, but they're also seeing some impacts of mRNA vaccines in terms of controlling HIV. And so there's a huge opportunity for research and development, a lot of smart, highly qualified Africans working in those biotech firms. How do we get them to come here too? So we vertically integrate back all the way up into the design and formulation of vaccines, not just the manufacturing.
Well, on that note, I think our time is just about up, but I wanted to thank all of you for your attention, both here in the room as well as online. I think we promised you we were going to try and cover the challenges as well as the opportunities. And I think we did a good job of highlighting some of the challenges, but I'm stoked that we landed on so many of the opportunities. And I think what has come through for me anyway, I think is loud and clear that there's some real opportunity to leverage some of the challenges and the creative solutions to come up with some really, really interesting new ways to build African capacity across the health sector and even into other related sectors. But I think things like really focusing on the patient, really thinking through on a strategic level what the health sector looks like, again, not just in vaccines, certainly working with governments, not just in a health ministry, but kind of across ministries and not just at the federal level. I think for me, coming from the Corporate Council on Africa, we believe the private sector has got to be an important part of the solution. And I think what I've heard today is a strong willingness, certainly from the companies that participated today, to be there. I know from our members that they're also, they see a lot of opportunities as well. And so I think this has been a really good opportunity to see government and private sector collaborating. Mark, thank you very much for coming from USAID. Very, very helpful. And again, thanks to Brenda online from GE and Sylvia from AstraZeneca. I thought this was a great panel. I also want to extend a huge thank you on behalf of our panel to Strathmore for wonderful facilities and to Zatova for putting on this with its partners, ARC and others. Bramwell, I'm sorry, I think we've suggested maybe 7 or 8 new areas where you can expand your business. But again, thank all of you for your attention and have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you to our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are finally at the end of our session for the day. Just a quick couple of notes concerning the day's programs. We have put together a nice little report for you with some of the views that you've heard on the panel and off the panel as well. It's a fascinating report. We do recommend that you go read it in a bit more detail. You will find it, of course, on a little microsite. The cover of that should actually be coming up on your screens in just a moment. The microsite for that particular report will be coming up on, well, not Darth Vader, though he's a fascinating character, but that report will be coming up. It covers essentially views from CEOs involved in these healthcare supply chain issues and how they essentially are proposing to solve some of the problems you've heard about all day and some of the specific problems that they're facing and the solutions that they believe you can find on that particular report. It's definitely worth reading. We'll certainly circulate the URL for that particular report a little later. In the meantime, I'd like to call up Emily Kinuthia. She's the Chief Marketing Officer at Zetoba for a vote of thanks as we wrap up our program.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have now come to the end of what has been a really invigorating, challenging, and transformational day. I hope you'll agree with me when I say we have truly been inspired. Have we been inspired today? Was it worthwhile? So I'm here to not take too much of your time, but to just deliver a vote of thanks. And I want to take the time to thank all of you for attending our inaugural supply chain dialogue, starting with the Ministry of Health, represented by Dr. Rashid and the Office of the Ministry of Health. I also want to thank our extensive panel of experts. We truly have been inspired. We truly have had transformational conversations. And I think you'll agree with me when I say that our work is now cut out for us as leaders in Africa. And to our attendees, both online and in person, thank you for your time and your patience. Even with all the disruptions that we've had, I can still see a couple of you in the room and those who are online. So I want to say asante sana. And last but not least, to our co-conveners, Safaricom, CCA, ARC, and our hosts for today, Strathmore, truly, truly grateful. We would not have made this a success without you. And so, without taking any more time, I want to invite you all for a cup of tea as you leave. And I want to say thank you for spending the day with us. Please keep engaging in this conversation. As Bramwell mentioned, this is the first of several. So we will be taking this show on the road, and look out for the dates for our next supply chain conversation. Thank you very much, and do have yourselves a wonderful evening.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the session as well for us in the virtual space. Thank you so much for your patience, especially as we had those minor technical issues. I think some of you have been with us since morning. I can see Dr. Boniface still here with us. You've been with us since morning, so thank you. A special appreciation to the speakers who joined us virtually, especially those based in the US. We know it's a very early morning for you, so really appreciate your contribution and time. We do not take it for granted. On behalf of Zetoba and the rest of the co-conveners, thank you for joining us, and do look out for more dialogues, as Emily mentioned, on this topic in the coming months. And we do hope that you can make time to join the sessions as they come along. As they say here in Kenya, kwaheri ya kuonana. Goodbye, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Possibilities when others only see the obstacles. We don't judge the possibilities based on the circumstances. We know that the world needs a lot, and it needs it from us. We know that we'll be defined by the chances we take, the people we meet, and the people we help. We believe the work we do matters. We know that everything we do today leads to a better tomorrow. We believe in our mission to serve society and shape the future. We are not afraid to face the unknown and conquer our fears. We know that without perseverance and commitment, nothing happens. We shake off the doubt and get back up when adversity hits. We don't fear failure because we know that is where all the lessons are. We don't give up and settle where we are. We go after it with all our strength and capacity. We show up and fight for it with all our tenacity. We know that tough times give rise to new opportunities. We are not most people. We are the leaders that break through barriers. We are the leaders that build the future. We are the leaders that make a difference. We are Strathmore University Business School. Join us.
With the rise of globalization, the role and importance of supply chain management has increased. Global supply chains commonly extend between industrialized and developing countries. Differences in economy, legislations, regulations, and standards pose difficulties in managing supply chains.
If the country doesn't have